ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi. Minna! Uzumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせでいこう。 わよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Dan sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik pemula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa.
masih match. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calang-calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Kami dekat regular ni selalu menang 2-1 dan kalah pun 2-1, dan boleh jadi kat playoff ni kami boleh menang 3-1, boleh menang 3-2. So lebih banyak match, saya rasa tim kami lebih kuat.
Playoff kali ni boleh dikatakan playoff yang paling kita orang berat dah. Sebab since kita orang mula daripada bawah kan. So kali ni kita try daripada bawah. Sebab kita dah try daripada atas, kita gagal. So kali ni kita try daripada bawah pula.
Ini playoff ketiga saya actually, tapi kalau untuk konsisten, bang, untuk 2 season ni saya happy gila lah. So MPL Malaysia saya tengok makin kuat dengan import-import baru. Memang kuat lah sekarang.
Aku berharap aku datang MV, aku bisa bawa MV buat jadi top team di Malaysia. Ya syukur-syukur juara.
Mencari Saga!
Triple kill, Jordan! Let's go!
Untuk playoff ni kami memang betul-betul all out sebab season ni adalah season eSport World Cup, and saya rasa semua tim pun memang target untuk capai target tu, and kami pun tak akan buang-buang masa lah. Kami akan betul-betul all out dalam 1 bulan ni.
Dengan shotgun tapi Melchiote! Good
daripada regular season, the punya future untuk repeat tu I can say 80%, but kita tak boleh content or complacent lah dengan apa yang kita ada. Kena still hustling lah for that goal.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 fasa pertama playoffs. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And of course, selepas 6 minggu yang kita saksikan di regular season, hari ini adalah considered the real deal untuk MPL musim ini. Mana semua tempat adalah semua permainan adalah sangat-sangat penting. Sebab hari ini kita akan menggunakan format best of 5. And of course, hari ini adalah hari play-ins. Maksud tu, tim yang akan kalah akan balik rumah. And of course, tim yang akan menang akan teruskan perjalanan mereka untuk jumpa upper bracket players kita pada esok. So today is the day. Tak ada lagi alasan belum panas lagi. Tak ada lagi alasan tak ready lagi. Communication problems. It's either we go in or we don't go at all. And of course, tanpa membuang masa, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk match pembukaan, Team Vamos akan menentang Aero Esports. Dalam perlawanan terakhir mereka di regular season, Vamos berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan 2-1 atas Aero. And of course, Aero pun masih belum menurunkan barisan penuh mereka. Dan hari ini, dengan kembalikan Hazle, mampukah Aero membalas dendam dan mendapatkan kemenangan tersebut? And of course, perlawanan terakhir hari ini, DXOL menentang Monster Vicious. During the regular season, DXOL terkenal dengan gaya yang norang akan membawa perlawanan tu main penuh game. Maksud tu, 2-1. Tapi dalam format best of 5 ini, adakah mereka mampu bertahan sampai ke akhir? Sementara itu, Monster Vicious pula sering kali kejundang di peringkat awal playoffs. Hari ini, mereka berpeluang memecahkan badi tersebut dan membuktikan mereka layak ke playoff upper bracket semi-finals esok. Inilah dia jadual perlawanan hari ini. And of course, sebelum tu, Rose ada special announcement kepada semua fans yang setia dengan kita orang. Actually, pada fasa kedua playoff, kita ada satu exciting surprise untuk korang. This is obviously gonna be unveiled later on. Tapi don't forget to come, okay? Sebab ini adalah benda yang sangat-sangat besar. So, sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan hari ini, I rasa I nak dengar semangat of the fans. Who better to do it other than my partner? Mana Poji?
Apa khabar MPL? Woo! Poji di sini dan sekarang kita nampak almost full house untuk game pembukaan pada hari ini. Tapi macam biasa, kalau game pembukaan takkan sempurna tanpa sorakan-sorakan dan juga semangat daripada peminat yang sedia ada. Kalau saya cakap fly with Aero, korang jerit Aero Esports boleh? Kita cuba. Fly with Aero! Woo! Semangat, bertenaga. Tapi dekat sebelah sini macam biasa, hala! Macam dah lama bangun tidur. Diorang betul-betul bersemangat. Tapi sedia kita faham, walaupun ada yang tak ada dekat sini, masih berada dekat rumah, tak dapat tiket dan sebagainya, jangan risau sebab anda adalah sebahagian daripada pentas kebanggaan untuk kita MPL MY. Dan kepada anda yang berada di rumah, jangan lupa untuk scan QR dan juga tepus kod yang kita ada dekat bawah ni. Semua dah pun bersedia, player dah ready, caster dah lama dah dekat atas tu. 3, 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Thank you very much, Poji, as well as Rose. That's right. Welcome to MPL MY playoffs. This is the first phase. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Stafa. This is the English desk. And I gotta say, Stafa, we're finally here at the playoffs. Like, it feels like such a long time, but at the same time, it feels so short because it feels like the regular season just ended last week.
It really... Okay.
It just feels like that, you know?
I was not prepared for that. I should have seen that coming. But yes, this season has felt long and short at the same time, where every single match feels like it's left such a lasting impact, and at the same time, feels like it happened just yesterday. And now we are at the playoffs. We have our top 6 teams across 6 weeks of the regular season. And now just a few more steps away from maybe qualifying to EWC, as well as claiming the title of MPL MY champion.
Right now the question is it Arrow's redemption or Vamos advancement to the UBS? Which one will go to the UBS? That's definitely what we're going to be seeing here today, Stafa.
I was wondering what you were reading there, but yes, that is the UBS right there. But you know what is a little bit easier to pronounce, and also
Absolute
a little...
Cinema. That one is easy to pronounce.
It is Absolute Cinema. Because if you guys are ready to carry like a pro, the ultimate gaming smartphone GT30 Pro is finally here to make sure that you are able to play as well as possible in the Land of Dawn.
And here's the thing, it's only available from 1,299 ringgit. And yes, it comes with a free mag charge cooler and a MagSafe while stock lasts. So make sure you guys get the GT30 Pro early because, heck, even the players are using it. They're using it from the regular season all the way to the playoffs.
So thank you very much to Infinix. Make sure you guys show them some love. Check out this brand new phone if you're looking for a new gaming device that'll be able to carry you all the way to Mythic and even further beyond, and maybe catch up a little bit to the players up on that stage.
Now I gotta say here, Stafa, like I checked the social media and looks like we're not hiding it. Today, Error 404 is going to be the starting lineup for Vamos going up against Hazle. This is going to be very interesting because Vamos did win against Arrow, but Arrow didn't bring out Hazle.
That is true, that is true. That happened during the final week of the regular season, so Hazle was not around, right? We had RanQT coming in to play that game instead, and they did end up dropping that series. There have been a lot of very interesting back and forth throughout the regular season of MPL MY, and now let's revisit a little bit by looking at the most picked and most banned heroes.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of most banned, this is going to be the same all across all regions. The Fanny, the Chip, the Jushin, the Matilda, as well as the Phovias. Hey, we got to talk about the Phovias here. 85% ban rate. Makes sense because when you look at the win rate, man, 72% out of 40 times being used. Unfortunately, over here, other heroes doesn't have that much of a success. Glue only 32%, Hylos and EXP 31%, and the Badang at 27%. In terms of other win rates, that's very high. We got to look at the Kimi here. 24 times pick, 70% win rate. Here in Malaysia, we do like to prioritize the Kimi, even though the counters are there. The Baxia, the Ling, as well as the Lancelot. Not a lot of players have been bringing out the Lancelot, but Hazle is one of those that have.
Yeah, and while he did bring it out, it wasn't really the most solid performance overall as well. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not that hero does pop up a little bit more, especially with more assassins starting to see some play, more tanks starting to see some play. We've seen the way that the drafting style of the teams here has shifted towards the later stages of the regular season, where because of counter picks like the Baxia against the Kimi, we see teams and coaches specifically choosing counters in advance, playing a lot of draft gambits with hero picks, which sometimes work, sometimes don't.
Something to note as well when we look at the regular season recap, when we look at the Badang, that is the lowest win rate when it's placed in the EXP. But when it's in Rome, over 40% win rate. So definitely here in Malaysia, the Badang in the Rome definitely looks a lot better.
And if we're talking about Rome Badang, we gotta point out one of the best players this season to have brought it to the field. Zkif on the side of Aero Esports has made a huge impact as a new player. Literally his debut season and outperforming many veterans in that particular position on the right signature heroes. when you look at Aero Esports roster, this is a very new lineup. They've got some veterans, they've got some rookies. By all means, this should be a season for looking for chemistry. But Hazle's arrival has really switched up the chemistry of this squad.
I mean, here's the thing, right? As long as everyone's doing their job, everyone will be looking good. Everyone will have that chemistry. Hazel, your job, farm, get the Lord, get the Turtle, and heck, if you're using an Assassin, make sure you guys get to the back line. And Zkif, I gotta say, he's very dynamic. He can push people away, he can pull people in with the Tigreal as well as the Badang. But now we're gonna look at Vamos here. Error 404 is gonna be playing. He has 100% win rate, though it has to note that he only played around 5 to 6 times. Not a lot of play time for Error, only having the most at the end of the season. Now this will be very interesting because if Error loses, will Chibi be subbing in?
It is a good question, right? Because Chibi has still been the main player on the lineup, with Error 404 only really coming in on games that they feel like they can experiment a little bit or give him a chance on the stage, and yet he is going to be taking the field as part of the starting lineup going into the playoffs. In the play-ins as well, a place where if you lose, you go home, your journey ends here. It's a lot of pressure for a very new player. And I know that a lot of netizens have also been kind of criticizing Chibi. The question here being, which jungler is actually the correct pick for Vamos?
I mean, if we're talking about Error when he does play, Zorn looks a little bit more comfortable in terms of initiating the fight. So maybe that's just a call, making Zorn feel good on the stage. Because here's the thing, going up against Zkif as well as Izo, we got to talk about these two positions here, folks. The jungle as well as the roam. Very impactful in this best of 5 matchup between Arrow going up against Vamos, where if Zorn has a good time, the entire team will have a good time. And Zkif, a little bit different. He makes everyone else shine. He makes sure that Kim has the space to deal either the control or the damage. And of course, Hazel, just setting it up for him and then let him finish the rest.
I think it's particularly because of that dynamic that I feel like Aero Esports still has a slightly more solid roster overall. I think their universal adaptability that they've shown throughout this season makes them more reliable as a team that we can see moving on in the playoffs. But no one can argue about the fact that Team Vamos has way more experience on that stage. Heck, they are literally our Season 14 runner-ups, right? So there's a lot of pressure on them to perform, but there's also experience that they can rely upon, especially now that it is do or die.
And right now we got to talk about what do we think about this matchup, because I feel like it is a pretty close matchup. But if we're going to look at numbers, if we're going to look at the history of Week 1 up until Week 6, personally for me, Arrow looks a little bit more solid, because in the final weeks, it was Vamos against Arrow. It wasn't a super easy game for Vamos, and Hazel wasn't playing. So now that Hazel is there, personally for me, I kind of feel like Arrow's got the win.
I agree with you. I would also lean towards a prediction on Aero Esports. I think Vamos has a chance to surprise us, especially with Error 404 on the roster. But now we can actually... Oh, we have the same. Okay.
We're both seeing 3-1, both seeing for Arrow. And here's the thing, Vamos could do it. They definitely could do it, but this entire season, it's a little bit shaky. And to the point where I'm even questioning if the coach knows which is the best jungler to really put in, right? Because I feel like if Error was the answer, he would have been subbed in way earlier in the season.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the coach or the team still believed that Chibi was going to be the correct choice because, you know, he has way more synergy, way more experience with these players, but something has just felt off with this team throughout this season. And that's why I think both of us did feel like Aero Esports has a better chance of taking it. I do still have this sort of sinking feeling on the back of my head that, like, Team Vamos does things when it comes to the playoffs. When they're pushed into a corner, Team Vamos suddenly just pulls out a different sort of energy. And especially now that they have Error 404 around as a bit of a wild card, a player that not a lot of teams have experience playing against, there is a chance that they could upset our predictions, but there is a reason we put these numbers up.
Wild can be good, wild can be bad. That's why we got to see it with Vamos here. And we're looking at I would say Arrow, we saw yesterday in MPL Philippines that the Angela came up. And I would say between Zorn and Zkif, Zkif seems to be more willing to use that Angela. And with a jungler like Hazel, we might see changes for Arrow.
That's true. We've been seeing a lot of support meta coming in from MPL PH. But will we actually get to see that pop up here on the very first match of the MPL MY playoffs? Let's start things off with the lineup of Aero Esports up on screen right now. We got Kosei, we got Zkif alongside Kim, Hazle, and Reza.
Again, I gotta look at the mid lane here, man. Kim has been shining, and I feel like Kim, he was disrespected a little bit last week when Vamos recalled in front of Aero. I feel like he's not the kind of guy that will take it. He'll be like, okay, you know what? I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it. But in the play-ins, I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna eliminate you.
I feel like all of these players are not going to take that sitting down, you know? I get the feeling Vamos is not going to have the space they need to do their V formation quite as often here. But that all depends on whether or not Aero Esports can keep the consistency they had in the regular season going, since this is the first time this lineup will be heading into the playoffs together. Whereas Team Vamos, they've been here plenty of times before.
Yeah, we got Nespresso, Zorn, Clockwood, Aero 404, as well as Smooth. Now, we saw that Aero, they're playing a Reza. Reza has shown that he's willing to use a Valentina in the EXP to counter a Lucas. So I feel like if Vamos, they want to go for that approach, I want to see if there's any difference with Aero 404 using that Lucas to be able to handle that kind of situation. But if we're talking about the mid just now, I was talking about Kim. Clockwood, I want to see a little bit more, right? I feel like this is the play-ins. If there's any time for you to make a play, any time for you to make a name for yourself, this is that time.
Yeah, I feel like most of the players on Team Vamos have been very up and down, very inconsistent. Sometimes they do good, sometimes they don't. And I think that's something that really needs to be fixed going into this, because Aero Esports does seem to have slightly better synergy overall. But again, there's just something about this team, something about these players that constantly makes you think, what if?
Yep. Here's the thing. We see Vamos, we see Aero. But now, before we go into the match, let's check out this video.
A lot of high expectations was put on Vamos, especially after last year's performance. These players have had international experience.
Season ni Vamos, kita orang punya performance memang roller coaster, guys.
Pasukan Vamos terpaksa melarikan diri. Satu persatu tumbang di tangan Mascarero.
Tapi,
ini lebih mengejut.
Aero 404. So banyak orang cakap Aero 404 adalah kita orang punya key kan. So personally saya boleh cakap iyalah. Aero 404 ni boleh dikatakan kita orang punya savior lah.
Sekarang ini Kosei mencari stack di mana kali ini boleh mengaktifkan crossbow attack. Tidak lagi jumpa. Erat dan juga Kosei telah pun mati. Wipe out untuk Mascarero.
I'm sorry to say, ini memberikan satu statement ataupun argument. Patutkah Aero 404 yang main dekat peringkat playoffs nanti?
So Aero 404 boleh dikatakan the real rising star.
Vamos ada Aero 404, tapi dekat Aero kita ada Hazle. Jadi sebelum Hazle masuk sini, memang peluang untuk kita orang ke playoff tipis lah. Hazle banyak ajar macam mana Rins dengan Idok main. Macam mana diorang landing phase, buat tudu, nak rotate mana.
Tetapi Hazle mencari dapatkan tental untuk Mascarero dan mengorbankan juri. Menang besar untuk Mascarero. Terus terbang tinggi dengan triple kill.
Sebab tu Aero semakin lama kat dalam MPL MY ni semakin kuat. One message that I can deliver to Zon is give a good game, because he is one of my idol before and now we are competing in the same league and I want to perform in front of him. I want to be a pelapis for a future roamer in Malaysia.
Oh, dia cakap macam tu terima kasih lah sebab tak sangka pula kau idolkan aku kan. Kalau kau nak jadi the next Zon ada je. Ada ke orang nak jadi the next Zon? Tiba-tiba ada Harap-harap kita dua dapat tunjukkan orang kata kecantikan dan skill kita bermain roamer lah. Sebab dekat Malaysia ni Zikif kita kurang roamer. InsyaAllah memang kau akan boleh dikatakan roamer dekat Malaysia ni akan tumpu dekat kau selain pada aku dengan you.
Returning this season with a new name and a new badge on their chest, carrying one mission: to raise the Malaysian flag high in MSC Riyadh. Can they settle the score against Vamos and advance to the next stage? Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to fly high with Error Esports!
Secured their playoff spot at the very last moment in their final match. They return this time more prepared to challenge for the throne once again. Can they rise and reclaim the dominance they once held in past season? Give it up for Team Vamos!
Introducing the coaching staff of both teams alongside our head of League Ops Franklin to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of Arrow Esports, we have Coach Bam. And the side of Team Vamos, we have Coach Zaya and Paui.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. The true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. And now we got to see who will be the captains for this one. Looks like it's Zorn and it's going to be Kim. It's going to be the roamer as well as the mid laner. Now that we know our captains, all the teams are all set. Let's have a match tonight.
Let us,
for those that know,
a match tonight. All right.
Shout outs to China. Shout outs.
It's a little early for a night match, but it's not too late for a great series. Let's kick it off. We got Arrow Esports for first pick in game number 1 with a 50% win rate. And now it's a good time to talk about how good these two teams' drafts have been this season.
Honestly, looking at the stats for both teams, they really do favor the red side. Both teams have won majority of the matches in the red side. But if we're looking at blue side, honestly, Vamos has looked very bad. I believe it's like 30%, 38%, something like that when they're first pick here. In fact, now we have the numbers here and look at Vamos. 37% a blue side win rate, 64% a red side win rate. So I feel like Vamos being in the red side at the start of this best of 5, they might like it because if we look at Arrow, 62% for red side win rate and blue side only 50%. So you win or you lose. You know, either way, Arrow looks more solid compared to Vamos when we look at the drafting phase.
Yeah, it does seem like both teams prefer the red side. Having the access to counter picks and just generally seeing what your opponent is going to play is going to be very valuable overall. And I think that goes double so for Team Vamos because I do feel like this is one of the squads here this season with a little bit of a hero pool issue. We can see that they have 5 less unique heroes overall compared to Arrow Esports. And I feel like Arrow Esports hasn't even really dug into the bottom of the barrel yet. When we look at the heroes that they prioritize as well, Vamos will generally go for those frontliners, those trendsetters, but also very safe heroes to pick up. Whereas Arrow Esports have a little bit more of an identity.
Yeah, I feel like with Error 404 coming in, Vamos, whenever they do get blue side, they don't have to ban that Fanny, right? So that already buffs them up when it comes to the drafting phase. If we're looking at the heroes most banned here for both teams, one of the things that I feel like Vamos has to pay attention to is 2 heroes, and that is the Lu Yi as well as the Jushin. Because so far when Kim has both those heroes, it looks almost impossible to beat them. Heck, even with that Lu Yi, Arrow Esports almost took another game against SRG.
Yep, that is a very scary signature hero for Kim here, and he is a mid laner that wants to be in a position where he can control the flow of the team fight and even provide vision for his team. So Loyi and Zusin both fulfill those particular conditions and allow Arrow Esports to generally play with more information on the map. But we already talked about this topic earlier, the arrival of Error 404. How does he stack up against Chibi?
Yeah, we gotta look at the debut season stats here. Chibi, he debuted in Season 7, Error 404, Season 15, about 8 seasons after Chibi. Now, the numbers, we have to put into consideration that when Chibi debuted, he played from the beginning, and it was a double elimination match, double elimination season. So he played more games. So in terms of the KDA, Error 404 definitely looks a little bit better because he doesn't play as much games as Chibi. But everything else, average gold per minute, average damage per minute, we can see a little bit more gold for Error, but a lot more damage coming in from Chibi. But again, just to note, during that era, it was the fighter in the jungle. It was the Paquito. It was the Martis.
It really was a different time when Chibi first debuted in MPL. And like you mentioned, Lafel, the scores are a little bit skewed because this is with a much higher game total for the side of Chibi compared to Error 404. And nowadays, we actually see pretty ridiculous KDAs because there is quite a lot of team fighting happening on the map compared to all those seasons back. So keep that in mind, but Error 404 has definitely made enough of a splash that even longtime Vamos fans have been calling for him to replace Chibi on that main lineup. Can he keep the streak going in his debut season? Can he kick things off strong for Team Vamos at the start of the playoffs? Or will Aero Esports fly right above them?
Something to note as well, a lot of people have said this, but Error 404 coming in this season feels like the OG Chibi, right? It feels like the same player, only younger, I guess, because he has that charisma. He has that knuckleness here in Malaysia, you know, like he,
the naughtiness.
He doesn't mind being the bad guy. He doesn't mind trash talking. He just wants to win, right? And that's the old Chibi, which I hope we see him back at least for next season.
If anything, I think he's more vocal than old Chibi. Like when Chibi first debuted, yes, there was a little bit of that knuckleness happening, but nowhere near to the level we have seen from Error 404. Every time I look at him on that stage, I'm like, this kid is so young. He looks so tiny compared to everyone else, and yet he has such a large personality in-game and on the stage itself. That personality, that charisma is important as a foundation to push Vamos forward and give them a direction to follow in the game.
And right now we have started the bans here. Looks like Aero will be first pick, banning out the Fovias, the Chip, as well as the Harif. Vamos taking a little bit of time here. They're banning out the Boxia. They're banning out that Kalia. So now they should be banning out that Fanny, but no, they let the Fanny go. They're banning out the Jushin. I mean, like I did say, you got to be wary of that, but without the Kalia, it's going to be an easy Fanny pick because the Kalia is the deterrent for a Fanny. But at this point, if they feel like it, they can pick up the Kimi. But again, going up against the Fanny is going to be a little bit difficult.
A lot of teams on the red side have been willing to let Fanny through because nowadays, as strong as the hero is, it's still very risky to pick it as a first pick hero because you will start to see the counters come out straight away. Things like the Badang, for example, who've been getting a lot of success first pick on red side because of the sheer utility and universality of the hero to provide crowd control and just a general oppressive presence. Looks like Aero Esports going for full signature picks here.
I mean, like I talk about this, right? You got to be wary of the Jushin. You got to be wary of the Luyi. And now they have that Luyi. So Nets Presco will not be having a good time in lane because now he has to worry about a Moskov, a Luyi, as well as a Fanny. And now they pick up the Joy. Funnily enough, Joy is the hero that we see Chibi a lot on. And now Error 404 bringing up that Joy to go up against Aero. Oh, it's going to be so difficult. Aero, Error. But either ways, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Badang. The Badang can handle the Fanny-ish. Looking at the numbers, I do hope that this Badang is going to the roam instead of the EXP.
Yeah, I agree with you. Badang just has generally a little bit more success there unless you pick it into an EXP matchup that you already know Badang is able to handle somewhat okay. And this is not one of those situations. Aero Esports has not revealed their EXP laner yet, so of course that they will need to keep that as a flexible option. I think stealing it away from Zkif is also a pretty good idea just to make sure he doesn't get to play on his most comfort roam pick. The Joy as well, like you pointed out, Lafel, is one of Chibi's comforts, but with Error 404 coming in and playing it this time around, it does mean that both teams have an assassin hero that is capable of threatening the backline.
So now we're looking at the bans here. Arrow is batting out that Selena. So they just want to make sure that this Luyi is not going to get discovered that easily. Another hero that can discover where the Luyi is coming from is going to be that Novaria. I don't think looking at the lineup coming in from Vamos, it's not a bad pick, right? Giving more range over to the Granger is going to help out. But I kind of feel like you need just a little bit more kill pressure in the early game, especially on mid, just to make sure that there's not a lot of rotations going into the goal, because you got to give Nespresso a good time here. Going up against Fanny, Louis, Moskov is not going to be easy. You guys need to at least win that mid lane so that you have priority going to that goal lane.
Yeah, not to mention, there's actually a little bit of similarity in the way Nespresso and Kosei play in the goal lane. They're generally not very active early on in the laning phase. They like to play it a little more slow, a little more safe, make sure that they farm it up, and then only really start joining a team towards that mid game. That's why mid lane priority is usually going to be very important for both these teams to make sure that they have enough control of the map to rotate around and create pressure.
All right, Vixana picked up. I would say overall is a very safe pickup. Good in team fights, can clear the lanes pretty fast, and if something goes wrong, you can ask help from a Lord. And now they're picking up the glue. The Vixana can handle a bit with the glue, but I feel like it's still fine, and now the Gato Kacha picked up as well. The front line coming in from Arrow looks very solid, and also looks very deadly when the Luye diverges anyone there. Either the Gato, either the glue is gonna disrupt your backline so much.
Yeah, Team Vamos actually have very little early game damage presence, so it's going to be nearly impossible for them to remove Glue and Gato Kacha early in the game. This will create a lot of space for Aero Esports to just let Hazle do his thing on that Fanny, which wants to get a bit of an early game snowball. But if Error 404 is able to bypass it, there's actually not a lot of hard CC on the tanks of Arrow. There's a way for him to just jump into the backline and melt them down.
So it looks like the Jawhead has been picked up by Zorn. It looks like the Badang is going over to that EXP, but still, I kind of favor the draft coming in from Arrow. I kind of feel like they got away with a little bit too much.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's definitely some flaws here or there, but this is a very, very solid draft that can create space for both the Moskov and the Fanny. And Team Vamos is going to have much more difficult conditions to play.
Yeah, the only good thing here is that for Vamos, they don't have any reason to pick up that Purify, so everyone has that Flicker. So they can outplay, they can be a bit aggressive, they can be a bit more passive, but either ways, I agree with you, Vamos, they have ways to deal with the draft that Arrow has put up. But with how Arrow has been playing, that looks like an amazing draft for them.
And this also looks like an amazing animation to enter the land of dawn for the very first game of the MPL Malaysia Season 15 playoffs. This is going to be a best-of-5 series. The team that comes out on top moves on to the upper brackets, and the team that loses ends their journey here.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting on the opposite side of the map, Zorn, and making sure that there's no invades coming in from Arrow. Looking at the laning phase here for now, looks like no one is going a little bit too aggressive here. In fact, we're looking at Zorn trying to make sure that Arrow 404 gets a lot of farm. Looking at the emblem setup here, it's quite interesting to see that Smooth has that thrill, because if we see at MPL PH, even Brusco picked up a little bit more attack speed just to make sure that you can have all those mini stuns on standby.
Yeah, attack speed will always benefit a hero like Badang. So going for Trill is an interesting choice here from Smooth, just to give him a little bit of that extra stat, perhaps to survive the lane, since he knows he's not going to get prio against Reza on this glue.
Yep. Right now looking at how the movement coming in from both teams, no one is really showing any kind of intention to really move the game as fast as he can. Kim is just making sure that he freezes the wave around his side. Arrow goes in, and
I'm actually not sure who
I'm not sure who got it.
Yeah, that happened so fast. I was
looking at the EXP, it looked the same.
I was preparing myself for like Hazle to go in, but looks like Zorn gonna get caught in the yin yang reaction. Here comes Hazle, taking it slow, not gonna full commit on this.
Yeah, it looks like for both teams, because again, this is the first game of the play-ins. They probably want to take it slow, take it steady, like get warmed up a little bit before they make any unnecessary mistakes. So I feel like it will ramp up eventually. Funnily enough, I kind of feel like Vamos will ramp up faster than Arrow here, because I feel like the opening here coming in from Arrow suggests that they don't want to take unnecessary risks. So I kind of feel like Vamos might be the one to be a little bit more willing to do something around the turtle.
Traditionally, Team Vamos is known to be the more aggressive early game team. A lot of that depends on their mid trio, and ooh, the flicker from Reza. Great reaction time. Avoids the ejector.
Yep, so far it looks like, yeah, they understand that Vamos wants to make the first move, so you gotta be careful that you're not caught up. Now Reza, without that flicker though, is gonna be a little bit bad, because if you do have that flicker, you can actually force a fight. So without it, I kind of feel like Aero Esports, they can't take too much aggression.
Yeah, Team Vamos is gonna stick around just to provide vision, but they're clearly not intending to contest this now that Zorn has lost his only real way of engaging. So really well played by Reza there. And Double Force gonna throw the Gatot back into Aero 4-4. He gets CC chained forever. First blood to Zorn.
Yep. Team Vamos making the first move, even without that flicker. The Unstoppable Force able to keep up with Zekiv. It looks like good timing where Clockun and Aero 4-4 is there to follow up. So now what's the next step? I'm looking at Aero here. What is Hazel's game plan going to be? Is he actually going to be pressuring Nespresso a lot? Because look at this. Even Kusei is making sure that the minion stays on his side of the map. So if Nets wants something, he needs to put himself in a very dangerous situation.
Where they do find Zorn though. Gonna be scouted out by Zekiv. So a little bit of revenge there and able to give an assist over to Hazel as well.
Yep, so far it looks like just trading blows for blows, roam for roam, nothing too crazy so far. So if this is the pace that we're going, I'm looking at both teams and I kind of feel like Aero might be in the better spot just because in terms of scaling, unless the Granger has 4 or maybe 5 stacks of Sky Piercer, in terms of threat, I would say the Moskov is a bigger threat. But in Malaysia, Moskov hasn't been performing so well. Only 33% win rate here. So I'm believing that Kusei can do it on this Moskov come late game. But if he can't, then this is going to be a rough best of 5 for Aero.
Yeah, Moskov heavily depends on proper positioning and decision-making here. So, oh, Hazel finding Error 404 while he's taking his buff. And he's gonna steal it away.
I mean, like, if you want to set the tempo that way, if you want to know, if you want the kid to know, it's like, hey, welcome to the play-ins, man. But I didn't play last week. This time, I'm gonna show you. This is a different Aero Esports.
Hazel is refreshed. You know, he's taken a bit of a break. You know, he went for his graduation. He's got to be feeling pretty good going into the playoffs. I think this is his first time playing Fanny this season. To AOG a bit early, Smooth. Gonna find Kim, forces the flicker out, electrifying beats as well. Not really doing too much because Reza's right there. Grab, pulls Zorn back in, revitalize, keeping them topped up. Hazel jumps in, final cut, killing spree for the Fanny. Smooth gonna lock him down once again, but the Spear of Misery pushes him into his own wall and they pick him off. The kill going over to Kim. Hazel secures the turtle and the glue jumps in once again, sets up another kill for Kosei. Nespresso gonna be grabbed once again. He is going to just be able to get out, but that is a great trade for Aero.
This is not good for Vamos fans because you can see in that previous turtle fight that the coordination isn't there. It's like everyone's doing their own thing. There's no coordination, there's no chemistry. Vamos needs to step up in terms of their communication, make sure they understand what each individual is going to do. Because if this is going to be an individual game, Aero Esports, they'll punish. Like if someone overextends, they will punish.
Yeah, I totally agree. This has been a problem from Team Vamos throughout the whole season, actually. A little lack of communication that leads to really big deficits because every other team has been working on that specifically this season. Like you mentioned, Lafel, every single player from Vamos was just trying to do their own thing, and I gotta respect Smooth. He was doing a great job of delaying the backline, but the rest of his team just had no way to enter and back him up.
I feel like start with the basics. What do you want, right? Do you want a turtle? Do you want to kill? And if you want to kill, who? Right? As long as you have that basis of communication, then at least you know what kind of play that you want to do. Because it does look like Smooth, Zorn, Error 404 are in different wavelengths. Because I feel like Zorn wants to set a kill for Error 404 to get a kill. And I feel like Smooth was just trying to zone people away so that Error can get the turtle. So two different plans here from both frontliners coming in from Vamos.
The problem with having a Jawhead and Badang as your setters on the side of Team Vamos is you basically need to be the one making the first move. If you are making the reactive play, you are oftentimes going to be starting the fight on the back foot, especially with heroes like Gatot and Glue, which take time to melt down. If Aero starts the fight, Team Vamos are oftentimes going to be scrambling just to keep up.
And again, I talked about this where it's going to be very difficult for Vamos to run away from this Glue, especially when the Glue does have that flicker. He just has to flicker in and then grabs onto Nets, right? Nets has a lot of dashes, but still, as long as the Glue is on top of you, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to do anything. So, I don't know. Team Vamos, I feel like the coach already has to start discussing what to do in game number 2.
I do think so. This is already going out of control a little bit. Arrow Esports is already 4K ahead in 7.5 minutes. It really doesn't feel like a lot has actually happened on the map, but that is much to the advantage of Arrow. They have been taking very specific and very deliberate moves, which has actually given Hazle a 3-0 score.
Hold on to this graphic for a while, because if you look at the gold lane, not a lot of difference, but look at that jungle. 6,000 gold over to 3,660. Arrow 404 has not been farming well, and it's mostly just because Hazle has been pathing much better, able to take his camps away before he even reaches it. So this is already a big problem for Vamos here. How are they going to contest where Arrow 404 is this far behind?
They basically can only depend on Nespresso at this point, right? He's the only one that's still keeping up in terms of farm, and you can just see the way Arrow is moving around the map. They're making sure to stay together. Kim can always diversion them out of a tricky spot if Vamos tries to flank.
Yep. I'm looking at Vamos here. In terms of their win condition, I would say it's try to give Nits kill.
Oh,
now diversion coming in.
They're gonna go for the diversion into the jungle. Zorn will be the first target. He gets blasted with the yin-yang reaction, but is just barely able to walk away.
That was a tap. That was a tap, and that dealt so much damage. So Arrow right now, honestly, they can take it slow. They don't have to force it out. If they want to, they can, of course. But they don't have to, because now Gusei, at 8 minutes and around 50 seconds, he already has the Trinity item. He has what he needs. If he wants more, maybe some defense, maybe a Wind of Nature just to make sure that you don't die. But overall, Arrow, they can start controlling the map.
And they're doing that really, really well. Reza and Zkev can basically walk up with impunity. Hazle, they're gonna be, once again, trying to contest a buff away from Error. Looks like he'll choose not to commit to it this time, but Error are making very smart moves.
If Vamos can delay this game, right? Wait until everyone is at least level 15. Then maybe you can do something, right? Make it into an even playing field, and then at that point, start slowly giving that Sky Piercer stack over to Nets. If Nets has 5, I feel like that's enough to deal a lot of damage against Arrow, because it's very clear with 5,000 gold advantage over to Arrow, there's no way that Vamos can win the fight.
And they already would have, a diversion once again into the jungle. Zorn gonna scout it out, runs away. Reza misses, gets thrown back into Team Vamos. And Nespresso picks up its first kill of the game.
I would actually say that's not that big of a mistake, but more of a good play coming in from Zorn, because he sidestepped the flicker, understanding where the angle is coming from. And then ejector back in, and the kill goes over to Nets. Nets has that Sky Piercer, and now he has 1 stack. A few more stacks after this, and now Vamos is back in the game. So this is good for Vamos. But Error, I would say, yes, they lost a member, but it's not that big of a deal.
It's not that big of a deal, but it also didn't really need to happen. I think Arrow Esports, once they realized Zorn saw them coming, could have held back on the acceleration pedal a little bit. There was no real need to try and force that to happen. It's still fine though. Once again, they're going to be pushing down bottom. Error 4-4 in a really bad spot. Electrifying Beats already used. And there's so much damage coming in from Yin Yang Reaction. Hazle gets the mega kill. Stops him from running away.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's nowhere for them to go. Error is going to come back in 20-ish seconds. So I feel like he is going to be here for this base defense. But Arrow Esports, they're going to get all tier 2s. Now they're looking at the inhibitors. But the good thing is that the Holy Defense is still up. So Vamos, I feel like if they lose an inhibitor, maybe you can lose 1. If you lose 2, it's going to be lights out.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. Smooth tries to engage, gonna get jumped on himself. His crack comes out, grab, pulls him back. Reza picks up the kill. And the rest of the team, Vamos, literally cannot do anything to back him up.
And I feel like they shouldn't. They really shouldn't. They need to stay alive, because the moment you're dead, you're not generating gold or EXP. So I feel like let someone die. You know, like Smooth, you're up or down. If you're out, you're out. Doesn't matter. Ness has to stay alive.
Error 404 looking for a chance to enter. Zorn with the conceal. Not really going to find a target. Blast ZK, but Nespresso is sniped in the backline by Kim. That is literally their most important member to keep alive.
At that point, I'm sorry, Nets. I told you need to stay alive. And maybe I jinxed it. Who knows?
Probably.
Not a good way to start game number 1, but this is the play-ins. We got to see how they evolve. If we're looking at a goal here, still not great, right? 1,000 difference between the gold laners. And we're looking at the jungle around 3,000, right? 2,000 and change. So this is definitely not looking good. If we're looking at the items coming in from Kim, having that glowing wand as well as the enchanted talisman, and just to make sure, in case anyone makes a play, he even has that winter truncheon. So Kim is paying a lot of respect for Vamos. Clockhood has not died, but still, he's 2,000 gold behind. And I don't think with the Glowing One, as well as the Blood Wings, he's not going to be making that big of an impact.
And in the first place, Team Vamos still doesn't have the right heroes to melt down ZK for Reza. The Guitar Kacha was stuck under the inhibitor for 5 seconds, and they couldn't kill him. And they still lost their gold laner in exchange. Arrow Esports have been playing this very smart, very precise. And this is the type of strategy that Team Vamos is actually really vulnerable to.
Yep, very vulnerable to. And now they're going to be starting up the Lord. And looking at the lineup here, I don't think that Vamos should contest. So the most that they can do is probably clear the minions and maybe try to get a turret. Maybe up top. But with how the Lord is dying right now, I feel like they won't have that time. And look at that diversion!
Here comes another one right into the jungle! Team Vamos trying to escape, but Smooth going to be left behind!
Oh no!
Thorn misses the ejector! Hazle jukes it out of him once again! And Team Vamos are just forced on a defensive position the whole game!
The sad thing is, even if he hit that ejector, I don't even know if they will have the damage to actually kill the guy, right? So this is definitely not looking good for Vamos. Maybe don't let go of that Fanny. You know, like Fanny, the Louis, it's like a little bit too much to give over to Arrow.
A little bit. I think even the Fanny is somewhat manageable, but giving them the Loyi on top of it gives Arrow too much map control. And when you lock yourself into Jawhead Badang, where you have to make things happen and you don't have map control, things are pretty bad for you. But here comes the Lord, gonna be pushing in up top. Fizzcrack connects with Zkif, he just heals it back up. Doesn't even need to pop the Revitalize just yet. Reza gonna be eating a good amount of damage. Hazle melting down Error 404. Doesn't quite pick up the kill, but the top and mid inhibitors have both fallen, and Arrow Esports are happy with that.
But that's a message, man. Like, Zkif tanked the turret shots, like what, 3 to 4 turret shots, and he still survived. I mean, like, sure, he has to use the Revitalize, but that does show that Team Vamos, even with 4 turret shots, they still don't have the damage to take down the Gato Kacha. And the problem for Vamos is that they don't really have a true front line. You have a way to engage. Now Divergent coming in.
They're waiting.
The Smooth see it. Like, it's always Smooth, by the way. It's always Smooth.
He did not see it.
Oh, hold on.
They're waiting for Nespresso. They're trying to bait him out, but they'll reveal their position eventually. And I don't know if Vamos can hold this tower, actually.
I feel like they're actually planning for Zorn to pick someone off. Right, I think they're willing to trade this turret if they can get someone. But the question is who? Because this is Zorn. He always tries to flank from behind. But if we remember last week, he tried to do the same thing against Arrow, and Zeki smelled it out. So I think that he might not be able to do it for this game as well.
The fact that Zeki is being able to smell out one of his idols in the MPL scene, the first season that he's playing toe-to-toe with them in the playoffs, speaks a lot to the new generation. Just the presence he exudes by standing there, zoning out Team Vamos. We are 15 minutes in. It has been a slow burn, but a very effective one. Arrow Esports now having a 10k gold lead. It's gonna be nearly impossible to come back from this.
And the thing is, the only one that Vamos should try to kill is Hazle, because he's the only one that has more than 3 kills. So he's gonna be the only one that can actually give that shutdown goal. If they kill Kusei, great, but he only has 1 kill. If you get Kim, he only has 2. So honestly, like, you only have 1 target.
Another diversion play. Zorn gonna get stuck, taunted by Zkif, blasted down. Fizzcrack connects with 3, but he's not able to follow up on his flicker away. Spear of Destruction misses, but Hazle does not. He gets the monster kill, he goes back in, picks up the double. Error 404 has been denied.
My dad did told me this when I was a kid. Not having gold sucks.
It really does.
If he had more items there, maybe he could have done something against Hazle, but Hazle just out-damaged him. There's nothing that he can do, and at this point, it's go next.
It's a 3v5 defense. Team Vamos have nothing. They have no items. They've got no money. They've got no crystal remaining because Arrow Esports has taken everything, including a victory in game number 1.
Talk about opening with confidence. Vamos back on the drawing board. At least looking at their faces, they're not too distressed by this loss. I feel like maybe game number 1 is just to feel what Arrow is thinking about, what they're willing to do. And now we know, okay, you know what? Lu Yi and Fanny probably off the table.
Aero Esports knows how to play a calculated game of MLBB, and that is a really bad formula for Team Vamos, who wants to take advantage of opponents' mistakes and gaps in decision making. So yes, deny heroes that offer vision, deny heroes that allow you to control the map, whether by mobility like Fanny or by diversions like Loyi.
The bad thing here, Staffa, is I kind of feel like Vamos lost individually, because I feel like every single lane, every single role was being 1v1, right? I kind of feel like Smooth couldn't do anything against Reza in the EXP. And you were talking about how gold lanes, both gold laners, they want to play it safe. They don't want to trade too much. So a dead lane. And in the jungle, no contest, right? Hazle won hands down against Error 404. So in game number 1, total domination. I want to see how Vamos recovers from this loss.
The thing is, the pace was set right from the start by that first play from Reza, where Flicker comes out from Zorn, instant Flicker away. No ejector play, they cannot contest the first turtle. After that, Aero Esports plays very safe. They keep an eye on where Zorn is because they know he's the only one setting up kills for the team. Smooth isn't really even doing that himself. The Jawhead is their only problem. So they just avoid him. And Vamos has no opportunity to start anything.
And unfortunately, another loss for Badang in the EXP. After this, we'll be looking at the MVP here. I kind of feel like it's got to go over to Hazle, but now we're looking here, and of course, it's Hazle.
Yep.
When you give him the Fanny, what's going to happen, man? Total domination.
Total domination. I'm still not... Has he played Fanny this season?
I mean, he's known for his Fanny, but not here. It's back in Indonesia.
I don't think he's had a chance to play the hero until now, right? On first game of the playoffs. And he didn't play particularly aggressively, actually. Compared to other Fannies we've seen out there, you see them cabling in, getting easy pickoffs, jumping back out. But Hazle's not going for those flashy kills. He's not trying to be that one-man army.
He doesn't have to.
Yeah, his team is setting up beautifully for him. And because of that, he is 8-0-1 in a game where his Fanny didn't even feel that active.
I kind of feel like at one point, even he's like, wait, I'm doing this much damage? All right, might as well just stay in, because we see, like, you know, either Zorn tries to catch him, Error 404 tries to damage him, and every single time he wins that trade, right? So early game, getting that advantage when it comes to gold as well as levels, definitely hurt Vamos. And now we're looking at over here, 0 Lords, 0 Turtle. Vamos could not do anything in this game in terms of gold difference. It's around 11,000 gold. And even looking at the buffs, man, a lot of it goes over to Arrow.
Yeah, I was really worried about this when I saw their initial opening with the Badang, Granger, and Joy. You are already setting yourselves up in a position where you don't have much early game presence on the map. You really need your remaining 2 picks to have good early game presence. And they did do that with the Vexana and the Jawhead, but it leans a little bit too far in that direction, especially the Jawhead pick. You need to make things happen in the first couple minutes, otherwise the hero just becomes kind of useless.
I kind of feel like in this lineup, the only oddball really is Smooth on the Badang, right? Like, it makes sense the Badang tries to catch the Fanny, but maybe something a little bit more reliable, because we know that Zorn is good on the Cho. Why couldn't they just pick up the Cho in the first phase?
Yeah, I think they were trying to keep it a little bit on the down low, because everyone knows Zorn is going to play the Cho. If he reveals it in advance, people are prepared to handle it somewhat. And unfortunately, leaving it until the second phase allowed Aero to ban it as the final hero on their side as well. So it already denied a lot of early playmaking ability, which would have helped against Aero Esports. And when they see that Vamos has no early game damage, you just lock in 2 big beefy guys in front.
Yep. 2 things. If I know Zorn, in the back of his mind, he was thinking of Kufra. But the problem is, you already have the Badang. I kind of feel like locking in a Badang early kind of screwed them a little bit, right? Because you need someone to be that front line. And the other thing is, Arrow 404, this is his first loss.
Oh, yeah?
He's not lost any game so far. This is his first loss. So we do have to see, does this affect him in any way?
It is 100% going to be kind of a humbling experience, because even if you lose, like here's the pub player mentality. Right?
Yep.
Even if you lose, if you're the MVP, you didn't lose. You know, you're fine. You did what you needed to do. This was not an MVP performance. He was getting wrecked by Hazle, basically being put in his place. And this is his first loss the entire season on the very first game of the playoffs in a play-in series. That is a lot of pressure.
But again, looking at how they reacted after the loss, both Nets as well as Aero 404, they were smiling, they were giggling like, maybe it's cope, who knows? maybe it's just how they...
Maybe some copian back there.
Maybe it's just how they deal with a loss, but hey, you know what? If they're fine, if they're okay, game number 2, they can jump back in, great. Now we got to look at the key players here. Kusei, the rich guy, 802 gold per minute. Nets, he still dealt the most amount of damage. It's just he doesn't kill anyone, right? So the carry still Nets, 47,000 damage dealt. Sandbag is going to be Zkif. And the best wingman is going to be Kusei himself.
I think when you can see that Nets Fresco is the carry doing the most damage on both teams, you can see how slowly this game was going. Literally the only person on the map that could actually do damage consistently was the Granger from really far away. Because Aero Esports is just choosing not to fight until it's the right time.
Yep.
And because of that, Vamos can't really do damage to them as well. Nespresso is the only one that can actually do some form of poke. And like you said, it's not enough damage to actually threaten anyone.
Yep, right now we're looking at the highlights here, and good start coming in from Vamos. But I feel like the second turtle fight, that's where everything went wrong. Either at that point, they're just not comfortable with this draft. Because look, in terms of Smooth trying to go in, and then we can see everyone else from Vamos, you can see that hesitation. They're like, do we follow up Smooth? Do we retreat? If we go in front, can we get a kill? It's just a situation where Vamos was overthinking it, and someone made a call, and it was a bad call.
And it actually took them so long to actually decide to do something that Kosei was able to sit on that Spear of Destruction. It connected at the start of the fight, and then he only took it like in the middle of the fight to get a good stun in. So it shows you that Team Vamos was very hesitant. And then every play from then onwards, the diversion caught them off guard because they needed to have someone out there getting some kind of vision. But there's just no threat.
I hope game 1 is going to be enough of a warm-up for Vamos to get a win here. Because the coaches as well, I kind of feel like they're a little bit unsure. So if Aero 404 loses again, Chibi might sub in for game number 3. And at that point, it's kind of like the rest of the teams are getting themselves comfortable with Error, and then now changing back to Chibi, so you got to restart all over again. Like, it could be the right move, of course, but I'm just worried. If Error loses again, I kind of feel like Chibi is coming back in game number 3.
The question is, though, will that be a hit to morale as a whole, right? Because they went into the playoffs with everyone saying, and they themselves thinking, Error 404 is going to be the hero of Vamos. This kid is going to save us. And they're forced to swap him off straight away. That is not a good look.
Yeah, and now for you guys, the official Mobile Legends eSport watch, Fairy, crafted in Switzerland using a genuine dragon leather. I have one for myself. We got 3 different colors. We got black, blue, as well as green. Well, blue, white is, you know, whatever is your take. I'm colorblind, but I personally love this green. It's a jade color green from the strap, all the way from the sides here, from the bezels and everything else. So personally for me, I love it. There's a lot more. It's not just watches. You got jewelry as well, where here, I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is the Stormy ring.
Whoa!
I got it for myself. I paid for this myself, but shout out to Fairy, man. Amazing stuff. So make sure you guys check them out.
Yeah, they've got all sorts of stuff. They got Jewelry series. They have Mythic pendants. If you guys are Mythic rank, you can grab that as well. Just like you guys can also get ready for Riyadh. Because from July 10th to August 2nd, it is going to be one game for 2 champions. Because both MSC and MWI are going to be uniting for an MLBB showdown happening at the Esports World Cup 2025.
Hopefully, we'll get great games there. Because MWI, MSC, if it's anything like last year, it's going to be amazing. But for now, MPL MY, we got to see who's going for that MSC round, where tomorrow, I believe, we'll have our first representative.
Honestly, it's very interesting, the formatting of our playoffs this time, right? We have 2 phases, but we already know our first rep from phase 1. And we technically know our top 4 after today.
Yep.
And all 4 of them still go to play phase 2.
We know Onyx Philippines is going there.
Yep. Ooh.
SRG, I kind of feel like SRG wants to
gotta defend our title.
At least top 3. I don't know. If they win, that's great. But at least top 3. Now, this is going to be an amazing series. So I feel like we'll be watching a video before we go into the second game here. So I don't know. Vamos, you got to figure something out because Aero Esports, they look very much prepared. So we're going to give them a little bit more time and watch this video.
Hello guys, saya Error 404 and hari ni saya nak rate siapa jungle paling padu kat MPL MY season ni.
First, kita ada RRQ Hazle atau dia kena Aero Hazle sekarang. Dia solo kill saya yang early, so macam seram dengan dia ni. So saya kena letak sini kot.
So Hazle is the king of jungle right now. So I will put this.
Hazle sini kot. Tahu.
Next ada Emal, tengah-tengah A, B, C. Mungkin saya tak C kot. Jahat lah. Dia nombor 2. Tak boleh lah. Biar B.
Emal, I think A.
Emal ni padu juga. Maybe A kot.
Match, saya dah lawan ke? Oh, dah. Saya tak D lah. Design, tak payah cakap.
Match ni rasa kurang bila saya lawan dia. C lah.
Oh, Kimin. Uish, dia dah house. Saya boleh letak C kot.
Kimi ni juga dia bagi impact kat team DXO lah. So maybe A lah.
Ush, siapa ni? Oh, tak kenal ni. Ni out of data. So saya tak tahu. Saya tak bawah.
Guys,
dah ada S. Final boss. Sky sini lah.
Ush, Team Ray. Saya tak A.
Lazir, C.
Lazir. Sini kot.
Sekarang kita ada Chibi, The Goat. So The Goat kita akan letak S. Dua ni Goat kan?
B ke A ya? B lah.
My idol.
Alamak, ada Goat yang kedua. Ketiga. Kita letak A lah.
Aero, C lah.
Aero 404. Sini lah.
Weh, ada Prime Zahid juga. Respect sikit lah.
Zahid, B lah.
Zahid ni power juga. S.
Weh, GB. Saya geram dengan dia. Tak apa.
GB D lah.
GB A lah.
Ronaldo guys. King of Fanny. I think he's the good lah. Boleh tukar-tukar sikit tak? Kita tukar. Chibi still the best. The good of the good. The reason saya tak GB kat F sebab kalau korang tengok Fanny dia, uish, saya ada nampak satu komen daripada owner dia, Sagam. Uish. Saya as user Fanny rasa macam tersakiti tau tengok Fanny dia. So, tak mahal GB tapi it's true.
Ini boleh lah, power juga lah. S. Hazel letak aku kat mana
Apa ni? Cupu dia.
You what?
Mudah. Ini kids, boleh lah. Ada idol saya, Sekis. Dia di S karena dia menang, ya jadi jago. Cibi saya letak A aja. Karena dia sering masuk internasional kan, jadi A aja. Error 404 ya? Nggak tahu sih, dia juga baru main dikit kan. Letak D. Yang kalah kita letak bawah aja. Imal belum pernah lawan, tapi kayaknya jago. Prime Season 9. Jago nih, jago. C aja.
You what?
Got funny. Yes. Lalu ada apa? Kimin. Karena dia menang lawan kita orang, kita letak A aja. A. Oke guys, ini rating dari gua. Jangan lupa buat nonton terus MPL MY dan juga dukung Aero.
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Hold up. The Aero 404 just put GB at A.
Yeah.
I feel like that kid needs a mental evaluation.
A little bit.
He
Dude, it's always so mean when we talk about this, like, for Gebe.
But Sakai's, look, Sakai's knows his stuff. He's like, Gebe, I saw your fanny, man. Like, damn.
Dude, if Skies calls you out like that, you know you've done something wrong. You know, Skies does not call people out like that. But he's right.
By the way, a lot of people put Chibi very high.
Yeah, actually, I'm impressed.
Yep. And now we have a quote coming in from Kim. I want to defeat Vamos. Because when I heard their mic check during our match, it was really hype. Okay, sure. A message from Vamos. I hope you won't have any communication issues in the playoffs because we want a fierce battle, not an easy one. And I think they're already disappointed because game number one, kind of easy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Kim. I don't think game one lived up to your expectations because there were clearly still communication issues happening. And a very easy thing to say here, if we can see it, if you guys watching can see it, That's a problem.
If Vamos loses 0-3 against Arrow, I want them to interview Kim, and I want Kim to let everyone know. Because I feel like he has some pent-up rage inside of him. Because he's like, you guys look good last week. What happened, bro? What happened?
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we have to remember, last week, even though Vamos did take the series against Arrow, again, it wasn't with Hazle playing, and it was still difficult for them. Rank QT actually played a very solid game 1 and took the first victory. So going into this, where Arrow Esports are clearly looking much better, looking a lot more comfortable, looking very prepared too, can the veterans actually defeat the newcomers?
Yeah, we're going to look at the newcomer here versus the veteran, because Zkif, he does say that he wants to be the next generation of Roams. Because right now we got Zorn, we got Yumes. Right, but now Zkif, he has to go up against Zorn first. And we're looking at the numbers here. In terms of kill participation, average assists per game, death per game, and honestly total assists, every single one Zorn has Zkif beat. But again, Zkif is not that far behind, 63 to 66. 7.7 over to 8.7, 2.8 over to 3.1, 176 against 191. And we have to consider that Zorn has been playing since Season 1. He has not missed a season. And Zkif, he just came in, man. He just came in.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume based on the numbers that these are just stats for Season 15, because otherwise, if it was total, it wouldn't really make sense.
Yeah,
but Zorn is the type of player that usually wants to get his hands dirty, right?
Yeah.
So it's understandable that his stats would be a little bit higher comparatively to Zkif, who plays more of a backup utility role. But if we're talking about Zkif being the next Zorn, how about Error 404, which many say is the next Chibi? We asked him the question, and he said, maybe, yeah, I'm the next Chibi, but I'm still learning from him every day. And honestly, Chibi is still the best jungler in Malaysia.
At least he knows how to glaze a boy up. And I gotta tell you, Stafa, this is such an amazing series. This is Arrow going up against Vamos. Who do you think the comments is talking about? That's right, teams from MPL Philippines. Shout out to the comment section, man. I love that when everything happens. Like, oh, these two teams are great. What about Indo, though, you know?
Well, we're very good at deflecting.
Oh yeah.
Like whenever someone comes up to me as well and asks me, "Hey, why did you lose that game?" I'll be like, "Oh, did you watch MPL?" You know, it's like,
did you watch China though? The qualifiers, man. That one of the best MLBB I've ever seen. I got to see Wu Zetiang. I hope I'm pronouncing her right.
It's close,
right? I would actually say that's very accurate. But now we're about to jump into the draft here. We're gonna look who has blue side, who has red side. I believe Vamos gets to choose, so they should be on red side again. No, they want blue side here, so Vamos will be the first pick. It looks like Coach Bam, he will not allow that Fanny to go. And Vamos betting out both the Lu Yi as well as the Jushin.
And being on the blue side doesn't mean that they're able to play things like the Fanny Gambit, but Arrow Esports just instantly decides we're not going to play that game, just deny the hero outright. It does offer you a little bit too much mobility and damage pressure in the first few minutes of the game. We're also seeing the removal of general global presence, with the Loyi being banned out by Team Vamos and a Chip being banned by Arrow.
It's quite interesting, right? Because Chip honestly hasn't had the best showing here in Malaysia so far, but teams are still respecting it. And now, in terms of the bans here, I'm still looking at the Kalia, maybe even the Boxia, because if the Boxia is on the table, then the Kimi is not gonna be looking that hot. But either ways, I kind of feel like the Kalia has to go.
I agree. I feel like it would give a lot of... Ooh.
Maybe first pick the Boxia into a Kimi later on?
I think so.
Right?
I think that's what they're aiming for. Because Team Vamos going on the blue side is for a specific reason. There has to be a hero that they're eyeing. If they're banning out Ling when Chip is already off the table, Boxia,
it should be a Boxia, right?
Makes a lot of sense.
Like, pick up the Boxia, let Arrow pick up whatever, and then eventually picking up that Kimi. Because even if Arrow picks up the Kimi, it's like, yeah, whatever, man. They just stay with the Boxia and then eventually get a Hayabusa. In fact, Arrow might aim for that one, right? Hayabusa and etc. Right? Boxia first pick as predicted.
As expected here, this indirectly denies a Kimi pick out of Arrow Esports, and they will indeed not choose to bite that bait. They go for the Harif alongside the Phobias. Very solid opening.
I would say Kimi Haya here. Like, it's a good pick for you, and it denies Hazle of the Hayabusa pick. So, personally for me, that would be the good pick, but they can go a different route and pick up, say, a Hayabusa as well as Granger, because even if the Kimi goes over to Arrow, it's not that big of a deal, right? Granger, Haya, Kimi, Haya, I kind of feel like those are the best options for Vamos right now.
Yeah, we're in a position now where Kimi doesn't actually need to show up every single match, and we actually know that the pick rate on Kimi is pretty low in other MPLs as well, but Team Vamos going in a very different direction, going Kimi, Granger, and the instant Farsa response from Arrow Esports. It's almost like they already knew this was going to come out.
Hey, shout-outs, man, because I love both these marksmen, man. Kimi and Granger is amazing. And now that the Farsa has been banned out, we do know that this Kimi is going over to mid, so it's not that big of a question for Arrow where both of this is going. It's only the Boxia, right? Can go to jungle, can go to roam, can go to EXP. And the thing is, we have seen Zorn on that Boxia before, so it's definitely on that table.
Yeah, I think that Team Vamos can play this hero in any of the 3 positions necessary, and that actually provides a very important tool for the side of Team Vamos to adjust their draft based on what Arrow Esports will lock in next. As of right now, the Baxia is actually not a bad matchup into the Phobias, but they can still go for other directions as well, right? We see the Suyo being banned out. This was actually a power pick for Error 404 previously, so they just want to take it off the table. And the Badang gonna be removed by Team Vamos.
The question really is here is that Vamos, are they not concerned at all for any jungle picks here? Because Arrow will be picking up it directly after this, right? And if they ban out the Hayabusa, he can pick up that Lancelot, as we saw before. And my question as well is that, can Arrow use this Boxia? I mean, Boxia is not a mechanically, difficult hero to use. And this is interesting. Arrow themselves banned out the Hayabusa. What jungler are they aiming for? The Lancelot?
That takes out a lot of the classic meta assassins. Even Ling is off the table. We've seen Hazle play Alpha before. X-Borg is still an option too. Actually, X-Borg might not be bad since there's already a Baxia on the opposite side. But I feel like if you're going to go in that direction, you want to leave it for last pick just to bait out a couple more tanky frontliners from Vamos.
Vamos now having the final ban here. They bat out that Lancelot.
Wow.
But the thing is, there's still other junglers here, man. And I kind of feel like you can actually wait it out because there's still the Hanzo. If you want, you can go for Alpha, even the Fredrin. The Fredrin not so good against the lineup here, so maybe not that. But actually, Fredrin for Vamos might not be bad as well. Not I look at it.
I actually think Fredrin for Vamos is very good since they have 2 marksmen already. Yeah, that will be a question of whether Error 404 can flex into utility jungle. If they still want Assassin, Joy...
Lucas!
Oh yeah!
Lucas!
Oh yeah!
Right, I forgot about Lucas.
How did we forget that? Joy and Lucas are actually both still on the table. Lucas is the more preferred hero, but the chance of Valentina EXP popping up is still there. Looks like Arrow Esports will challenge it. They lock in the Lucas.
Yep. Like I said, the Valentina can be there. The question is... can Smooth execute? And it's weird to ask this question because Smooth is one of the more consistent EXP laners, but this season has not been his season, man.
Yep. I feel very bad for Smooth because he has been forced into a very utility position for his team.
Yep.
He needs to open the map, he needs to start fights, he needs to basically throw his body in for the rest of them to do something.
I feel like Hylos might be okay here. It's a good matchup against the Phobias, and it's a good way for them to engage a fight.
I agree. Hylos is good. Gator Kacha is actually not bad as well. Just deny the Feathered Airstrike or Zaman Force with the AOG. You will need a pretty bulky EXP laner here for Vamos. They go for Hilda Hanzo.
All right, interesting. And they pick up that Matilda. So still, this is one of the better drafts coming in from Arrow. But I do feel like Vamos missed opportunity for picking up that Hylos, because overall, even with this Matilda pick, I still feel like the Hylos would have been a good choice. The Hanzo, though, could apply a lot of pressure onto that Farsa. So in a way, you can shut down Kim that way.
At the very least, this time Team Vamos has a little bit more of a late game insurance, but they do still have some pressure to actually get things started early since they have this Hilda Hanzo combo, right? They need to be picking up kills right from the get-go and playing around the vision that this Baxia can provide them. Otherwise, Aero Esports generally have a really powerful team fight, especially with ZK back on that support Matilda. We're gonna be jumping back into Land of Dawn for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Can Aero Esports build up an even stronger lead? Let's find out.
Now looking at a draft here, the only thing that we have to talk about is Error. He cannot lose in terms of farm. That's it, right? That's it. Farm up very safely. Get to a point where you can always use your ult over to the mid lane and then just disrupt their rotation there, because they should win the lane here, Staffa. Like Kimi is good in lane, Granger is good in lane. Hilda against Phoveus, it's kind of whatever, right? But either way, Vamos has already winning lane set up for them in the draft, so they should not botch this.
I don't really know about that, actually. Yes, their heroes are good for getting lane prio, but I'm not sure if they just directly win the matchups they have, right? Especially
not with that kind of confidence.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't have the confidence, you know? Looking at the heroes, I don't really know if they're 100% guaranteed.
Yeah. They just need the right mindset, Staffa.
You're right.
If you think you can, you can. Right? If you think your Layla can dominate a Granger, a Bruno, you can. Kelra showed it back in M6.
That is true. That's what all the pub players do as well. If they can do it,
and they win.
Well, yeah.
They do win. Trust me, they do win.
I can't believe they win. They actually do.
They win.
That's the thing. It's not even a joke. They do actually win.
Come here in Malaysia, man. You'll see weird stuff, and then you'll be baffled by them winning.
I hate it so much. So much. But yeah, Team Vamos is gonna try and make things happen early. We're gonna see the bite go in on ZK, but Aero Esports have really good ways of disengaging fights.
Looking at the farm here, Hazle level 4, Aero 4-4 still level 4. Kusei again taking a lot of damage from Nance. Nance should be able to get the kill here. He really should.
One hit. Okay, there we go. First blood, the Nespresso.
Yeah, like I said, like they have the heroes to do it, man. Like Granger against Harif. Once Harif gets level 4, sure, it's 50-50. But before that, you should really take advantage. And it's a good thing that Nets did.
Error 404 just trying to be annoying. When you have Baxia, Hanzo, Hilda, you have really strong lane rotation. So Team Vamos, like you mentioned, should be getting the early game lead that they are looking for, and that should give them a better game.
Now, what Vamos needs to do is to bait out that Unleash the Beast, right? Someone apply some damage, some pressure so that he uses it first. And then Vamos, don't go for the turtle, go for the fight.
Traction Pulse comes in, locks down Hazle, pops the Sacred Beast. Zorn gonna be pushed into the Feathered Airstrike, but he survives it all with Revitalize. And here comes Hanekage, but the snipe, Reza gonna finish Zorn off. Hazle just barely surviving with 1 HP. And Aero Esports will back it off.
And this is what they want to do, because look at what Aero is doing right now. He's farming. This is how you play a Hanzo. You don't necessarily need that turtle. If it's for free, take it. Sure, why not? But if you go there yourself, there's gonna be such a big risk. Now, speaking of risk, Kim is going in, and Zorn is there to back him up.
Yeah, this might actually be bad for them. They went very aggressive. Kim gonna be locked down, and Arrow 404 gonna be eating good today. Zekif and Kim going to be taken off the map.
Looks like Vamos, they've warmed up. They understand how Aero Esports move, and that was a big mistake coming in from Kim. Zorn was able to knock him out of the wings by wings, and then it's going to be an easy kill for Aero 404. And this is how you play Hanzo. You apply pressure, and then once the pressure is gone, then you take free stuff.
The first turtle going over to Error 404, and this is now the start that Team Vamos was looking for in Game 1 as well. Zekif tried to initiate on Error 404, but ended up pulling Kim into a bad spot with him, and now Zekif in danger once again. Flickers out of the way. Smooth gonna come in from the flank, but Hazle is there and escorts him out.
Yep, and Vamos does not have to fully commit, man. They just need to push them away, push them out, and then slowly but surely start choking Aero Esports from getting the farm. Try to bait out that Sacred Beast as much as you can. Don't engage him, just back away. It's like how you handle bullies, right? You rage bait them, let them say what they want, but in the meantime, you're off eating ice cream. That's how you deal with bullies, man.
Yeah, unless they're bigger than you, then they can just beat you up. But we don't talk about that.
If they're in front of you, get a bodyguard. Work so hard that you have a bodyguard.
All right, that sounds like very viable advice. For now, though, Team Vamos looking perfectly fine as the bullies in this situation. They are able to get the early game lead that they ideally want with this trio of Hilda, Hanzo, Baxia, and they're also creating space for Nespresso and Clockun. The later this game goes, the more comfortable Team Vamos becomes as well.
This is not good for Kusei because there's already a 1-level gap here. Nats is level 7 and Kusei is still level 6. He's about to hit level 7 pretty soon, but by that time, Nats is already hitting at level 8. Vamos, 1,600 goal lead. Arrow Esports, they're still in a good enough position that both Kim as well as Kusei can do a lot of damage come late game, right? But you got to get to that point first.
And ideally, you don't want to be too behind as well, because they're just going to outscale regardless. Summon Force comes in, Kusei flickers away from Zorn. Really well played right there. Anikage not going to be able to get the execute, so Kusei avoids the gank.
Yep, and again, just apply pressure. Because right now, look at Kusei. He has to go back to base. And when you're not there to protect your turret, guess what the Granger going to be doing, man? Pew-pewing the turrets.
And that's just getting a lot of farm. Pew Pew also being applied to Kim. The Feathered Airstrike zones away Clockun, but he eats quite a lot of damage in return. Smooth is scouting out the turtle. Here comes the rest of Vamos. Smooth gonna flicker away from Zaman Force, and here comes Kanikage as well. Gets a knock-up on Reza, but the Infernal Pursuit doing a good amount of damage. The Phobius will be blasted down in the end, and now Zorn has a free entry in. Lucas hasn't been able to work on Turtle enough. It is still 50-50, and he's eating so much damage. He will pick it up, and a flash combo! Trades his own life for Smooth, but Nespresso picks up the killing spree.
Yep, 3-0-2. Nats is looking good now. Zorn, looks like the first item is going to be that Curse Helmet. Just going to be applying a little bit more, I would say damage, but it's really just to get more assists so that you ramp up your gold even much more. Speaking of gold, almost 3,000 gold hit. And now Vamos, they're able to get that purple buff, so they're really choking out Arrow Esports. I like that they understand the strength that they have with this draft. So honestly, game number 2, Vamos, even though I don't like the Hilda that much, but Smooth has been piloting it very well.
Yeah, Vamos is good at early game snowballs, so why not play towards that strength, right? And this lineup was pioneered to make sure that could happen. Arrow Esports in a bit of a tough spot. They're not that far behind in gold, all things considered. It is still a gap you can catch up to, but you already don't have much of an advantage in late game scaling as well. So Team Vamos are sitting very comfortable.
You do if the Harif pops off, because Harif is just one of those heroes that's just a little bit dumb in terms of you can 1v9 as long as you have that item.
But really is an on-paper sort of situation.
Yeah. Can Kusei actually do it?
If you're trying to avoid both Nets and Clockun at the same time, it's a bit tough.
And now Arrow is just trying to protect their turrets up top, and Kusei is already taking a lot of damage, and now the flicker is out. If Vamos keeps doing this, Kusei will be a non-factor in the game.
Yeah, I feel really bad for him. Like, this is literally... even having to use the Sound Force, the pressure that Vamos is applying. They've already rotated Nespresso up to the top lane. He's getting free waves, he's getting towers, and all of this just from Zorn standing in front and not allowing his lane opponent to walk up.
The Lord is going to be spawning in about 6 seconds here. Vamos, they can take it because as long as they're able to get the second tier turrets against Arrow, I think they're in checkmate position, right? Because they're already looking good. In terms of the items here, Clockun has that concentrated energy, so it's going to be ramping up quite a lot in the fight, and he's going to be able to stay in for quite a while. Arrow 44 is looking for his third item. 8 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead. Arrow, only Reza can make a play here.
But Reza's already getting caught with the traction pulse, and Zorn locks him down, forces to flicker away, and Clockun not gonna let him escape. The rest of Arrow are looking to engage though. Reza already down, Sacred Beast Form comes in from the flank, picks up Nespresso, that's a shutdown for Hazle! Sacred Beast Form right to the face, and Hazle steals the Lord away, picks up the double, picks up the triple! Team Vamos have been caught unaware, and now must retreat with their tail between their legs.
I'm sorry, but that was a big mistake coming in from Arrow 404. He's already out of his shadow form. Like, I don't know why he tried to get the Lord. Even if he does, it's not worth it, man. That's not what your draft does. You're not about winning turtles. You're not about winning Lords. You're just about getting those kills. So I don't know why, when it expired, he dashed in and gave a kill over to Hazle. That was such a misplay coming in from Vamos. They just had to play the range. Just push them away, get some free kills, and then reset. That that could be game-changing here.
Yeah, that was overheating at its finest. Team Vamos did not need to force that. They already picked off Reza for free. They could have reset, just like you said, waited for cooldowns, and forced Arrow into a 4v5. But they full committed to it, and Lucas loves those situations. Now the lead is gone. It's in favor of Arrow instead.
Yep. That was... Oh, talk about a troll. Like, that deserves a replay just for us to see what really happened in the match, because people will be glazing Hazle for sure. He did a good job, definitely. But Vamos didn't have to lose that much. If they lost nets, it's okay. Relax, let Arrow pick up the Lord, because that's not your win condition. Heck, it's not even Arrow's win condition, right? The Lord is great, but at 8 minutes, it's not going to be that big of a difference. If they get one turret, whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, it's not a big issue. Team Vamos, again, did not need to do that. And that is a big blunder. That is a loss of composure in a really crucial timing, because if they had won that Lord instead, the game would basically be over on the spot.
And honestly, like, Vamos with nets dying, even if they did get the Lord, I feel like it will still be Arrow favorite. Now
trying to contest the purple. Feathered airstrike as well. Reza doing a good job, but Nespresso picks up the shutdown. Arrow Esports maybe overextending themselves as Nespresso picks up the double kill. Gets the snipe in the front line of Arrow Esports. Falls in an instant. Smooth waiting in the flank, stopping the guiding winds. Kosei will get away, wings by wings, getting Kim out, but he has the flicker as well. Team Vamos fight back, and they'll go ahead and steal their buff instead.
Yeah, make sure that they don't overheat here, because Arrow Esports, I actually feel like they did make a good play. It's just that Vamos, they didn't make a mistake this time. They just kite it out, and that's what they have to do. As long as they don't rush in, they kite it out, it should be good. Right now, in terms of the goal, it really doesn't matter at this point, because it's pretty even, and I feel like all the carries have the necessary items to perform well. Only Kusei, does he have the Holy Crystal? Looks like he does not have the Holy Crystal just yet, so maybe just waiting on that before they can really commit to a fight. Until then, they will be lacking a bit of damage when Hazle dies. As long as Hazle's there, sure, you got the damage, but once he's done, you don't have much.
Yeah, I think Arrow Esports jumped the gun. They got a really good Lord fight, but there was no need for them to force the buff contest like that. They're gonna try and enter once again. Pop the Sacred Beast form. Guided Wind pulls him on top of Nespresso. Go! Kim gets the execute. Arrow Esports not willing to take this sitting down. Here comes Hazle once again, shoving Smooth backwards. They pick up 2 kills, and that will be a free Lord.
Nets, a lot of criticism is on to him, and at that point as well, like, how did he get caught, man? Like, that was... Let's just call it. Every single time Nets dies, it's game over.
Yes.
Right? It's game over, because Error does damage, but not all the time, right? The only way he has is ult. But Nets, he's that guy. He's the finisher. He's supposed to do everything. Once he's out, that's it.
Yeah, like when you really look at these lineups in comparison, Arrow Esports is very much a dive composition. The heroes want to run straight at you, while Team Vamos can afford to play it slow. Granger and Kimmy means you can kite, and if they're not able to kite, Arrow just wins the fight.
Which goes to show that I kind of feel like both, no, not both, just Smooth. I kind of feel like Smooth has to do a good job scouting out where Arrow is, because someone has to be in the back just to protect Clockwood, just to protect Next Fresco. It's either Zorn or Smooth. I kind of feel like at this point it should be Zorn.
It's one or the other. They just need someone to defend the back line. Arrow 404, gonna lose Hanekage. Not really able to do much poke damage, but at the very least, Team Vamos are able to hold on to all their inhibitors.
Nespresso at this point, he cannot die at all. Like, that's it. That should be the final death of the entire game. If he dies again, at 30 minutes, Arrow can get a Lord later on, and then they can get an inhibitor. And at that point, they can just slow the game down. Let the minions do the work.
Team Vamos honestly can just position the punish. They know that Nets is the target all the time. Feathered Airstrike pokes him down. Here comes Hanekage again. Zaman Force. Looks like Jose focusing on the tower. Reza gonna be traded away. And now Hazle a bit too deep here. He might get punished for this. Goes in for the last combo. Winter Crown keeping him alive for a while. But Arrow Esports have overstepped their welcome.
This is a little bit unfortunate stuff where both teams are just committing to fights where they really shouldn't.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you have the luxury to just relax, right? Choke them out, freeze the minions, get the Lord, and then, you know, let them get out of the base and then do something. Because you saw Nets, he just waited for his moment, and then I guess Hazle lost patience and then went straight on to Clock, and he's like, whatever, man, Kimi, Granger, doesn't matter. either or is fine.
I don't even really know what the real purpose of that was. The Feathered Airstrike did good damage to Ned. All right, good start. Kosei was just focusing the tower while the rest of Arrow was trying to dive into the backline. I feel like they needed Kosei's damage if they were looking for the fight. Otherwise, they could have just taken it slow. It's so strange.
14 minutes in, going to 15. I just want to see good wave management from both teams, especially Vamos, because they do have control over here. And with that Hanzo, it's going to be much more easier for you to establish a slow push. But looking at Arrow, if they can freeze the wave in their side of the map, then they can have a big advantage. Get a Lord Wit again, because I believe that they can with the draft, and then unleash their entire wave and then push it up, right? Just have 3 lanes pushed together. This is already a good way that Hazle is managing the lane. Just let 1 minion almost die just to freeze them in.
Yeah, I think if Arrow Esports are able to bait Team Vamos out of the base, basically put them in a position where the backline is vulnerable, that's the best situation for them. Whereas Team Vamos want to play it slow. Let Zorn and Smooth slow down the front line while Nets and Clawkun do their poke damage. Looks like they're still going to try and commit on this though. They're trying to punish Hazle, going in for it. Winter Crown comes out once again and he survives. He dances away from Error for a 4, and the backline is left exposed. Team Vamos have bitten the bait and it is coming back hard. Kosei jumping a bit too deep, but Feathered Airstrike backs him up. He's going to be able to survive, picks up the kill on Nespresso. He's going to get slain himself, but it ends up being a 3-for-3 trade.
That was a clutch Winter Crown coming in from Hazle, because if he died there, GG. Kim, 1v1 Error. Error can't do anything here. Kim gets a kill, killing spree, and now it's only Smooth. And now Hazle just clearing the wave. I don't think he can end it here, but he's going to try to kill Smooth.
I think he might be able to. Beast Bomb, can he
Unfortunately, that was caught on camera. You can't pretend. That was caught on camera.
We can't even pretend we didn't see that. Hazle, can he get out? He might even... Oh. That is going down the Hall of Fame in the wrong way.
That's what we call the Hall of Shame.
Oh, yes. I was looking for the word. Thank you.
Ooh. Hazle. Ooh.
That was...
overheating just a little bit. Maybe getting a little bit too excited. You know, like, there were definitely other options for him to make sure that that mistake didn't happen, but it is what is it, you know? It is what is it.
I feel pain in my kokoro, Lafel. Like, that was not healthy for me. Feathered Airstrike once again. Even though they don't have Hazle, Arrow Esports wants to try and contest this Lord. Team Vamos are in a much better position though. Arrow 404 is here with the Hanekage. He should secure it with the Retribution. Yes, he will. And Team Vamos gets out. Not quite scot-free. They left Arrow 404 behind, guys! You're jungler!
I'm lost for words. Maybe they're just like, there's no way you're gonna get caught, right? I mean, you can get yourself out of this, right? You're Error 404. You should be able to run away.
Error 404, teammates not found. Zaman Force gonna go for the tower. Smooth will cancel it, but that actually puts him really far in front. Traction Pulse locks down ZK. He'll flicker away.
Yeah, and now the Lord looks like will be taken care of. A lot of what if stuff are like, what if Error didn't die? What if Hazle didn't overcommit?
This is why anime always promotes the power of friendship, Lafel.
I mean, say what you want.
You need friends.
You don't know what's going to happen in this match.
No Nakama gets left behind, Lafel.
They need to watch a little bit more anime then, I guess.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe they've been watching a lot of Western movies where there's just a lot of betrayals.
That is true. That does happen a lot.
In Western, there is a lot of betrayals, huh? Here in Asia, it's all about friends and etc.
I mean, maybe we're just not watching the right anime. There are like more realistic anime as well.
There's even the one where like the guys like the guys, or we don't talk about that.
No, I mean, yeah, that's the thing.
I don't like that. I like Naruto better.
I think depending on who you ask, there is some of that in Naruto too.
Oh, dude, let's talk about the game, man. Let's look at the items, because even that is full build without any boots, which is great, but also kind of bad because you don't have that movement speed. If someone gets on top of you, pause. If someone gets on, pause. Like, if he gets caught, it's not good.
I feel like we're reaching the point in this game where it's a little
I need a reset.
It's a little bit hard to think about things logically.
I need 100+.
Because like both these teams are sus. One word, sus. I don't know what's happening on the map right now. I also need 100 plus. Give me a moment.
I feel like it's just, in a way, they're looking down at their opponents. They're like, what's the worst that can happen? I can get a TikTok reel here. I can get people clipping me here and there and then showing it over to Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and the Philippines. And I feel like they will still get that clips, but not for the right reason.
It's so back and forth. It's like these two teams are on like elevators next to each other. And they keep thinking, haha, you're beneath me. And then they just rise up to the same level again. That's like the situation we're seeing right now. Arrow Esports gonna contest another purple. Looks like Team Vamos is not interested in contesting this one. They want to save their resources for the Lord. Also, the waves are pushing, so they can't really go out anyway.
Yep. So now Arrow. I feel like Arrow, it's very straightforward, right? Take care of Nets, and then that's it. But for Vamos, there's a lot of threats here, right? Kusei is now a threat. He's full build. Kim is a threat. But the thing is, Kim already dishes out most of the damage before the fight even starts. Hazle is that threat where you're not entirely sure what to do with him. Like you wanna kite things out and let Hazle make that mistake. But at this stage of the game, Hazle shouldn't make a mistake.
Logically speaking, no. Feathered Airstrike gonna do some really good damage to Clockun. Forces him back. Arrow Esports regains control over the river. And they're still not too sure where Vamos is. So this is gonna be a bit of a slow one.
Smooth has vision over to Reza. I believe he doesn't have vision of Zekif and Hazle. And Zekif is just waiting to make sure that Hazle stays safe. They see the Kimi down there, and now they see the Granger. I don't know why they reveal both of them, but Arrow is not going to punish this anyway. I feel like the moment they see the Granger and the Kimi, they can start establishing more presence around the Lord Pit.
Yeah, I think they're just afraid because the Baxia and then the Hanzo actually join the fight very quickly. They're gonna bring Kosei forward, try to engage on Zorn. He gets blasted with a better airstrike and executed. And now Hazle is 1v2. Nom nom. Error 4-4 not actually gonna be able to eat him. And now Smooth gonna lose his immortality. Reza stopping Nespresso from walking forward, and he still keeps his immortality intact. There is no casualties on Arrow, and they've picked up 2 from Vamos.
They're very low, but you do have that Matilda to top you up. And looks like Hazle is going to get those jungle creeps just to heal up. But I don't know. Hazle is full health here. Vamos can't contest this. They just gotta defend the next one.
Why are you even here, Clockun? I feel like that's a bit too risky. Lord gonna go over to Arrow Esports. Team Vamos now gonna need to mount a defense here. They have a lot of damage. If they position correctly, they should be able to clear the Lord, but Arrow Esports clearly in the driver's seat now.
In terms of wave clear, I feel like it's okay-ish for Vamos. For Arrow at this point, I kind of feel like if they have the immortalities, maybe they can actually force this one out, because I feel like at this point, you can actually force to end the game. Like, as long as Kusei opens up the Zaman Force, there's no more minions inside of the base, and then I can think he can just hit the crystal.
Potion for Hazle, man, is going all in. They want to end with this Lord push here. We're 23 minutes in. Arrow Esports wants to make sure there's no more chance for Vamos to come back. Feathered Airstrike whiffs on Nespresso, unfortunately. Sacred Beast gonna be popped down as well, but Arrow taking it slow. Zaman Force comes out. Hanekage gonna be blasted away. Arrow 4-4 forced back to base, but Clockun gonna be jumped on as well. Arrow Esports is diving into the crystal. They do not care about Vamos. And despite everything, Arrow Esports will lead the series 2-0 against Vamos.
This is match point. And now comes to the question, will GB play or will they give Arrow 404 one more chance? Because I gotta say, Staffa, in this game, not the best drop, but Vamos had a drop that they can win this match. They can definitely win this game, but the mistake, especially at the Lord, if they didn't do that one, they had a chance, but now they give it over to Arrow. Arrow just needs one more win.
This was the winning recipe. They had a great early game. They had the right heroes to play for. They were creating space for their 2 carries. And then they got impatient. They got overheated. So many mistakes happened. It wasn't the cleanest either from Arrow Esports, but at the very least, they had less mistakes comparatively. And that's what won them this game.
Yep. That's bad, man, because in the game, the coach can't do much, right? The coach already gave you a draft. You can work with this draft. Late game, sure. We can see that Zorn gets caught, Smooth gets caught, but at the same time, that's kind of their job. They got to make sure that the map is not dark for them. The carries, their job is to keep themselves safe. And yet we saw multiple times both Nets as well as Arrow 404 got caught. To be fair, Arrow Esports did a good job of actually catching them, especially Hazle, but avoidable. It was avoidable.
I think Team Vamos needed to play a little bit more macro-centric, because
I agree.
This is a lineup that's really good at picking people off or just like avoiding fights in general with poke. But every single time they started fighting, they're just deciding, we're gonna death ball this. But you're not a death ball comp. You're making it so easy for them.
I agree. Right now, we got to look at the MVP here. It looks like Zkev with that Matilda. Hey, guess what? When a hero gets banned all the time, suddenly someone uses it. It looks hella strong. That Matilda, man, so annoying.
It really is. The amount of shielding you get from this hero and then the ways of engaging and disengaging the fights are what really ultimately gave Arrow Esports the room they needed to start punishing Vamos. Vamos did make it easy for them by basically running at them when they're supposed to be kiting backwards, but it was Zkev pulling Hazle or came forward with the guiding winds that allowed them to make sure Nespresso and Clawkun couldn't actually join the fight.
The heals, the shields, like the moment you proc that Flash of the Oasis, man, like no one can make a mistake. The shield is too big and no one from Vamos can really deal with it. But to be fair, not a lot of heroes can, right? So letting go of this Matilda with the Lucas, you know you have to play around this Flash of the Oasis. But we see when Vamos goes in, they go in hard, which is a shame because they don't have to.
I don't even mind if they go in hard. Just wait. Wait. They need the Feathered Airstrike. They need the Sacred Beast Form. They need the Zaman Force. Wait. Bait the spells. Then go in. I don't care if you throw everyone in at that point because there's no way they can fight back. But no, you are throwing yourselves in when they start the fights. The Feathered Airstrike is used to zone out your carries. Alright, reset, re-engage when it runs out. No, they run in. Why?
It's unfortunate because both Arrow and Vamos, but more on Arrow, they're all dependent, right? Yeah. Because the Hive needs the Zaman Force and Lucas needs Unleash the Beast. Sure, Hanzo needs his ult as well, but no one else does.
Yeah.
Boxia doesn't. I mean, with its ult, it's better for sure. Nets doesn't need his ult. The Kimi can just basic attack for days, so they had opportunity. This feels like a team that doesn't have a lot of stage experience, which they should have. I mean, Aaron,
yeah,
you can say about him, but everyone else.
Everyone on this team has stage experience. Everyone on this team has international experience, and they're making decisions like this. You have the composition that gets to decide when you fight. You literally have all the heroes that choose when you fight, and you are literally choosing the worst time to fight every time.
Something to note, loser goes home.
Yeah.
No more chances. Vamos just needs to lose one more game, and then their play-in runs ends here. There's no chance for them to go to Riyadh, to go to MSC. And at this point, if they want to go there, they need to make a miracle, man. They need to do a reverse sweep. And over the past week, we've seen once. I don't know if they can do it against Arrow.
It's precisely because of that, right? It's because of the pressure. I know there's probably going to be Vamos fans listening to this right now that are saying, oh, why Staff is so biased? Why is he calling out Vamos so much? Arrow Esports made mistakes too. Yes, they did. I want to call them out for that too, but Vamos made so much more obvious mistakes. And they are obviously in a more high-pressure situation. They are the defending runner-ups. We expect so much from this team. I was coming into the playoffs with the thought that Vamos might surprise us. They might suddenly steal that slot away. But not like this.
There's a lot to be said about this matchup, but Vamos made mistakes that I don't know if 10 to 20 minutes will be enough to recover from. Because even after the loss against SRGOG that happened in week 1, afterwards Vamos did not look the same. So Vamos so far, I would say mentally handling this kind of pressure, I really don't know. And that's why I kind of feel like GB might come in for this one because they need someone fresh. They need someone that won't make that overheating mistakes. Anyways,
I agree.
Nets is still the rich guy to carry is Kim on that Farsa smooth sandbag, 191,000 damage taken, and Zeke the MVP, best wingman, 14 highest assists. And Arrow, they made mistakes and they still won. And this is not good because what if Arrow played cleanly in game number 3? There's no chance for Vamos at that point.
Like legitimately, you are right. You are absolutely right. The fact that Arrow Esports made mistakes, pretty notable blunders as well, and they were still able to close out the game pretty handedly, shows you how many mistakes Vamos made. Because they were controlling early game good. Here, look at this fight. They've killed off Reza. Perfect. Slow it down. No, they're still on top of the Lord. They are literally getting flanked. Just respect your opponent's capabilities a little bit more.
Again, Lucas plus Matilda, amazing combo. I really feel like it's just that one Lord. If that mistake did not happen, they would have done well.
I think you could see in these highlights how much work Zkif was actually doing. I will admit, right, it is hard to position yourself as a backline artillery when there is a Matilda in the game, but respect that. Just play it slow. You have the tools to do so. We don't need to look at this clip. Let's close our eyes for a moment. That clip is not good.
Yep. Here, unfortunately, Zorn did get caught. And then Error tried to get onto that Lucas, which, by the way, Lucas, amazing hero, balanced hero, you know. He only does everything. The only thing he doesn't do is magic damage, but the day that Lucas has magic damage as well is GG, man.
That's the day that we all have to protest a little bit. But
it's like at that point you gotta email Moonton, be like, bro.
Even Naruto doesn't do magic damage. I guess it depends on how you interpret ninjutsu.
I guess you can say true damage because when he's in the frog form, the aura strikes you. So and aura penetrates all. So true damage.
That's true. Aura is all powerful. That's why people farm aura.
Yep. What do I gotta say? In that game just now, no one farmed any aura.
Oh.
No one did. Maybe Kim. Kim looked good when he was ulting, but
yeah, Kim was good. Kim and Zkif actually did a really good job.
Right? If I glaze anyone, is the two of them, right? I love mid laners, and Kim is a very good mid laner, and Zkif really helps the entire team shine. He doesn't just play for Kim, he plays for everyone. And now, for you guys at home, everyone is playing for that ticket to go to MSC. You guys don't have to fight. You guys can get it yourself. In fact, I feel like even MWI, you don't even need a ticket. You can just come on by.
Yeah, MWI entrance is actually free. But we gotta tell you guys that the MSC 2025 Tournament Pass tickets are officially on sale now. So make sure you guys get your passes for the knockout stage and the grand finals at webook.com so that you can watch the world's best clash in Riyadh.
Yep, so for all of you Habibis out there and Habibtis, see you guys there. So I'm guessing.
What was that second term?
Habibti. So Habibi is for guys, Habibti is for girls.
Legit?
Yeah. Are you?
I'm not aware. I'm actually not aware.
Are you questioning the Muslim?
You're right. I should have. Because like it sounds like something made up.
Stop. It's gonna go bad. It's gonna go bad. It's Habibti. All right.
Okay. I'll remember that.
All right. I have a lot more words, but they're not broadcast friendly. Speaking of not broadcast friendly, game number 2. That was not it. After this, we're gonna have an interview with Poji, and I hope Poji buys enough time for Vamos to make a decision. Who's gonna be playing for game number 3? Because again, it's do or die. It's do or die. And with that being said, I'm looking behind here. It looks like Poji is ready. So you know what? Camera, over to Poji.
Di sebalik setiap pemain muda yang melangkah masuk ke pentas besar MPL ada satu figura penting yang akan menjadi pendorong dan juga pemberi semangat kepada mereka. Itu ahli keluarga itu sendiri. Dan sekarang saya bersama dengan ahli keluarga Aero for Offer, anak muda daripada Melaka sampai ke pentas MPL. Apa khabar, Uncle?
Khabar baik.
Alright, jadi kita nak tanya sedikit sebanyaklah berkenaan dengan Error. Jadi, Error macam yang create Cinglok MPL? Error macam mana boleh masuk MPL?
Rasa sebab talent dia juga dengan hard work dia.
Hard work. Okay, faham. Maksudnya dia memang bersemangat dan eager lah. Jadi sebagai seorang ahli keluarga lah, kita faham dia masih lagi muda. Jadi macam mana daripada keluarga tu sendiri, macam kalau tengok dia nak bahagikan masa antara dia belajar dan juga dia bermain, itu bekerja sendiri?
Sebab masa sekarang memang on his own dia yang bagikan masa. Tapi saya nak kata dia memang ada jaga dia lah. Tengok, make sure dia ada baca juga sekolah balance.
So maksudnya dari segi manajemen Vamos tu sendiri pun memang mementingkan pendidikan juga, betul?
Yeah.
Alright. Jadi sedikit sebanyaklah yang kita sedia faham, dia pindah ke KL untuk sambung belajar di sini kan?
Ya.
Okey. Jadi untuk Uncle sendiri, adakah Uncle setiap minggu akan ada dekat sini untuk sokong dia? Kita ada juga ahli keluarga lain, ada makcik dan juga nenek kepada Error juga dekat sini, pada anda yang berada di rumah. So untuk Uncle lagi lah soalan kan, untuk Error 404 ni kan, dia ada nama manja ke kat rumah ke? Sebab kita tengok dekat MPL ni dia sangat-sangat manja lah. Kalau kita boleh nak tahu, kenal lebih dalam sebab dia pemain termuda di Malaysia sekarang ni.
Kadang-kadang kita bagi dia Danish, kadang-kadang Lele lah.
Lele tu apa maksud dia?
Nama Cina dia.
Nama Cina dia. Okey, Lele. Lepas ni boleh dah panggil nama manja dia. Okey, seterusnya kalau bolehlah kongsilah dengan peminat-peminat semua kan. Bila tengok kan dia masih lagi muda, masih lagi nak kena pentingkan pelajaran dan sebagainya kan. Adakah apa tu dari support system daripada family tu sendiri? Adakah family macam chase your dream is okay, ataupun macam have to balance it well? Macam mana?
For me, chase your dream. Tapi ibu dia memang strong juga lah mentality dia. Sama dengan Error. Sebab tak senang lah kalau nak memang masuk sekolah nak join pro scene ni.
Faham.
Chase your dream, enjoy your life. Win the next 3 games.
Win the next 3 games. Dengar tu. Alright, sebagai seorang uncle lah juga kan, anything yang you nak cakap dekat dia sekarang, dia boleh dengar sekarang. Tak kisah kalau you nak cakap Mandarin ke English ke, boleh, bagi je. Biar you punya suara dan semangat daripada keluarga tu sampai dekat dia untuk reverse sweep 3-2.
Shut down and wipe out.
Shut down and wipe out. Dan hopefully suara ini sampai, semangat itu mencecah sampai ke telinga dan juga energi dia. Dan tanpa kita melengahkan masa itu saja pada keluarga, let's go back to the caster.
And now we're jumping into game number 3. That was Error 404's dad, his family as well. What do you call it in English? Grandmother was there, and I believe the sister as well. Now we have the key to victory for Vamos. What do they have to do to win this match? They got to snowball the early game, punish Arrow's initiatives, ban out playmaking heroes for Arrow, shut down Kusei Reza, and play from side lanes. I kind of feel like they already did that. At least
they tried.
Yeah, they tried. I feel like they just don't need to overheat.
Because I do agree with this, right? These are all Vamos' win conditions.
But they already did that.
Yeah, they just
couldn't finish it.
I'm still really...
I'm mad.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. I'm really exasperated by what we saw on stage there. This is not the Vamos we know. This is not the team that made it to second place last season. This is not a team that made top 8 in M6. The adaptability of Team Vamos is on display right now, and I am not seeing anywhere close to what they were capable of last year. And I really do not want this to be the end for them. So now that they have only one chance to go, let's see what happens in the draft.
Yep, looks like Arrow banned out the Phoveus, the Chip, as well as the Harvin. They picked up the Jushin as their first pick. Fanny, Baxia, as well as Kalia banned out by Vamos, picking up the Joy as well as the Cho. By the way, just to update, Arrow 404 is still playing, so do or die. They're sticking with this lineup. And now following up Arrow's draft, they pick up the Granger as well as the Badang.
Arrow is actually picking so quickly. You can tell
This is all their heroes,
There
man.
is a plan, right? There is already a plan going into it, but you are right. These
They're
are
using the
their
same
heroes.
draft last week. Right, Kusei on the Granger, Zkiv on the Badang, and then Kim on the Jushin.
Just pull out one of the old templates. And that's basically what this is. Yeah, this is Kim Zusin, gonna allow you to control the mid lane, scout out the bushes. So that already gives you a little bit of management against Zorn's Cho. And then Zkiv has one of the best roam badangs in the league, so why not give that over to him? Netspresko is on Moskov, and this is one of the gold laners that he is fairly comfortable on, so maybe that's a chance for him to make something happen.
I don't know, man. In terms of the numbers, Moskov has not been looking good. I would say one of the more, it's sad to say, because Nets does not have a lot of heroes that he wins with. He plays a lot of Claw, it looks good, but he doesn't win, all right? His go-to used to be carry, but we haven't seen the carry for a while. I mean, to be fair, even Super Marco tried, and it looked good, it looked pretty good, but the draft was still all in by Falcons.
I feel like if we're going to be bringing that up, we have to talk about Netspresko's position in Team Vamos, because last season, I and a lot of people agreed that he felt like a weak link for Vamos even going into M Series. Even then, he did okay. He did his job.
Yep.
This season, though, I feel like he needs to be babysat a little bit. Like, unless the team specifically plays around feeding kills into him, he just doesn't perform.
It's unfortunate because if you want to be the best, if you want to win, doing your job is not enough. You got to go above and beyond. You got to be great. You got to win the lane. You got to stay alive. You got to deal the most damage. You got to get the most gold. People will say that's a little bit too much, but hey, do you want to be a champion or do you want to lose?
Pretty much, right? If you want to stand on that stage, you need to be capable of at least this. There are so many strong gold laners out in the world. And the problem is, I don't even feel like Nets is just doing his job. It feels like he's not even managing to achieve that without external help. So I'm hoping that he gets a chance to actually show off here, because with Moskov and Joy, Vamos are again giving up a little bit of early presence.
Right now looking at the draft here, Barca as well as Luyi banned out, Hayabusa and Matilda. And I'm picking up the Selena. Slightly worried here. Just slightly worried just because Vamos draft is very micro-centric.
Yes.
Right? You can't whiff on the Joe, you can't whiff on the Joy, you can't whiff on the Moskov, you can't whiff on the Selena. Like every single one of these heroes by themselves has a big margin for error. Like the moment you miss your skill, you're dead. And 4 players are having that same experience here. I don't know how the synergy is going to be, Stafa.
This is incredibly execution heavy.
Exactly.
It depends on so many conditions. And even if you're able to land a good catch, if Arrow picks the right heroes now, gives themselves some like iframes with the Ling or something, for example, they go for Suyo instead, but that's fine. You know, if they pick up Purifies and they play around you, then you do not have leeway. You do not have tanks to buy time for you.
The problem is at this point, they gotta think about Purify, man. Right? They gotta think about the Purify, and now they pick up the glue. Not as microcentric as the rest. And Stafa, do you remember game number 1? They didn't have a front line.
Yeah.
They don't have a front line here too. Glue is tanky, yes, but not as tanky as everyone else, because Glue's tankiness is conditional. When he's able to slam the second skill, he has some damage reduction, but only if it hits onto the enemy. If not, he's going to be taking a lot of damage. So every single one of Vamos, they need to play godly at this point. Like, they can't rely on everyone else. They got to play for themselves.
And you know what's even more of a problem too is the fact that Smooth and Zorn always play in front of everyone else. They don't adapt. They don't leave someone behind to defend the backline, which means they often have to fend for themselves, and that hasn't been working out so far. But if Team Vamos are going to bet their MPL MY and MSC fates on this draft, then it is now or never. Do or die, pushed into a corner. Can Team Vamos pull out the momentum needed to reverse their fate?
If they can do it this draft, then that's amazing. That's a statement, but it is going to be very difficult. But I do have to say, if your communication is not good, if your chemistry is not good, might as well play for yourself, right? So maybe it is a good draft, just for them.
I guess. I mean, I don't mind if a team plays like a tailored draft to them, because comfort picks will end up coming through for you a lot of the time. But I don't really see the connection between these heroes.
The only way that I can see is if the Cho gets a good set, either with the Jeet Kune Do or the Way of the Dragon. They have a lot of ways to follow up. But now Zorn already having to use that flicker. And Vamos, they need to win. They need to win the game. Win the early stages of the game because they need some kind of map pressure, right? Because Zorn wants to hold the bushes. Klokken wants to be able to pull out all the arrows. So if they lose the early game, might be GG.
Pretty much. And even though they need to have an early lead, their heroes are not very good at setting that up. They are really heavily depending on Klokken or Zorn getting good sets. Otherwise, Arrow Esports just kind of does whatever they want.
Now looking at the Riverside, looks like Vamos, they're trying to get some kind of set here. I kind of feel like they got to give the EXP over to Zorn because at this point, he really does need that level 4. Looks like he's not going to be getting it. Like Vamos have to slow this down. But then Ziki will get level 4 too, and that's kind of not great as well.
Yeah, that's not great either. There's only one Purify on Team Vamos too, and that's Netfresco. So Tigreal hasn't had a lot of success this season, but he might be able to if he doesn't die here. Team Vamos gonna jump on him. Sacred Hammer pushes them back. Reza comes in from the EXP lane, gets a 2-man fist crack, but First Blood goes over the Klokken. They should be able to pick up the first turtle here.
Yep, and now looks like him tries to engage with the Crimson Beacon, but Hazle is not really trying to follow up. He's just gonna be farming up, just gonna reset the turtle, and I feel like this is fine for Error because he needs the farm anyways.
Jose, you can see he's a little bit angry from what Netfresco did to him last game. He's the one pressuring the gold lane this time. And even though Team Vamos actually managed to pick up ZK, they weren't able to translate it to a turtle, and you could see that Hazle still kept his composure. He had faith that his team would be able to zone them out without him needing to be there.
Yep, Kusi now having that Hunter Strike is definitely going to make Net's life much worse. Zorn from the back, Hazle sees him. Can they actually punish anyone here?
Move flickers in, gets the stun on ZK. 2-man implosion pulls them into the fist crack. Error 4-4 able to dash away. Spirit Destruction lands. ZK gonna be traded over for smooth 1-for-1. Hazle secures the turtle. Error 4-4. He's locked in the wall by Reza. Klokken picks up the double, but I think that is worth it.
Yeah, I can't even fault Vamos for this one because their draft is all about, hey, you gotta take care of yourself, buddy. No one's gonna help you out. So every man for himself. And Error, if he misses the stack, he can't keep on dashing. I don't know whether he already used all of his dash or he actually missed one of the stacks, but either way, you just got to be careful, man. Error 404, he lost game number 1. Now game number 2. If he loses game number 3, that might tank his confidence a bit.
He also dashed right into Ziki. So that's a little bit questionable. Like, you literally just have to wait until the implosion comes out, then you have a free way in, but he jumped the gun a bit. I am seeing the inexperience of this young player starting to hit in small micro mistakes that are adding up. And Arrow Esports are now having a slight goal lead, but Team Vamos can still claw their way back into this. Klokken is 3-0.
I need your positivity, man. I like how you see the game and then you're like, yep, there's a chance.
It's all I got.
Yep. Feel like for Vamos and their fans, they're definitely clawing on that hope as well. Nats just trying to get as much farm as they can. At this point, Vamos should not try to just don't lose, right? Get the farm. If Zorn gets a good kick, Klokken, hey, follow up, get a kill, and then reset, right? That's it. Wait for Air 4-4 to actually get a Holy Crystal, and then let him try to 1v2, 1v3, get a kill over to Kim, over to Kusei. Killing Hazel's not bad too.
Zorn gonna get the way of the dragon, kicks Kusei into the wall. Netfresco picks up the kill. All right, that's what they need.
I just noticed Kusei does not have the Purify. Brave man, brave man.
Very brave. That bravery ends up biting him in the butt this time. This allows Team Vamos to start securing some space on the turtle, but Hazle is already here. And they're forcing them back. ZK gonna push Zorn in. Not gonna commit implosion because Reza's there. Locked him down. Hazle secures the kill on the toe.
Yep. Right now for Vamos, Nets is having a good time because he's able to get that turret for free. Kuse is trying to move around the map because he does want that stack on that Sky Piercer, but this is giving a lot of space for Nets. So even with this draft, Vamos is actually not looking that bad.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, actually. The gold lead is basically nothing because Arrow Esports is having to move the map a lot closer together. That is one of the benefits of a comp like this. Team Vamos are largely independent, which means that they can apply pressure on the side lanes.
It hits over to Reza, but it's still fine. He's able to dash away. And right now, Arrow Esports, they're going to get this top turret. Can Vamos defend this? I really don't think so. Oh, they can? Oh, I thought it would force that out a little bit.
I think Arrow Esports knows themselves from Game 2 that they overcommitted a lot of time and gave leads away when they didn't need to. So they're also taking this a little safer.
So now Arrow Esports, I would say Vamos is doing a good job actually controlling the map, because if you're looking at the traps that Klakun puts, already controls the top half of the map. They just need to worry about the bottom half, which I kind of feel like they need to worry about the bottom half a little bit more just because Nets is there. Unless they're really confident that there's no way that Nets is going to die to anyone at this point.
He just dashed into tower.
Yep.
Hazle is there.
Oh, he's fine.
Luckily, Zorn shows up, so Hazle decides he can't engage. In fact, he's in trouble. Wave the Dragon kicks him into the Franklin beats, and he tries to dash away, but nope, it's a 3v1. Hazle goes down.
Yep, and now Nets gets another turret. So Vamos so far is able to get 2 turrets essentially for free. Smooth.
Gonna get lifted back. Kosei doing a lot of chunk damage, but not quite enough yet to finish off a glue.
Klakun right now is actually doing quite a good job on this Selena. Still maintaining 3-0-0. A few arrows hit, I would say important enough to make sure that Arrow Esports doesn't control the map completely. Zorn hasn't moved a lot, but every single time he's there, he does make a play.
It's like they want to contest the purple. Hazle gonna iframe away from the Cho. Does manage to retreat his purple buff away, but that means he doesn't have it for Turtle.
Looking at the turtle here, it doesn't look like Vamos really wants to contest for this, and I think that's fine because they don't really need the turtle if they're not thinking of fighting at all. Getting those turrets would be good because if you can control inside of the jungle, it will make it much easier for Zorn to actually flank around, get a good kick. Speaking of which, they should see that the Granger is moving up, but they still get this turret.
Zorn's already there to make sure there's no flank as well. You know, Lafel, I'm starting to see a method to the madness. If Team Vamos aren't very good at synergizing as a 5-man,
they don't have to.
Then just don't.
Everyone do your own thing. We trust you, man. Like, this is also another way of having friends, right? I just trust you to do your thing, right? Yeah. That's all we need. But now this is going to be very important here. How does Vamos fight around this lore? Because this is where they made the mistake in the previous game.
Hazle gonna be whittling the ward down. It's now at 30%. Zorn looking for a way in. Error for a war! He steals the Lord away from Arrow! Move, now stuck a little bit. Fist crack connect to Zorn. He will sacrifice his life for it, but I think that's actually really worth it. A life for an objective.
And Nats is still up top. He's still farming. Nats is treating this game like a simulation. It's just like everyone else is doing their thing. I'm doing my thing. I'm having fun. I'm going into the office. I'm clocking in. I'm doing all the paperwork. I'm getting my paycheck. And then once I have all my money, I'm going to be having fun.
This is Netsfresco in his most natural habitat, farming, right?
Yeah.
He just doesn't need to join the fights. He only joins when he actually has the items needed, and it's working.
So now Vamos, get mid. Let the Lord do his thing down top. The mid, though, if you get that, it opens up the map so much.
Arrow 404 almost got killed in 1v2 there. He will be able to escape. Team Vamos should get at least 1 tower from this, surely.
Zorn's looking for an angle.
They
don't. Many people there. Kuse is not using the Purify, so he cannot really move up that aggressively. Like, he has to wait for Zorn. But the thing is, there's so many things that you kind of have to purify out of that you don't have to purify for, right? You got to worry about the Cho, and you got to worry about that Selena as well.
Yeah, it is a bit greedy of Kosei to not go for a Purify himself, so leads to a lot of confidence in not just his own abilities, but in his team to create that space. I do still feel like Vamos should have gotten at least one tower with that Lord push. I feel like they hesitated a bit too long about whether to push with the Lord or to do something else elsewhere, but they are still in control of the map.
Vamos with a better control of the map at this point. Arrow, in this game, looks like they're being pressured just by, if they move up, looks like they're going to get caught. And I feel like maybe that's the psychological pressure that Vamos is putting onto them with both Clockwood as well as Zorn, making them second guess to moving. Because if they make a bad position, then they're going to get caught. And now Vamos, you asked that they want to play the macro, and they're playing the macro much better now. Like, just avoid the fight and get as much free real estate as they can.
And this is literally what I was talking about in game 2. I'm just kind of surprised that they're doing it. That doesn't usually happen.
Just don't overheat, that's it. Don't overheat and you're good. You know you can play, just don't overheat.
All right. Let's see if Team Vamos can keep their wits about them. Falcon doing a very good job of just threatening Arrow the whole time. And I mentioned how Tigreal hasn't been having a very good success rate this season. I think that trend is continuing. He is a little bit too easy to predict.
Ness does have that Purify, so even if he does get caught, he can outplay that. Lord is going to be up soon. Smooth so far hasn't had a lot of good catches. Looking at the bottom lane here, Kusei tries to get a kill onto Nets. Nets is able to survive. He should be going back into base just to, oh, never mind. He's just going to be attacking the jungle creeps to raise back his health. Now it's all about the minions here. I feel like Vamos, if they play this well, while they're doing this Lord dance, they might be able to pressure that mid.
I agree. One thing I worry about for Vamos, though, is that with how much macro they've been playing, they should launch. Oh, they found Zorn. Implosion locks him down. Kosei picks up the kill. And all of a sudden, they feel a lot safer walking up on the map.
Yep, Nets still survive. Looks like Team Vamos. Arrow 4-4 wants a 1v1.
I don't know if he intended to use the Cyclone Eye that way. That's a bit of a waste. He actually might have killed Hazle.
Yep, especially because now the CEO does not have magic resistance. It's going to be much easier for the Joy to actually get a kill. And now Arrow Esports looks like they're going to reset the lore because Nets, he doesn't have any intention of actually joining the fight. He's just going to keep on pushing.
And Abyssal Arrow being very annoying, stopping Kosei from recalling, which slows down Arrow Esports' efforts to reposition themselves. Zkif and Kim still forcing Vamos to take the Lord Dance slowly, though.
Dude, at this point, Ness looks like he's going to have a baby because all he keeps doing is pushing. Shout-outs to people having babies.
It's hard.
In the next 9 months, I guess.
We understand that it's a difficult process. I think Netfresco enjoys it, though.
Yeah, because 0-0 and 3, I kind of feel like this is the KDA line that he just wants. Like, I don't need kills. I just don't want to die.
But again, what I'm worried about is, it feels like he should be richer. Right? He's actually not that farmed compared to Kosei, even though he's been split pushing the map the entire time. And the net worth difference is only like 200 right now, which is basically nothing. Arrow Esports have actually been keeping up in farm, even though they're the ones who have to play together.
So it looks like Nets is just waiting for that Malefic gun, for that added range. Maybe then he will join the fight, which is pretty interesting because we can say that Nets is a 6-item power spike kind of guy. He wants to wait for 6 items and then he can go in.
He used to be a 3 or 4 item power spike kind of guy, so I'm not sure if that's an improvement.
No, depends. Arrow right now, honestly, like you said, in terms of gold, not that different. Oh, hold on.
He found Hazle! A little bit of revenge from the young rising star. And I think that's the space Vamos finally needed to actually get started on the Lord.
Yep. Now with Hazle out of the map, Vamos should be able to take this easily. But Zkif, he does have that flicker and that implosion. If he times this right, maybe they can get a win here. Maybe they can get a lot of kills and then start controlling the map again.
Looks like Arrow Esports, even though they are only 4v5, they're still able to threaten Team Vamos back because Arrow does still have the better teamfight compositions. Move, melts down Zorn, misses the Chicken Dog, gets caught with the implosion, and executed with the killing spree. Chibi. Kosei flickers away from Error 404. Smooth gonna
What? Kim! Oh my God, no!
Kim steals the Lord from Vamos!
What are you
gonna... Fresco not even able to kill up Reza.
No, don't go in. Don't go in. No, don't go in. There's enough mistakes, man. Dude, at this point, God is saying Arrow is gonna win this one. How does that happen? If you want to talk about miscommunication, what was that miscommunication, bro?
Oh,
your jungler was there. What was that?
Okay, I'm so glad we get an instant replay. We need to see what happened here.
Oh, he didn't have the red speed. Then why did you go for the low? Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Talk about,
that Lord was free. That
Someone
was
in the
Lord.
comments said, Vamos will throw this. Watch. Oh boy, that guy sees the future.
Okay, Team Vamos now on the back foot. They're fairly weak against pushing since Arrow Esports can death ball. Abyssal Arrow finds Kosei, but really good defensive positioning by Arrow, keeping him safe. Hazle going to get melted down by Error 404 in the mid lane again. He's not having a good time.
The kick goes over to Reza. Looks like not enough damage here. Spear of Destruction, hits onto Reza. He goes in!
Fresco goes for it, gets the pin on Reza. Fist crack, gets the punish. Wind of Nature comes out, keeps this Fresco alive, and now Arrow 404 gonna be picked up. He cannot execute Kosei. Kim doing so much work.
This is a game, Staffa. Like,
this is a game of all time, LaFell.
I feel like my vocabulary is not enough for this one. And now Team Vamos, like at this point for both teams, they're trading kills. The kill score is 7-8. I didn't notice it was this close. I did not notice that this match was this close.
It really should not be this close. Vamos had a good early game lead. They were controlling the map. They really could have pressured better with their waves and their resources, because once you get into the late game, it is a lot about 5v5 depth. They're not even able to steal the buff away. It really comes down to these team fights, and Arrow Esports has the better hero picks for that.
I'm just saying this, if Arrow wins, Kim is the MVP. He hasn't died this game. He played all 3 games, 9 flawlessly. Kim is really showing up this play-ins. He asked Vamos to try hard, don't give an easy game. I would say game 2 and 3 is not that easy, but at the same time, I feel like Arrow is just barely sweating at this point.
You could say that with him around for Arrow Esports, nothing is impossible.
I've heard some very bad jokes in my time, Staffa. That was new.
Yeah?
Oh, that one. Oh.
It also was a TV show at one point.
Yes, I know. I was born. I was born that time. I think I need a medic after this.
How did that make you suffer more than the game?
That's a good question. That is a good question.
I feel like the game is worse than that, you know?
I hope most people didn't watch the last 2 days of MPL PH. Like, I hope this is their first experience, so that they don't feel as bad.
Yeah, we gotta ease them into it.
Yeah. I feel like it was a mistake actually tuning in the last 2 days. Like, if this was the first, maybe I'm not that upset, you know?
And this is why I haven't been watching MPL PH.
Oh, good. You actually made the right choice.
Yeah, I had to set myself out for for what was going to happen.
Yeah. Hey, shout outs to the chat. They're saying stay strong. Thank you. We are.
Thank you, chat.
We are.
We do this for you. Remember us.
Or don't. You know, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, really. We can't tell you what to do.
So now the Lord is up. This, like, I feel like the Lord is the weakest point of Vamos. And I feel like that's not even up for debate. How many times have they botched this Lord? Either by dying, either by missed flickers, either by not just securing the Lord. Like, let the game end with a split push. Let's do that, you know?
Let them.
I want this to go to game 5. Like, part of me wants this to go to game 5, part of me wants it to be a 3-0. I don't know which is which that I want right now.
I feel like Chibi is watching from the audience and being very disappointed in all the lost objectives, but then I remember he hasn't really been getting them much this season either.
Nets, just stay bot, man.
Just stay bot.
Just stay bot.
Like, you're the only reason Arrow is not taking the Lord right now.
Exactly. But although it does look like Kusei will be able to protect that turret for now, Zeke just needs a good set. He just needs an amazing set because the only guy that has the Purify is Nets, and Nets is nowhere near the Lord. Right? Just get a good set, and then let Kim get a Savage.
All Aero Esports needs to do is find Nespresso. That's actually their only problem. Once they take the Moskov out, they can play the map like normal again. Whereas for Team Vamos, they just keep this up. Eventually, Aero Esports has to make a mistake.
This later stage, Kim does get that Clock of Destiny. So, something to know. Like, even if you catch the Jushin, probably not a good idea to go after her. Because when she goes below 50% HP, she will recover it back. And trust me, I play enough Jushin games. Even though she's a mage, she does feel like a tank. It takes so much for you to get rid of her.
I remember that. I played some of those games with you. I was very surprised of the multiple times that you did not die to a situation that it felt like it should have happened.
Yep. Question. We don't see a lot of sets coming in from Zekiv or Zorn, huh? We've been setting it up, but Zorn has kicked twice, and Zekiv has Implosion twice.
I want you to
Zorn.
think back to game 2.
Yeah. I'm thinking game 2.
What happened when these players started fights?
Oh, right. So don't.
Just don't.
Just let the other person do the thing that we don't want to do.
Yes.
And punish.
And then force us into a deadlock where neither team can do anything.
If we do this for 40 minutes, where Ness just stay bot, and then them just hitting the Lord over and over. Okay, Zorn.
They did find Zorn, but he's just slowing them down so Nespresso can push the wave. He doesn't lose immortality.
All right. Okay, this is what's going to happen, right? Arrow 404 is going to get a solo kill onto Hazle. Oh, hold on.
He's in trouble. He's getting melted down. Will not lose immortality. Zorn commits the Wave the Dragon. Reza can be melted down by 2v1 up top. Arrow 404 picks up the kill. Nespresso gets picked up. Hazle fights. What? Are you serious?
Nets. Oh. Bro, okay, you know what? Staffa, it's all good. It's all good, Staffa. Relax, okay? Have 100 plus that will give you the energy to get through today. We have 2 best of 5s today, Staffa. Right? We got more to give, more to show. You know what? Chat, we love you. We love you, chat. You guys are like,
where did Zorn go? Wasn't he with Nets?
I think he was so low in health that he had to go away anyways. So
okay, well, Aero Esports found the one player I said they needed to find that allowed them to start working on the Lord. They do still have to be wary though. Zorn is on the flank, gonna be scouted. Oh, ZK goes for the flicker, implosion misses. Zorn able to escape it. And that means Aero Esports cannot continue.
And now Nats has survived. Nats has come back to life. He will go to the bot lane. Or Staffa, do something crazy. Do something that you will not predict. Go top.
You know, actually...
Oh, no, he goes mid. He's not going bot. He's going mid. See, Staffa? See how the tides are changing now. Both Vamos and Arrow, they're reading each other out. They're moving the map with pizzazz.
I don't want to read what they're reading, LaFell. It doesn't seem very interesting at this point. Looks like Arrow will still contest the Lord. The wave is pushing for them bottom, so Nespresso is going to take a little bit more time to actually melt it down. They don't know Zorn is back there. Hazle.
Oh, nice. Oh, that was actually pretty cool. He was able to iframe out of the Weighted Dragon.
That was really good timing from Hazle. And then he gets hit by an arrow.
The game is 24 minutes, by the way. It could go for another 14, which is 38 minutes. And the game state, listen to me here, will not change.
What was our longest game this season again?
I believe it's around 28 minutes.
Around 28 minutes. We haven't had a 30-minute game yet this season.
Yeah, no, we haven't.
I think they want to change that.
Dude, how else would you open the play-ins, right? Like an intense match. You can see the Facebook post, a game with over 30 minutes, and the kill score is only 8 to 9. The macro of these both teams is out of this world.
Way of the Dragon going to find ZK. They commit on it. Smooth gets picked up. The take reel goes down. Zorn loses immortality. Flickers out to safety. Team Vamos losing ground a little bit. Purify comes out from Nespresso. And looks like that's going to be it.
Someone made a play, Staffa. There you go. Zorn made a play. And ZK, he was the one to get punished. And now Arrow, maybe he's the one that's going to be pushing.
Arrow Esports still controlling the Lord. Here comes Error 404 from behind. Electrifying beats. He misses the wall, but Kosei in trouble. Grave Destruction comes in. Hazle somehow still alive. He actually able to get away. Smooth also alive. Nespresso finishes off Kim. Reza just buying time, running away. I don't know how Kosei is actually alive, but Team Vamos have finally found the opening they need. They will get the Lord, and this is a chance for them to get a game under their belts.
It only took, I don't know, 14 minutes for them to get to this point, Staffa. But now we're looking at a game where Zeke is going to come back soon, and Kim will be coming back once the Lord spawns. So I'm going to say something crazy here, but I think that the game won't end just yet.
I feel like there's a possibility. It really depends, because Kim and Reza are both 30 seconds away from respawning. Those are like really long timers that'll allow Vamos to take the top inhibitor.
It's enough time. You gotta believe. You gotta believe there's gonna be enough time. Clocklin is just throwing over those arrows. 13 seconds left for Kim to come back. Zikif does have the immortality. Hazle probably just waiting for a chance to get onto Nespresso. Nets, you just gotta survive, Nets.
Team Vamos going to take the mid inhibitor. Zkeev gonna take a lot of punishment. He's fine. Grabs on top of him. Lord is coming back. The rest of Arrow Esports will respawn. Arrow 4-4 not able to jump on top of Kosei. Kim buying a lot of time, loses his immortality. Nespresso doing so much damage, and Hazle will be picked up. Killing spree for Arrow 404. And Team Vamos keep themselves in the running. They take the crystal and the win in game number 3.
Amazing patience by both teams. Not willing to move an inch. Staying disciplined. No matter what, if Vamos gets knocked out here, they got a lot to answer, so they played it patiently, and they're finally able to get the win.
Well,
2 more for reverse sweep, Staffa, just 2 more.
They are on the board. That is what's important. You gotta get a point on the board. You gotta get that morale back, at least some momentum in your favor. And at the very least, that means our defending runner-ups will not be going down without a fight. But it is still going to be an uphill battle. They're gonna need to win the next 2 games as well.
Now is the question of mental stamina. Because I kind of feel like game number 3, that took a lot out of the players, right? So they need to get 100 plus going, that's for sure. And then hopefully in game number 4, it works out. And hey, you know what? Vamos, they won. So maybe a draft that's not meant to work with each other is the way to go. Just play for yourself, brother.
Just play for the macro.
And that too.
It's a good way of winning, and it worked, but man, did it take long. Oh man, it took so long.
It's only 5 minutes.
Very long minutes. Let's give our MVP over to Error 404. Man, finally able to get a good game under his belt. Getting multiple 1v1 kills against Hazle on that Joy. And playing an important role in DPSing the backline for the rest of his team as well.
Yep, 6-2-5. 79% kill participation. And I gotta say, I was reading the comments. One was really funny, where he said, at this point, the Lord wants to kill himself. I think that was real funny. Who was that guy? Who was that guy? I can't find it anymore. Oh, it's my B question mark. Either ways. That was a game. We're going to game 4. At least we know it's not a 3-0, Staffa. There's still life in both teams.
There's still a chance for our predictions to be correct.
Yeah, there is a chance. Yeah. There is a chance. If we do, at what cost? At what cost do we want our prediction to be correct?
Dude, I don't even know what to say about that game. There was such a long lull of just doing nothing. Okay. The Tigreal, in my opinion, was a mistake. I don't think they should have drafted the Tigreal. I feel like they should have seen that Vamos drafting like this gives them a chance to play the map, and Arrow Esports basically locked themselves into teamfight with that hero pick. If they had a bit more macro presence themselves, I don't think they would have needed to play so slowly.
Yep. 26 minutes. I was surprised. It was going over to 27 minutes, and I feel like just the thing here is that both roamers a little bit inactive, right? Because even Zeke, I feel like most of those assists actually came from the blade armor, right? Like when they hit him, hit them back, and then that's where he is generating a lot of it. We got to be real here, though, Stafa. Both teams, they want to go to MSE, right?
Yes.
If they play like this, I feel like they will get punished so hard because Nets Presco as well, 2-1 and 6. This is not the kind of kill score you want from a Moskov, right? Like the way that he plays, like sure, you're playing the macro, but at one point, you kind of want him to get a lot of kills.
Like this entire setup gives Netspresso so much space and time. Literally all the time and space in the world for him to play around. And yet somehow he is not effectively outpacing Kosei in farm. He's not getting enough of a lead for his team. And he's not even actually doing all that much in the team fights. In fact, he's even being picked off on his own. So yeah, like a lot needs to be worked on here.
It's sad because honestly, like even Hazle wasn't that great this game. He was good game 1, right? Game 2, like he had help with the Matilda, and then game 3, like I feel like the consistent one in this matchup is Kim, a bit of Claw Kun. Yeah, the mids are doing good. The mids are good.
The mids are doing good. That's what we want to see. Mid laners play an important role too. I feel like they don't get enough love, all things considered. But in this game, they really did a lot. And man, I'm tired, Lafel.
It's the start of this stuff. Relax. We got this. We got 100+ stuff. Relax. Chill. We got this.
100+ is the only thing keeping me going right now.
Next game ends in 7 minutes. Right? Look. Let's be grateful that there's no pauses.
That's true, right? That's true. Yeah.
See the bright things.
We gotta look on the bright side.
Exactly.
We gotta see the good points.
Yes, there you go. Look at the damage here, right? Kusi did a lot, 84,000. Klokun did a lot, 88,000. But to be fair, it's probably just his traps, right? He put his traps everywhere. People land on him and then they die. Well, not die. Take damage. And that's even with us saying like he's not participating a lot. He still did okay damage.
He did
76,000 damage, but it's 26 minutes. At that point, someone should be doing 140,000 damage. Okay, that's it. That's the only rage I'm gonna.
That's because they're not interacting. They are playing their own game on their own halves of the map. I feel like I was watching a board game because they were basically taking turns and not really doing a lot with it. But Netspresso does still end up being the rich guy. We have Klokun as the carry, and then we have Zkeef as the sandbag and the best wingman. I do think Aero Esports got a little overconfident with their drafting when they saw like they probably had the same idea we did when we saw Team Vamos' heroes, right? That it felt kind of disjointed, doesn't make a lot of sense. So they just lock in like the team fight heroes and they know they'll win team fights, but then they kind of forget you don't have to team fight.
Yeah.
And they lock themselves in because of that. Also, all their damage was physical, so that's also a mistake.
I appreciate that they just figured out that, yeah, we can't win a team fight, so let's not do that. Like, if you can't play as a team, then don't let your opponent play as a team. Isn't that what Sun Tzu told us? If you can't win a 5v5, then play the side lanes.
That's the art of war.
Yeah, thank you, Sun Tzu. I'm sure he said that. Him or
someone
Stalin.
said that.
I don't know. If you can't win the 5v5, go to the side lanes. One of them said that, probably.
One of them said that. At some point, you know, in some war zone in history, there was a map with 2 side lanes and a mid lane. And some leader out there said what you just said. That's why we can say we're correct, because history proves us right.
Yep. Looking at the highlights here, it's unfortunate we do see a lot of mistakes coming in from both teams. Maybe for Arrow, their real problem is that they couldn't initiate anything. Like you said, it's probably just Tiger, right? So maybe just change that one, and then they're all good. Because if Zkeef doesn't make a play, no one else really wants to make a play. And you can really brush that up to what Coach Bam teaches them. Unless your position 5 sets something up, no one else should do anything unless the opponent makes a mistake. But how can the opponents make a mistake if the opponent doesn't do anything, right? So maybe that's the art of war, Stafa. If we do something, we lose. So do nothing at all. Be like water.
It's so
ridiculous.
It's so ridiculous because that is actually what is winning games this series.
I'm gonna play like that on rank. I'm not gonna do anything. Eventually, I'll win.
Aero Esports won game 1 by playing it safe and doing nothing. Now Team Vamos won game 3 by doing nothing. In a way, of course, you know, we're being like extreme with the metaphor, but you guys get what we mean. We know you guys understand this. Thank you.
Shoutouts to world leaders. Anyways, let's talk about MWI. Right? MWI, if you guys are close, you know, in the Riyadh area, you guys can come in for free because it's free for everyone. Guys, girls, I don't think you can bring in pets, but we gotta check on that. Don't miss your chance to witness the pinnacle of women esports live, a celebration of skill, passion, and progress. Join us and be part of history. Shoutouts to Arya. She's playing for North America. Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, so what that means
Nicolette and Ashley.
I don't know, actually.
Nicolette is amazing. Nicolette is amazing.
I don't actually have that much information on it. I should check it out as well, just like you guys. And what this means is that if you guys grab tickets to go watch MSC, you can also go watch MWI for free. It's a 2-in-1 deal.
And of course, the Malaysian squad as well.
Yeah.
Like, shout out to them, but Arya, you know, family, have to shout her out first here. It is what it is. Are you ready for game 4, Stava?
Yeah! No.
I'm gonna read the comments just a little bit.
I am not ready. Help me, chat. Chat, help me. Help us.
Yeah, I'm reading.
We need emotional support.
Like, some of the things that they say, I do agree, but we cannot say it on broadcast. But keep trying, guys. Maybe you guys will say something that we can say on broadcast. What needs to be done? I feel like Aero should win game number 4.
Logically speaking, yes. As long as they adapt, all right? They figured out, okay, Vamos just doesn't want to fight. If we just like match that sort of style, we go for more pick-off compositions instead, then it should be totally fine.
Right. Never would I thought that I would call Vamos the pacifist. Pacifier? Pacifista?
Pacifist is correct.
Pacifist was correct?
Yes.
Yeah. In One Piece, it would be pacifista, but usually they're the...
They're not very pacifist.
The aggro one, right? They're the one that will start a fight for no reason.
Now, they're pacifists because if they eliminate all their enemies, then there's no more violence.
Wait, what?
They're pacifists because if they eliminate all their enemies, there's no more violence.
That sounds like a screwed up way to justify doing bad things. Are you okay?
No, I'm pretty sure that's actually what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what it is.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Just in case.
Because you gotta pacify people. Therefore, pacifista.
Alright. Just in case, go get a therapist, you know? They might be able to help you out. Yeah. There you go.
I'm gonna need one after this.
Ooh, yes. But we have one more best of 5 after this, Tafa. So hold on that. Keep the number around, though. 1 minute left until we start the draft. And it does look like Aero will be first pick on blue side. So, Vamos. I feel like they should not let go of the box yet. Because I'm slightly tilted that game 2, Vamos had a good draft and they couldn't win it out.
Yeah, if they won that out, Vamos would actually be the ones leading right now. They wouldn't be in this position, but we will see, right? Because if a team is able to make it through the play-ins, they need to be able to escape from this sort of situation.
Safa, let me tell you this, okay?
All right.
And then just react. Just react.
Okay, sure.
Whoever wins this one will be going up against SRG OG after this. How do you think SRG OG feels watching this series?
I would say they don't really need to prepare much, but it's SRG, so they're gonna do it anyway.
They're gonna over-prepare.
Yes.
To the point where I think even the opponent's like, bro, give us a break, right? But either ways, draft will be starting very, very soon here. A few seconds in. And at this point, Vamos win condition. It's really about drafting in a way that everyone can do something. Like protect yourself, essentially. Like, everyone needs a dash. Everyone needs some kind of iframes. And first pick Joy? First pick Joy coming in from Aero.
Really?
Yep. Okay, so Vamos banned out the Fanny, the Boxy, as well as the Kalia. Aero banned out the Phobius, the Chip, and the Harif.
Was Hazle that triggered? from being 1v1 multiple times.
But if that's the case, then one of the heroes that can deal with a Joy is the Hayabusa. But I feel a bit weird that we have not seen any Hayabusa so far, and Hazel's the one's playing.
You are right, actually. Right? That was like his original hero when he debuted here in MPL Malaysia. Looks like we're gonna see the Cho and Lo Yi locked in by Team Vamos. So stealing away one of Kim's signature picks. That will give them a lot of global presence. So if you want to play macro, having a hero like this is even better.
So now the Cho as well as the Louis.
Are they setting up for Claude?
Yeah, I think the Claude would be good. Because, I mean, if you want to stay at the side lanes, the Claude is amazing for that, right? I do feel like at this point, maybe Kim will take the Jushin, but at the same time, you need some kind of pressure. So they pick up the Badang as well as the Moskov. I feel like Kim should try to get either a Farsa. What other heroes that has quite high mobility that can actually deal with the backline? And they pick up the Lucas.
Ooh.
I'm pretty sure this is jungle, but there is a chance that they might flex this up. And if Kim gets the Valentina, it's bad. Like the Valentina against Lucas, Valentina has a good matchup there, but you're giving away. Okay, never mind. They ban out the Valentina. There is a chance. Like give the Valentina because short range hero, and then just don't fight, right?
No, there's a good reason.
Right, just give them short range heroes and then don't fight. Just control the side lanes.
There actually is a good reason to ban Valentina here, because if Valentina goes to Arrow, it's not Kim playing it.
All right.
He had the best Valentina Lucas counter of the entire season, and Vamos is properly respecting that. So I do like that. You know, they're properly thinking about these things. I think if Kim wants to be able to match up in terms of vision, you will probably need to go in the direction of like Novaria or Selena. And looks like Vamos is not going to allow the Selena. They already played it last game. So heavily limiting what Kim is able to bring out.
Okay, so either the Granger or the Claude should be banned here. Because Granger, I would say Nets has shown that he's pretty confident with it.
To me,
oh, they banned the 1-1. They banned the 1-1. Interesting.
Really?
They're banning the 1-1. Interesting.
I guess. Okay. All right, fair enough. Cho can set up really well for crossbow, and then they don't have Phobias anymore to deal with that. So I understand, but it does mean that Moskov is still open too. They go for the Granger instead, which is perfectly fine.
And now for... Okay, they pick up the Hylos and the Jushin. So overall, they still roughly get the same draft, only changing the jungle. And the Badang is going to the roam. I'm guessing the Badang should be roam here, knowing their playstyles.
I was a little disappointed that ZK was not playing on the Badang last game. They switched it last minute to
they go for
real.
CC? Yeah, there you go. They pick up a CC. The CC is going to be pretty good here. Like, not only does it win the lane against the Hylos, but if you're lucky, you can actually tie the Joy with anyone. Say, even the Jushin, and then Hazel will be easy pickings for this Lucas. Like, just tie people up and then let Lucas set free.
I actually really like Vamos' draft.
I do as well.
This is a good draft.
So they might lose.
Yeah, which means they're probably going to lose. I don't know anymore. Let's just keep our minds open for this one, right? If Vamos is able to take another victory, then we will be able to follow in the footsteps of MPL PH to go to a full 5 games. But Arrow Esports, let's see if they've adapted. Let's see if they've just adjusted to the mistakes they made in game number 3. And let's just enter the land of Dawn with an open mind, because I don't have the energy to do otherwise.
Hey, no, it's okay. Like, if they go to 5 games, then we can tell people, like, hey, we're the same as MPL Philippines. We go all 5 games. Don't watch the game, but we go all 5 games.
Yeah, and our teams are really disciplined, you know? They don't actually do anything.
No, stop. They're very disciplined. Stop there. Okay, stop off. As a caster, know when to stop. Speaking of which, Zorn tried to interrupt Hazel. Hazel still gets the buff away. Looking at the lanes here, Nets is already moving up a little bit more compared to the previous game. Zorn already coming in, but just to let him know, like, hey, I'm here part of the game. Letting you know.
Oh,
is this real? Is he actually using the common emblem, Zorn?
Huh.
Is he actually using the common emblem?
It looks like it.
It should be a tank emblem. I hope that's a API error, but... Huh.
That would be very interesting if it actually is common emblem. It means that he'll generally want to hang out in lanes a little bit more to get extra regen. But if it works, it means that he can stay on the map a lot longer than you'd expect.
Yep. Staying on the map for a long time is good for Zorn.
Ouch, Kim taking a big beating from Error 404 right at level 4 as well.
Yeah, and that actually enables Vamos to actually freeze the wave closer to their side of the map. So this is just them trying to deny Kim a little bit of farm. So I think that's pretty good. And looking at this, look, the minions are dying. So Kim is going to be losing the farm here. So Vamos actually has priority over the turtle. In terms of execution, Vamos is actually doing this quite well. If they keep this up and then they avoid the Lord, they might win this one, Staffa.
You might be speaking a little early, but yeah, I can see it. You know?
I can hope.
We can hope. We can hope. Zorn now in trouble. Hazle looking for it. Nice flicker. Avoids the rest of the electrifying beats here. Smooth though. Punishing Reza pretty hard in the EXP lane.
Nance going up against Kusei again. Looking at the turtle pit here. Smooth does have level 4. He has that curtain call. So the moment Hazle jumps in, he should use that curtain call and then Vamos can do something with it. And if he doesn't, then Hazle should clean house. Or just don't fight for the turtle. That is okay too.
That is a possibility. I feel like Aero Esports are in a position where they don't really need to bother contesting neutrals as hard as before, because their goal is to just funnel farm into Hazle and Kosei. They don't have a lot of early game presence comparatively.
Yep, Smooth has to get out of there, but oh, he got caught!
Correct. ZK finds the flank, sets it up. Glorious Pathway comes out as well. Sacred Beast gonna be popped down. Beast Bomb doing a lot of damage. Hazle picks up the first blood. Clockhoon secures the turtle. Hazle with a double kill. Aero Esports are so low, and they'll finally find ZK, but it is a 2-for-2 trade, and Aero come out on top.
Who needs a retribution when you have mid laners, man? Kim got a Lord. Clockhoon got the turtle. You know what? Retribution is a good farming tool, man. You gotta let those mid laners secure the neutral objectives. I'm not even making fun of it. I'm actually being serious. Just let your mid do their thing.
It does seem that way. I remember like a few seasons ago when mid laners were just stealing Lords left and right. Hazle actually retreat Zorn there instead of the crab, so that's a bit unfortunate.
Right now, Hazle is 2-0 though.
Wave the dragon kick, ZK. Zorn kind of stuck outside. Lantern picks him up, gives the kill to Kosei.
Yep. Overall, it's okay as long as you don't give up too much. Right now, looking at the KDA, Error is 0-1 and 2. And then looking at Hazle, I believe he's 2-0 and 1. Yes, 2-0 and 1. So the goal should be a little bit more for Hazle. Error 404, all he really needs is just a Hunter Strike, and then from there he can start to snowball. When it comes to Hazle, I would say earlier in the game, it's really just about isolating someone. Later when you have 2 items, the Holy Crystal as well, then you can start to force out the fights a little bit more.
Yeah, I think Hazle actually does have a surprising amount of space to play this game though. The only real source of reliable lockdown from Vamos is going to be Way of the Dragon and maybe Curtain Call. Otherwise, if Hazle times his entry correctly, he can quite easily threaten. Sacred Beast comes out, Error 4-4 trying to engage. Zorn gonna be pushed back, Diversion comes in, Clockhood gonna sense move into the backline. Kosei able to jump back into the tower. ZK finds kill. Kim gonna secure it on Zorn. ZK dashes away, gets the shield, he survives! And now Smooth is stuck between 4 members. The Vengeance cannot save him! Team Vamos overstepped their boundaries.
I kind of feel like that fight was not really properly planned out because it was quite choppy. You see, members of Vamos going in and out, but they're not moving in sync. And in terms of targeting, they're not targeting the same people. So Vamos, they're starting to try to play like a team, and maybe that's not their win condition.
It's so weird that our advice to a team is to not play like a team, but yeah, Team Vamos gets a little bit messy when they try to go for these 5v5 dives.
Yeah. I feel like try to use an advantage where you can actually try to catch people off guard and maybe do that. I feel like the one that should be an easy target is Reza on the Hylos. I understand the Hylos would take such a long time to die, but if you're going to target anyone, if you're going to force a fight, maybe him. Because ZK, he can turn things around. Because you know that Kim will always be close to him. And if you try to catch him, you might get punished.
Yeah, that is always a possibility. And like you already pointed out, Kim is actually surprisingly bulky for a mage as well. So Team Vamos needs to pick their fights wisely. For now, the gold difference is still negligible, basically nothing. A lot of the gold lead in Smooth specifically, as expected.
Yep. Other than that, honestly, right now, for both Arrow and Vamos, hold on. Does Smooth have the... looks like he does have the War Axe. So if he does have that War Axe, then they should be a little bit braver when it comes to the fights. But again, like we've been saying, their 5v5 is not as strong as Arrow. They need to find a way to actually split the fight. But at that point, if they want to split the fight, I don't want them to split in a way that these are front lines, these are back lines. No.
Glorious Pathway, they're looking to engage a Clockun, but this might be a bit too deep. They're stuck under the tower. Sacred Beast comes in. Reza gonna be sacrificed away. And now Hazle, too deep as well. Flash combo locks him down. He tries to run away, but Way of the Dragon going to find him. And this time it is Vamos who finds 2 kills.
Unfortunately, I can't say that Vamos made a good play. It was just Arrow making a bad one. What were they thinking?
LaFell, how is it every single time the team that starts the fight loses it? How?
Look, game 3, man. Game 3. Game 3.
How?
Game 3, they learn, don't start a fight. Right? Game 4, eventually we might get there. Because again, like okay, they want to start a fight, sure, but Reza, like that seemed a little bit too forced. You're taking a lot of tower shots. At that point, you can't ask why you lost the fight.
Zekiv going to find that Fresco. Fist Crack knocks him away. He's going to dash out. SOD misses. Kim going to dash forward with the ultimate, picks him up. Diversion comes in. Clockun with the Yin Yang reaction melts him down. Killing spree for the Lo Yi. Makose finds his own. Picking up Zorn. Finds the double kill. Error 404. Why did you go in?
Hey, but look at Smooth. Smooth is taking over Net's job. Now he's split pushing. Arrow got mid though. That's really good. But Vamos, at least they trade something here. And so far, good catch by Zekiv. And Error 404, he does look a little bit uncomfortable on this Lucas, right? Because he doesn't look like he's able to understand when he should go in, when he should go out. Because I feel like as a Lucas, you need to be a little bit selfish. You can't always help out your team if it means you dying.
Smooth your 1v3 here, sir. Be careful. Diversion going to come in. Team Vamos might look for the engage. Glorious Pathway gets Arrow out. Smooth going to be picked off. Fist Crack locks Zekiv in place, but he's able to flicker away to safety. The Lord dropping down to 20%. Beast Bomb comes out. Fear of Destroy.
Oh
Reza!
Oh my. Oh.
Reza steals the Lord! Kosei is unstoppable! Can the junglers hit a retribution?
I apologize to MPL MY, the fans, production team. I'm sorry, Stafa. That was painful. I mean, it's good for Arrow. It's good that Reza got the Lord, but I want someone cooler to get the Lord.
Retribution is decorative this game, LaFell.
I want someone cooler to get the Lord. I want Kusei to get the Lord.
Is Reza not cool? You think Reza isn't cool, LaFell?
What mechanics do you need as a Hylos?
You need to walk up there and stand there. That's cool. You T-pose for dominance. Way of the Dragon kicks the really cool guy into the wall, but Zorn gets pinned instead. Monster kill for Kosei. Oh my goodness, the flank from Zekiv is so good! Stops the backline, zones them out. Double kill for Kosei. Arrow Esports trades 3 for 1.
Right now, Arrow Esports, they're able to get the holy defense in mid. And out the top side of the map, looks like they're going to get that as well. Team Vamos, even though the turrets are there.
Going for Hazle! Melts down Espresso, and he just walks.
Okay. Because if he died,
I was ready to judge him very hard again.
Yeah. So it's not over yet, I think. It's not over yet. Vamos has a chance. Ness just needs a few kills. Clockun hasn't died, by the way. Clockun has been, like, I want Error 404 to play like Clockun, right? Only go in when you know you can make something happen.
Yeah, that is actually correct. That's exactly what he's supposed to do. I feel like he may not understand like the Lucas enough. Maybe there's a lack of experience there, but it is leading to a lot of disjoint in the way this team is approaching the fight. And I will say once again, put Zekiv on the Badang. He looks so good on it.
Yeah, he looks so good. Like, other teams could do this, right?
Yeah.
Now, Team Vamos is 3,000 gold behind, but still, things could happen. Things could happen.
How you doing, chat?
So first of all, Error 404, chill. Chill, bro. Like, in the previous game, you didn't force fights. You don't have to force fights here, right? Just wait, at least wait for Zekif. Once you see him dashing in, and then, you know, there's no one to really stop you, and then do whatever you want. It's fine. Like, I'm not asking you to wait for everyone. Just Zekif. If Zekif is already using his skills, do your thing, man. Do your thing.
Remember, in this matchup, the team that does nothing wins. Just do nothing. Embody Zen.
Yep.
Start meditating on the land of dawn. I feel like they need it.
I need it. Anyways, the Lord looks like it's gonna have this dance again. The Lord, I gotta say, is having a lot of cardio done today, moving back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
The Lord is a victim of all this. You gotta respect.
I would like to apologize to the Lord. You deserve a lot more. But either ways, right now, both teams. This time, Kuse is the one splitting the map. Nets, I can do what you did too.
Yeah, they gotta send someone back to deal with that. And hopefully this time, Arrow Esports sees someone go and respond to the top lane split push and start blitzing the Lord. You know, that would make the most sense.
Yep.
No one's actually going though.
Hey, reset again. Eventually. Clockon is probably just waiting for a very good diversion, right? Think about that, Staffa. I know, don't do anything. Yes, but diversion though, that could do something.
Gonna start by punching Smooth down. The lift up on Zorn. Glorious Pathway comes out. Vengeance popped on Smooth. Spirit of Destruction connects with Error 404. Gets the pin against the wall. He has to use the Sacred Beast just to escape. Beast Bomb. Melts down Reza, but Kim is the one that gets sacrificed instead. Clockun looking for a diversion.
Oh.
He's gonna go to the opposite side of the Lord. Arrow Esports actually...
Even Error, like, he has no HP. Like, he has to be careful. He has to... Okay, you know what? Not gonna question it. It's fine. And now he TP's back home. So now the Lord is resetted.
That was one of the most nothing happened diversions I've ever seen. I guess that's what the name of the game is, right? Do nothing. It wins you games, guys. Zorn is nearly dying because he tried to do something. Don't be like Zorn, guys. Do nothing.
Smooth is flanking for the side. Is that a bad idea?
It is a bad idea because he's dead. Legendary for Kose.
And now without the CC, there's not a lot of crowd control that can really stop Hazle. I mean...
You can say that without the CC, they lack CC.
Staffa, don't test my patience.
I have to do this, Lafel. I have to keep my sanity somehow.
Okay, all right. We're gonna have a bit of a break after this, all right. But yeah, I was about to say, without the CC there, no one is there to lock down Hazle. But at the same time, that really hasn't been a problem this match.
Yeah.
Really hasn't been a problem at all for this game, so. Hold on, Staffa, okay? This might be the final match. We need your energy.
Okay.
We need to shout when someone wins.
Give me a moment. I need to meditate.
All right, that's all the moment you can get. Because right now, looking at the goal here, 12,000. Oh, conceal.
Kose is 1v2. 1v3, and he's alive. Okay, they finally get the shutdown, but they caught the diversion, and they already get their base pushed in. The top inhibitor is gone. Fresco's still alive, doing a good amount of damage. Revitalize, keeping Arrow Esports topped up. Actually, a pretty solid defense from Team Vamos.
Yep. Honestly, very good TP. Able to get Kuse there. And I believe that's a big shutdown gold as well. 50 minutes in, looking at the items, you can't see that well, but I kind of feel like everyone from Vamos already has their key items. To the point where I feel like even Arrow 404 does have that Witcher Crown. So he can get out of a very sticky situation.
All right, let's see if this is also sticky for Zorn. He's getting picked up. Looks like it's fine. There's really no need to fight right now. There is no Lord to contest on the map.
I mean, just because there's nothing to contest on the map, Staffa, doesn't mean that you can't do nothing, right?
No, Lafel, you must do nothing.
All right. Either way, doesn't matter, Staffa, okay? The game continues. We're 50 minutes in. The previous one was only 26 minutes. right? Rookie numbers.
Yeah, that wasn't long enough.
We can do more.
We need to beat the regular
fans.
season record.
People are here, all right, watching in the stadium. So now with 3,000 goal lead, and it looks like Nespresso even having that War Axe, really looking to sustain as much as he can in a team fight, which I believe is a very good idea, very, very good idea. And at this point, like not even joking, Zorn really doesn't have to do anything. Wait for Reza or Hazel to overextend, and then kick him. Because I've never seen a player that doesn't like that likes getting kicked.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really likes getting kicked. Zorn gonna get found. Fizcrack connects with him. Here comes Hazel. Gonna melt down the immortality. Glorious Pathway slows down the rest of the team. Mama, Zorn is already gone. Fifth Destruction connects with Nets, but he's able to dash away. Wind of Nature cancels out the flash combo. Kosei eats the Beast Bomb, but he is still very, very healthy. Zorn, the only kill of the fight.
I feel like that is okay. Right? Like, if you lose anyone, you're losing Zorn. Okay, actually, never mind. The Lord is up. Maybe not the best, but if Arrow's not going to take this Lord anyways, then it's okay. Then it's all right. I don't think Arrow 404 has unleashed the beast. It looks like Arrow will be getting this Lord for free. So it's going to be a tough defense for Vamos.
That means the jungler actually gets the Lord for once, Lafel. It's an improvement. It's good. Right?
Wait, Hazel got the...
Yeah, Hazel got the Lord.
And he didn't even use Retribution.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Maybe Retribution is a scam, Lafel.
It's overrated.
Maybe you don't need Retribution.
Let's bring back... What's that one? What's the teleport one? Arrival.
Arrival.
Let's bring back Arrival, man.
Yeah, because like Arrival will make sure you're able to join every Lord fight. You don't need Retri. Just bring Execute and use it on the Lord.
Yeah, Execute. Let's put Execute. Execute sounds nice. Sounds nice. Yep. By the way, someone is... We're right on track on our prediction stuff. Like, we might be the best.
We might. Surprisingly.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
right now.
Here comes the Lord. Bottom inhibitor will fall. Glorious Pathway slows down Team Vamos. Here comes the flicker in. Fizcrack actually misses. Hazel gonna get sniped down, but the flash combo goes on the wrong target. Beast Bomb. They just go for it. I didn't even notice they were on the crystal. All right, sure. Arrow Esports takes the victory. 3-1. They will move on to the official playoffs. And with that, Team Vamos' journey in Season 15 comes to an end.
You can see Kim there looking over to Vamos, putting his finger on his lips, and at the same time, he looks kind of disappointed, man. Like, he looks happy and sad at the same time. I hope they talk to Kim, because I do want to know how he feels about this match. If he can even remember it.
Were we casting a match just now?
Hey, don't be that guy, Stafa. Don't be that guy. Arrow Esports is moving forward to face against SRGOG, and Vamos goes home. So the real question is, who really won?
Man, I feel like this is one of the first times I actually predicted something correctly. But let's take a break here, right? This is a momentous occasion. We'll let Rose take over on stage.
Unfortunately, Team Vamos punya perjalanan untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a warm round of applause. You guys did an amazing job. Tapi sebelum Rose tanya kata-kata terakhir atas pentas, actually Rose nak tahu sebagai first runner-up last season, and of course, pasukan yang dapat wakil Malaysia di M6 World Stage. In your opinion, siapakah yang akan bawa nama Malaysia ke MSC? Dua pasukan.
Prediction saya rasanya Aero dengan SRG kot.
Alright. And of course, Zorn, since you tengah pegang mic sekarang ni, apa yang kata-kata terakhir Zorn di atas pentas untuk musim ini?
Alright guys, kita orang semua daripada pihak Vamos, tim Vamos sendiri minta maaf atas kita orang punya performance yang agak teruk lah. Boleh katakan kita orang punya performance di season memang betul-betul macam tak korang jangkakan lah. By the way, bukan sekadar kita orang punya performance, tapi kita boleh nampak yang MPL Malaysia sekarang makin lama makin ada improvement. Kita tengok tiba-tiba Aero boleh bagi saingan yang betul. Diorang kuat guys. So hakikatnya kita orang akan terus cuba memperbaiki kita orang punya kesilapan lah. Terima kasih kepada korang semua fans yang menyokong kita orang. Kita orang keluar dulu.
Ini adalah satu momen yang penuh dengan emosi. But before that, I would like to give you guys the opportunity for your final bow. In 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, sekali lagi ini adalah Team Vamos. Terima kasih. And of course, pasukan yang akan teruskan perjalanan mereka untuk menjumpa Selangor Red Giants OG Esports esok. Give it up for Aero Esports. Congratulations. Okay, Kim. I rasa Rose nak start dengan Kim ah. Kim, selepas kemenangan yang kita boleh dikirakan sangat-sangat besar actually sebab dorang adalah first runner up untuk musim lepas. Macam mana kemenangan ini akan membantu Aero Esports dengan match yang seterusnya?
Untuk match ni kita orang kita punya confidence sebenarnya sebab kita orang expect kita menang. So kita orang prepare untuk SRJ esok ah.
Adakah kemenangan 3-1 ini adalah satu benda yang Aero Esports actually expected ataupun you rasa 3-2 memang tough game?
Kita orang expect memang tough game lah. Tapi saya expect Chibi yang main. So ya, sebab Chibi kan ada experience dekat playoff. So ya tak apalah, Error pun mungkin dapat experience untuk season ni.
Okay, Hazle. Hazle. Now, perlawanan ini you ketemu Error 404. Mungkin as a young player yourself, apa nasihat yang you boleh bagi dekat Error 404? Because like what Kim cakap lah kan, Error 404 ni he's still young. Dia pun tengah juggle studies and of course playing as well. Apa nasihat yang you boleh bagi?
Tetap rehat sih, jangan pernah puas karena dia juga masih muda kan. Masih banyak hal yang bisa dilakukan dan dia aku lihat berpotensi.
Boleh nampak potential. Okay, apa perasaan you selepas menang game ni? You rasa dah ready ke untuk SRG esok?
Ready.
Alright, by the way, congratulations on your graduation. Congratulations on your graduation also.
Thank you.
Was it fun?
Yeah, fun.
Guys, a round of applause. Member dah graduate, good. Tengok, dia balance study and work. That's very, very good. Okay, now mungkin Rose boleh tanya Zikif kot. Okay, now Zikif. Rose dah tanya Kim dengan Hazle tentang match up dengan SRG OG esok. Tapi kalau let's recall back lah kan, dekat regular season, Aero Esports je yang pasukan yang berjaya mendapatkan satu mata daripada defending champions kita. And itu pun Hazle baru 1 hari main lah kan. So, untuk esok pula, you rasa apa yang akan jadi outcome-nya?
Esok mungkin kita orang akan bagi saingan terbaik ah. Mungkin kalau rezeki kita orang, mungkin kita orang menang, tapi kita orang confident untuk lawan SRJ esok.
Okay, and also ramai orang ataupun ramai tim yang kata actually Aero ini adalah satu contender yang besar untuk mendapatkan satu lagi tiket ke MSC. You rasa ni bagi korang punya semangat membakar ke?
Sebab sebelum ni kita orang kena pandang rendah dengan tim-tim lain dekat early season. Tapi sekarang kita nak buktikan yang kita orang boleh compete juga dengan tim-tim yang kuat.
I really like that. Alright, Stadium Juara, kita dah saksikan perlawanan yang sangat seru. Tapi mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Kejap, siapa? Kim!
Utang ni nak.
Kim! Okay. Kim. Now, kita tahu di game ketiga you main Jushin, you main mid lah kan. Lepas tu, you dapat KS lot yang agak penting. Macam mana you buat tu actually? Tak ada retry pun.
Tu sebenarnya luck sebenarnya. Sebab saya pun saja tekan je.
Tekan je lantern tu.
Dia pun dapat sebab saya tahu Joy tak ada retry. So saya pun try lah, dapat. Reza pun dapat third game.
Ya, tu lah. Lepas tu you dapat, you rasa macam, oi, ada ni, boleh fight lagi.
Expect menang lah tapi tak apa, rezeki diorang kot.
Apa yang terjadi di game ketiga sebenarnya?
Game ketiga mungkin kita orang lupa job desk masing-masing. sampai kita orang cut load jadi macam Messi sikit teamfight kita orang. Ya, tu je lah.
Lupa job desk tu, adakah itu satu benda yang kita boleh consider as overconfidence? Sebab dah tengah leading 2-0.
Sebab kita dah leading 2-0 kan, maybe lah.
Okay, so kita boleh nampak daripada interview ni that actually Aero ada lagi room for improvements, especially untuk match up against Selangor Red Giants OG Esports esok. But before that, Kusei. Now, Coach just said Kusei is the way. Kusei, now we know that you're a Filipino gold laner. I've met you quite a few times in the international tournaments as well. But tomorrow, you guys are going up against Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. And a lot of the people say, the community, the players, the coaches, everybody is saying that Innocent is one of the best gold laners right now in Malaysia. How do you think that matchup is going to go like?
That matchup is all I'm going to focus on is doing my best and trusting my teammates no matter what. I'm looking forward facing Innocent because he's one of the gold laners that I'm looking up to because he's the one who destroyed the Philippine streak, winning the entire national team.
You're right. That did happen in MSC. Is there anything that you want to say to Innocent?
I just want to say good luck and we will do our best to steal the upper bracket semi-final.
Still the upper bracket finals. Wow, okay. I like this. Lagi semangat. And of course, Coach Bam. Mana Coach? Coach, I saw just now that you guys actually have Coach Pakbet inside of your player room. Can you maybe share with us a little bit why is Coach Pakbet here?
Actually, I don't want to reveal, but Coach, because I am alone in coaching staff of Aero Esports, I need help especially on drafting and how PH team works so we can implement it in our team. So that's why he's here.
Oh, now untuk pengetahuan korang, actually, Coach Pakbet is a part of AP Brand, right? AP Brand's coaching staff dekat Philippines. And since AP Brand did not make it to the playoff stage this time around, I think Coach Bam asked for some help from the Filipinos that side, and I guess that's why Coach Pakbet is here. You know what, Coach? I hope you have an amazing time in Malaysia. And maybe to wrap up this interview, mungkin kita boleh pass the mic to Reza. Reza, akhir sekali, is there anything yang Reza nak cakap kepada semua audience yang hadir dan tengok game mereka?
Untuk fan-fan Aero, thank you sebab datang. Untuk fan Vamos juga, thank you sebab datang. Untuk fan Vamos, thank you sebab datang. Sorry kita menang lawan Vamos. Tu lah, hampa tak lepas aku punya villain tu last game tu. Pedih tu aku. Tu je kot.
Mungkin esok lah kot.
Mungkin
esok. Guys, once again, a round of applause to Aero Esports. And with that, let us show it to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam game 3-1 menentang Team Vamos. Casters, back to you guys.
You know what, Mustafa? Oh, first of all, amazing graphic.
That's
I like
cool.
it. That's actually really cool. You know, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. We can see that Kim really spends a lot of time with his coach, with Kusei.
Yeah.
Because he understands, even though he's here in Malaysia, but he has to understand the culture, the language of the Philippines. You know,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit of Indo, but he just showed that he's learned a few things, and shout outs to him and Pakbet.
Yeah.
And Coach Bam and Kusei.
It's just like when Nespresso came over to Malaysia and learned the culture here, you know? It's the same thing, basically. But Kim, becoming the MVP is definitely well-deserved, played a very important role in all of the games that Aero Esports was able to win, providing vision and control with that Lo Yi in Game 1, then being a constant backline threat on the Farsa.
Wait.
And then finally, picking people up non-stop on the Susin.
75% kill participation for all 3 games. Talk about consistency, bro. Kim, let me just say, Mustafa, he knows what he's talking about. He's consistent.
He really does. He knows exactly what he's talking about, especially up on that stage. Aero Esports have officially clinched their path forward into the upper bracket semi-finals, which means that they now have a life to play with in the playoffs. Even if they drop a series, they still have a chance to claw back up from the upper brackets. And unfortunately for Team Vamos, it's the end of the line.
In case the audience couldn't figure it out, the interview just now, Vamos did say, for them, the one that's going to MSC is probably going to be SRG and Arrow Esports.
Aha!
We have to see if Arrow can do it. We gotta see, because I guess Vamos was a really tough challenge for them, Stafa. But I wanted to see them step up a little bit more, especially tomorrow they're going up against SRG. They gotta really show them stuff.
Yeah, I want to see a slightly different gameplay style from the team, right? In this match against Vamos, the winner was the team that did nothing. So maybe next time we get to see the winner that's a team that does something, you know? Like a little bit of improvement here in MPL Malaysia.
Maybe they know their mistakes, right? Maybe they know their mistakes here and then they're going to improve on it. And then when they fight against SRG tomorrow, they're going to step up. And then SRG saw, this is how you beat Arrow Esports. You don't fight. You just split the map.
I mean, it was a good idea. It actually was a good idea. I gotta give props.
Innocent can use the Moskov, you know? He can do it.
Yeah, it is going to be an uphill battle, right? Because yes, like LaFell has mentioned, like we've heard on stage, Arrow Esports' next opponent in the upper bracket semis is none other than SRG OG. And while they do have a second life to play around, you ideally don't want to have to spend it that early on.
Agreed.
So it's going to be a really difficult matchup.
But an argument can be made, right? You only have your second life up until the grand finals. So if you don't spend it, you're never going to use it. So,
true.
You know, maybe losing, it's not bad. But, you know, like you want to spend everything that you have. Because, well, like what? You're going to saving it for next season?
I mean, whenever you get items in a video game, you kind of hold on to them because you always think, hey, maybe I'll use it later.
And then you never do.
Yeah.
I've hold on to key items that should have been sold off. And then dude.
Like I hold on to my level 5 health potions, you know, all the way until I'm level 100, you know. It still will be useful someday.
Either ways, I'm sorry we haven't analyzed about this game much.
I think the chat understands.
Yeah, my argument is that can you blame me though? All right, looking at the key players here, Kusei is the rich guy, so as the carry. Shout outs to Zarol, by the way, probably in the room right now. 824 gold per minute, 81,000 damage dealt. Zorn took a lot of damage, 123,000 damage taken. And Reza, best wingman, 10 highest assists. Reza was upset that the Valentina was banned out. And then maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, you know, SRG be like, you know what, take it. We'll use the Lucas, you can have the Valentina, and then we'll see if we can beat you.
I feel like if any team is going to try and test that, it is going to be SRG OG. So the chances of seeing it tomorrow are actually on the higher side. But let us talk a little bit about what happened in this game. Team Vamos tried to come out the gate swinging. And honestly, they didn't have too bad of an early game start. But I do feel like they got a little bit too desperate to actually get that early lead.
Yeah. If we're being real here, I feel like Vamos needs a full reset for next season, because only they really know what's the problem here. Like, is it truly communication, right? Like, is that really the thing? Is it just them not trusting each other? Is the coach not you know, carrying the message of what the players are supposed to do and everyone's just confused? And then for Arrow, they gotta clean this up, because Vamos and SRG OG, they're just a little bit different, you know, but different enough that SRG OG will not let you get away with these kind of mistakes.
I think it all comes down to adaptation. It really is the key phrase of the entire league, I feel like. A team that wants to be able to stand on top of MPL MY or any other MPL for that matter needs to be flexible enough to change up their approach in the game based on what their opponents are doing. And I feel like I've seen that sorely lacking from Team Vamos this entire season.
Although I do have to say, it's pretty interesting to see Pop-Bet is here helping out Arrow Esports. So they're like, this season, Arrow Esports, they're really bolstering up their lineup, right? Taking in Hazle, and then now even having Pop-Bet in behind, helping them out. So overall, I like that Arrow Esports, they're taking this very seriously. And if you're going up against SRG OG, that's what you got to do. After this, though, will be another best of 5. It is going to be MV going up against DxSoul, and both teams, these are the teams that have the most 2-1s in regular season. So we might go full games, but I'm not predicting we're going full games. Arrow flies to the oops bracket where the final boss search waits.
Okay, yeah, you keep catching me off guard with those. I was prepared for the oops. I was not prepared for the surg. But yes, Arrow is
It's
moving
not even
on.
complete. It should be Surgo.
Yeah, it should be Surgog.
Yeah.
Or maybe there's like a dot there, so it's Surgog.
After this, ZXO will be going up against MV, where winner will be going up against Homeboys. Loser will join Vamos, going home, but different homes. Vamos has their own
Ideally.
place. And do you hear MLBB? Do you hear a band?
I did hear a band. I'm not sure if like the chat.
Oh, okay. I know where it's from. All right. Come on, that's their show time.
It's fine. Either way, Arrow moves on to the oops bracket. And they'll be meeting against SRG OG tomorrow. And then after this, we'll have another best of 5 to see which of these two teams move on to the other oops bracket versus Homeboys.
Let me just say for chat, if you guys stay with us for the next match, you guys are amazing. But now we're going to go for a rest. But for you guys, we got to show the mic check. Let's see what they were saying inside the game.
Wait, badang first. Badang first, bro. Extend join. Aman. Badang, bro.
Aman, they don't have damage.
Ah, didn't connect, bro.
Boleh lock ah. Boleh lock.
Look at yes, Hazel.
Nice one.
Lego. Sabar.
Tahu lock.
Nice one, guys.
Only one flicker tak kena, cok.
Mati. Hands low.
Ah, nice.
Aman naman. Hazel aman, bro.
Boleh bunuh, Cok.
Ya.
Komen ada aja, guys.
Ulti.
Nice.
Ulti.
We must lock now. Lip, masuk lip. Dapat lock gerak guys. Baik.
Okey.
Balik guys. Ui, nice one guys.
Aku.
Tengok guys, bocil.
Aku hati.
Tak apa.
Flicker fasa.
Kiting guys.
Kimi mati.
Boleh enak.
Nice one, boys.
Nice. Sabar lagi satu game lagi.
Load terus.
Ni kau boleh naik. Ni tahu aku naik.
Low ya, turun.
Nice. Kati. Boleh datang ke?
Boleh, sini. Jom. Ulti.
Nanti tiga.
Dapat nih.
Sabar nek.
Okay, Joy. Aman say. Nice one.
Boleh.
Sabar.
I can catch up. Nice one. Keep. Back. Fokus. Nice job.
Aman.
Fokus. Ui.
Baik gila, alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Targeting.
Tak ada hati yang Zakif.
Mati.
Mas Spender tak ada flicker lagi tau. Mas Spender.
Dah ni, aku ni dia ni. Dah boleh.
Hero. Nice. Simi.
Left to skin.
I stun him.
Nice.
Break.
Locking game.
Aman, menang.
Reset. Alhamdulillah.
Bawa.
Kau.
Tengok.
Zul, lu sama gua, Zul.
No, bos.
Go. Tower.
Lagi no second.
Joe. Nice one.
Mana?
Lego Zul.
Ya.
Ah, dia spot flash dia.
Kanan, bro.
Ni, Lui.
Kanan, bro.
Kanan.
GG, bro.
Tujuh itu.
Mati tak?
Dia itu.
Oh, astagfirullah. That's right.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yosha! 第7班、ここに復活だってばよ!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっ！シャンナラ！
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very, very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru, kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless. in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit. Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate MPL one more. Hello guys, so for today I'm going to rate top gold laners from MPL MY. So first is Kuzey, because I think he's the one who's carrying their team and he's being consistent on his role.
Kuzey saya letak dekat B lah, B. So ada Mel QT, saya letak S.
Biasa-biasa S. Because they're just a new team but their gameplay is kinda great, so I think S.
So kita ada Lolial, saya letak C.
Hey, because when I'm watching their ISF, when they won, I think you just really need to have some good teammates that can help him carry the game.
Lepas tu kita ada Super Z, saya letak A. Sebab dia selalu gendong-gendong.
Sky Z. Oh, okay, I remember. Because he got savage. That's why I put him at S+.
Ada Innocent, the one and only. Letak atas ni.
Innocent kita letak dekat sini lah. So dia God, kita letak ada S.
Me? F. Getting carried by teammates.
Lepas tu ada Trap. Saya letak Trap dekat A juga. Sebab Trap dengan SkyZ sama. Diorang selalu gendong tim diorang.
Trap. Because he wants to solo kill me, so I'll put him at S+.
Aduh, Trap ni dia kawan aku lah. Kita orang rapat. Sorry lah, Trap. F. SkyZ, hari tu lawan 2-1, saya letak F lah. Lolial, 2-0, saya letak F ke A, F. Kuzey, 2-0, okay, 2-0, F ke A.
Let's Presco, saya letak B.
B for now. Because their team kinda underperformed since last 2 seasons.
Nets, F.
Shaheen, saya letak dekat B.
B. Because I watch his highlights, his solo kill DRit. Thumbs up.
Shaheen pun F. Okay, nampaknya semua kita letak F.
So ada sekali saya. Saya mungkin duduk sebelah Innocent.
Huh?
Rough. This one, good kid, good kid. So I'll just put him in A.
Rough kita belum lawan guys. So kita letak dia dekat E dulu lah, E dulu. Sebab kita tak tahu, mungkin kita kalah. Last, me, myself and I, kita letak dekat D lah. Janganlah kita letak sini lah. Kita tak tahu lawan Raf macam mana. So kita sebanding dengan Raf dulu lah. Obi mana Obi? Obi tak ada?
Okay, itu saja from saya. MB Raf, bye. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Kami dekat regular ni selalu menang 2-1 dan kalah pun 2-1, dan boleh jadi kat playoff ni kami boleh menang 3-1, boleh menang 3-2. So lebih banyak match, saya rasa tim kami lebih kuat. Playoff kali ni boleh dikatakan playoff yang paling kita orang berat lah, sebab since kita orang mula daripada bawah kan. So kali ni kita try daripada bawah, sebab kita dah try daripada atas. So kita gagal. So kali ni kita try daripada bawah pula.
Ini playoff ketiga saya actually, tapi kalau untuk konsisten, bang, untuk 2 season ni saya happy gila lah. So MPL Malaysia saya tengok makin kuat dengan import baru. Memang kuat lah sekarang.
Aku berharap aku datang MV, aku bisa bawa MV buat jadi top team di Malaysia. Ya syukur-syukur juara.
Mencari sana!
Triple kill, Jordan! Let's go!
Untuk playoff ni kami memang betul-betul all out sebab season ni adalah season Esport World Cup and saya rasa semua tim pun memang target untuk capai target tu and kami pun tak akan buang-buang masa lah, kami akan betul-betul all out dalam 1 bulan ni.
Kalau tengok daripada regular season, punya future untuk repeat tu, I can say 80%, but kita tak boleh, content or complacent lah dengan apa yang kita ada. Kena still hustling lah for that goal.
Hello guys, saya Error 44 and hari ni saya nak rate siapa jungle paling padu kat MPL MY season ni.
First, kita ada RRQ Hazle atau dia kena Error Hazle sekarang. Dia solo kill saya yang early, so macam seram dengan dia ni. So saya kena letak sini kot.
So Hazle is the king of jungle right now. So how we put this?
Hazle sini kot. Tahu.
Next ada Emal, tengah-tengah A, B, C. Mungkin saya tak C kot. Jahat lah. Dia nombor 2. Tak boleh lah. Biar B.
Emal, I think A.
Emal ni padu juga. Maybe A kot.
Match, saya dah lawan ke? Oh, dah. Saya tak D lah. Reason, tak payah cakap.
Match ni rasa kurang bila saya lawan dia. C lah.
Oh, Kimin. Uish, dia dah host. Saya boleh letak C kot.
Kimi ni juga dia bagi impact kat team DXO lah. So maybe A lah.
Ush, siapa ni? Oh, tak kenal ni. Ni out of data. So saya tak tahu. Saya tak bawah.
Guys, ada S.
Final boss. Sky sini lah.
Ush, Team Ray. Saya tak A.
Lazir, C.
Lazir. Sini kot.
Sekarang kita ada Chibi, The Goat. So The Goat kita akan letak S. Dua ni Goat kan?
B ke A ya? B lah.
My idol.
Alamak, ada Goat yang kedua. Ketiga. Kita letak A lah.
Arrow, C lah.
Arrow 44. Sini lah.
Weh, ada Prime Zahid juga. Respect sikit lah.
Zahid, B lah.
Zahid ni power juga. S.
Weh, GB. Saya geram dengan dia. Tak apa.
JB D lah.
JB A lah.
Ronaldo guys. King of Fanny. I think he's the good lah. Boleh tukar-tukar sikit tak? Kita tukar. Chibi still the best. The good of the good. The reason saya tak GB kat F sebab kalau korang tengok Fanny dia, uish. Saya ada nampak satu komen daripada owner dia, Sagam. Uish. Saya as user Fanny rasa macam tersakiti tau tengok Fanny dia. So, tak mahal GB tapi it's true.
Ini boleh lah, power kat lah. S. Hazel letak aku kat mana
Uish, apa ni? Cupu dia.
You what?
Mudah.
Ini kids, boleh lah. Wih, ada idol saya, Seki.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon calang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon calang. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix GT30 Pro. Are you ready to carry like a pro? The ultimate gaming smartphone is finally here. Introducing the GT30 Pro. Equipped with all-day full FPS system, you'll experience 0 frame drops, just pure, smooth, stable gameplay all day long. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 5G chipset. It's fast, efficient, and ready for your most intense gaming sessions. And with the GT trigger, you get pro-level shortcuts. Buy items fast, check the scoreboard instantly, and pull off clean combos like you've never before. Get yours now, because every purchase comes with a free mag charge cooler and mag case, while stocks last. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, ESI, Rata Muda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MPL Malaysia Playoffs Phase 1. And first of all, I do have to say, if you are here watching the intro, then I guess the other games haven't started yet. My name is Phil, alongside with me is Stafa, and this is going to be the second best of 5 for today. It is going to be DxSoul going up against MV. Winner goes up against Homeboys. Loser, just like Vamos, will get eliminated.
Our second and final play-in match of the MPL Malaysia Season 15 playoffs. For those of you who are just joining us right now, you will have maybe missed witnessing the elimination of Team Vamos from Season 15 at the hands of Aero Esports, who took their first series of the day with a 3-1 score. Question is, what will happen between Monster Vicious and DXS?
We're looking into the future now. MV and DxSoul prepare for a full 5-game showdown. And here's the thing, if the games are good, I don't mind. It's bad, I gotta move even back. At least we're at the same height here, Staffar. Official shampoo partner. We gotta say thank you to Head & Shoulders. Out to 100% dandruff-free plus itch protection. Out to 100% protection for dandruff and itch wiped out. Dermatologically tested. Goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. It's kind of like the amount of bands and players that we have. It's 5. It's all 5 layers.
All 5 layers at once, all thanks to Head & Shoulders. So make sure you guys go show them some love, you know,
This
grab
is my
some for
way.
yourself.
This is my way of saying I'm on the edge.
Yeah, you guys can't see it, but he is actually standing on the edge of the stage right there. Let's hope you remain stable over there.
I got his cable. It's hot. It's good. But here's the thing: DxSoul and MV, they're gonna be good. They're gonna be great. You know what? I believe DxSoul. They're the team that came from MAL. They can do it. But MV as well. People said they might be the other team going to MSC. But then again, everyone says that. Arrow's going to MSC. Homeboy is going to MSC. MV's going. It's time to show up or
go
shut up.
Yeah, basically same thing. But yes, especially 2 seasons ago was when it was it 2? No, last season. Last season was the strongest, where people were saying that like MV feels like the most likely team to take that second slot alongside SRG to go to M6, and then they got eliminated in the play-in stage, day 1. Now they're going to be playing the play-ins once again. They obviously don't want to repeat that. You know, they want to go further, get that second life. But DXS, there's just something about them.
Something about them, folks. Now you see me getting bigger and bigger as I get closer to the camera. Okay, too close. Back up just a little bit. Now here's the thing. DxSoul, they are a new team. And the thing about new teams is that they're not used to playing very long games. So if MV actually stretched them out, force them to play 4 games, 5 games, DxSoul might make a mistake, because so far, game number 3, that's the games where DxSoul is most likely to make a mistake. Now, to be fair, in the previous 2 weeks, I think they brushed up on game number 3. They've been winning those game number 3, so maybe they got better. But is it enough to go 5 games?
Well, personally, I actually have a lot of respect for DX Seoul for being an MAL team that has made it this far, but also in terms of their gameplay, I feel like they genuinely have a lot of tenacity, right? And like you mentioned, LaFell, in the later weeks of the regular season, really started working on that last game to make sure that they're not giving away as much space. And I think they are one of the stronger late game teams we have.
Yep. And now for DX Seoul, I believe we were able to talk with them either backstage, side stage, on stage, below stage. Either ways, we were able to talk to DX Seoul, and we asked them a question. You might want to know what the question is. Same do I. Let's check out the video.
To all the fans that never expected us to even reach playoffs in the first place, I think you guys shouldn't underestimate us because there's a reason why we're not getting swept by all the strong teams. So expect that we will be strong in playoffs.
Untuk test yang 2-1, kita orang selalu dapat tu, saya tak kisah pun. Asalkan kita orang dapat menang first game tu, kalah 1, menang 1, kalah 1, dan menang game yang kelima.
Maybe it's a curse, but for me, it's a strength of our team. Considering that week 5 to week 6, we have the momentum of 3-win streak. Even though it's all 2-1 and not against the top teams, I think it's still really confidence booster for us. So anyone we meet in playoffs should be ready against us.
The more games you play, the more experience you have.
True.
And the more experience you have, the more you level up. And the more you level up, your retribution gets stronger. So this might be good for DX Seoul.
Yeah, compared to the first match of the day where the retributions really didn't do much, maybe we'll get to see some stronger retributions for the second match of the day here. And we saw in that video that DX Seoul's goal for this match is to win game 1, 3, and 5.
Yeah.
So they themselves are aware of this curse that they've had where they just can't seem to win 2 games in a row. But hey, if you win all the odd-numbered games, you do still get the 3 victories you need to move on.
So I guess that's the key to victory. Win game 1. And then cross the bridge whenever you get there. You know, game 2, game 3, etc. Now we're looking at Uni here, one of the best junglers as well. We saw earlier the other junglers, they compare him to say that he is one of the best. You know, S tier, S plus tier. Even Kyrie said one of the best fanny players the world has to offer.
Yep. Uni, as we all may know, rose from the Tier 2 scene, breaking out in Season 11 by securing 4th place alongside Xeno and Nova X Kobar right here in Stadium Juara. In fact, this is a player who has been trying to make it onto the main stage with Monster Vicious for a while, and he officially joined in Season 13, but was mostly benched with the team finishing 7th to 8th place.
And then, since then, Uni and the team have steadily improved, securing 5th, 6th place in Season 14. And him himself, as a player, has been improving so much that usually people improve in their mechanics and macro. Uni even stepped up as a shot caller, where when we hear the mic checks, you can hear him telling the team, step by step, if we want to win this fight, go for the front line, and then I will do this. And then you guys will go to the back line, and then bada bing, bada boom, we get a win. I like that he stepped up as a leader.
Yeah, I think it's very important to have that voice to direct the team, to make sure that all of your players are rallied together. When we look at the history of Uni, he was able to get 4th place during Season 11 with Team Lunatics, and then after that joining with Monster Vicious, and getting slowly but surely better results. In fact, again, I do think that if they weren't matched up against Todak in the previous season, there's a very good chance that they could have made it through the play-ins, which is something they do not want to repeat.
I do like their drip though. Like their shirts may look a little bit busy, but I kind of feel like it's growing on me a little bit. Like a lot of sponsors here and there, which is good. Sponsors are great, which does put a little bit of pressure. They should win this one against DX Seoul. So the best of 5, who would have thought that game number 1 would be this important?
It really is, actually, because...
Should I step back forward, or am I okay?
Yeah, the difficult thing is, my cable is not that long. I can't actually go back there with you.
Oh,
which
you
means,
can?
yeah, I can, because, like, you see, oh, wait, no, I had...
Yeah, actually, you can.
I had more length than I thought. It was longer than I thought, LaFell.
That's what he said. That's what he said. Anyways, going into this matchup, I'm looking at the teams, and we saw that the teams does look quite ready. So after this, will we be introducing them up there. But talk about predictions here. I think I went for MV.
That is not what I said.
You said DX, I remember, and you said 3-2, right?
Yes, I said 3-2 in favor of DX.
For the record, Stafa said 3 for DX, 2 for MV, but mine is correct. I did say 3 MV and 1 for DX. So this is like, we were both right in the first series. Now, what if we're both wrong?
I was going to be positive and be like, oh, at least one of us is going to be wrong. But then you proposed the idea that both of us could be wrong.
I always think of the worst stuff. That's,
you know what? That's
how
fair.
you survive. That's how you survive.
That is true. I mean, the thing is, DX Seoul is a team that ends up dragging games to the full series. Yes,
exactly.
We have not seen how that affects the best of 5 yet, so I'm kind of curious about that. But at the same time, Monster Vicious has not been that consistent this season, right? Sometimes they do good, sometimes they do bad, and unlike last season where they would lose to weak teams and win against stronger teams, they don't really have that trend now. It's just kind of a guessing game.
If you guys don't know, MV was the kind of team, and I'm legit, you can check the history books. They can win against SRG and then lose against OB. It sounds funny now, but trust me, that's the kind of team MV was before.
I still can't believe that actually happened.
That legit happened. Check it out.
And it was consistent too. It wasn't just like a couple of games. It was basically the entire season that this was happening.
If you're top 5, we're taking you down. If you're bottom 5, I guess we're going down with you.
So it's really, really weird. At least this season they haven't been doing that, but now they don't even have that. You know, it's kind of a situation where they haven't really improved enough to say that they've officially left that legacy behind. Because part of me wishes it was still here.
Well, now we got to look at the lineup coming in from Monster Vicious. And again, leading with Uni, the jungler, as the leader here, alongside with Ruff, Nova Escobar, Roundel, as well as Zeno. Where Roundel, I feel like he has a lot to prove here. Because in the previous season, Martizi really helped out the team as a mid laner to either settle the fights or deal the damage. Roundel does his job well, following up with Nova Escobar. But I kind of feel like he has to do a little bit more, right? He has to get out of his comfort zone and start making plays.
Roundel has gone on record to say that he wants to make MV the top team in Malaysia. And as already pointed out that in the past, he has refused offers from other Malaysian teams to join MV because he felt they were the best. So he definitely has something he wants to prove, not just for himself, but for his teammates as well. And for the rest of MV, there is definitely some work to do in terms of consistency. If we're talking about consistency, DX Seoul have been able to drag out most of their series and still somehow come out on top.
Yeah, we got SkyZ, Rossi, Stone, Kimin, as well as Siska. And Siska really in the running to be the rookie of the season. And SkyZ has been getting 2 Savages. But the thing is, I looked at the number stuff. Savage is amazing, but when it comes to how much damage he dealt, I don't think he's even top 5.
Ooh, surprising, but really
I could be wrong.
Makes sense.
Because ADHD and I'm colorblind, so I could look at the numbers wrong.
Understandable. I mean, I get it though. SkyZ tends to play a little bit safer in the back, and when he tries to go forward, can get punished. When he does well, it really does require the conditions to be correct.
Well, I'm looking onto the stage, and looks like both Monster Vicious as well as DX Seoul are ready. So let's introduce them.
Recording 5 victories in 9 matches throughout the regular season. They've leveled up with sharper strategies and iron discipline. Is this the moment they erase last season's heartbreak and rise again? Brace yourselves for the beast in the arena, Monster Vicious!
Making their MPL debut and charging straight into the playoffs. They shocked the scene, pushing nearly every opponent to a fierce 2-1 battle, carrying the hopes of becoming Malaysia's representative in their very first season. Can they slay the Giants and take the next step forward? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for DX Soul!
Introducing the coaching staff of both teams alongside our head of League Ops Franklin that'll ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of Monster Vicious, we have Coach Haru and Sora. And for DX Soul, we have Coach Tio and Backdoor.
And now let's keep it going with the fist bump between teams. True sign of professionalism. And now we'll be checking out who will be the captains for this matchup. It looks like the one picking it up is going to be rough, and it looks like Siska will be the captain for this one, going up against Monster Vicious. Now both teams, this is the matchup that we know will go the distance. The question is, who can hold out? Who can push it all the way? Who will be going up against Homeboys?
Only a single upper bracket semi-final spot remains, and only one of these two teams will be able to claim it. DX Soul going to have first pick selection for game number 1. And now it's time to get down to business, LaFell. Let's talk about these teams. How do they approach the draft?
I feel like when you're talking about the draft here, something that you can target is actually Kimin, because he so far hasn't showed that much of heroes. But I have to say, we got to look at the graphic here. Team most pick and bans. And looking at the numbers here, funnily enough, DX Soul is 50-50 when it comes to blue and red side win. I mean, they have a lot of 2-1s, right? It's easier to get that kind of number. And if we're looking at MV, blue side only 44% win rate, red side 69%. Nice. And now looking at the heroes used and everything like that, actually DX Soul has more unique heroes used compared to MV. MV only has 33. DX Soul only 37, but I kind of feel like in this matchup, it is going to be that jungle, because Uni is an assassin player. And Kimin, he can play that assassin. But in their MAL run, they practiced so much where Kimin was the utility, and then Siska was the damage dealer. So I kind of feel like MV just has to keep that in the back of their mind, that they can always pivot, right? You can have Masha, you can have Benedetta. Those are the heroes that you have to watch out for if Siska gets it.
It's funny to think, because most of the time, the more successful games coming out of DX Soul have resulted from Kimin on a utility tank jungle and Siska on a damage EXP laner. So that definitely is a strategy that they might fall back to. DX Soul, I think in general, is a team with a little bit more flexibility in how they want to approach the draft overall, and don't really have any notable priority picks. Comparatively, Monster Vicious likes to play a singular style, play a little slower early, set up for mid-game death ball team fighting, and try to win the game off of that momentum.
Yeah. And now we got to look at the jungle comparison here of Uni and Kimin as well. Looking at the unique heroes, it does look like they're looking pretty equal. Both have used 8 heroes each, unless, you know, the graphic just doesn't have enough space to show other heroes that they've been using. In terms of comfort heroes, it does look like Kimin is more comfortable on that Hayabusa, picking it up 10 times with 69% win rate. And for Uni, apparently his comfort is the Lucas. 7 times pick with 57% win rate, but their best hero is Kimin on that Fredrin with 100% win rate with 3 picks. And with Uni, 4 picks with 75% win rate. So looking at the stat here, it does look like Hayabusa is going to be contested. But the Fredrin, man, that shows that if Kimin gets onto comfort, like back in MAL days, they can do it. They can win the game.
It's actually interesting that DX Soul doesn't put too much priority into drafting the Fredrin jungle for Kimin, because the few games that they have brought it out have gone very, very well for them. So a lot of it does come down to other teams deciding they just don't want to deal with it after they saw it the first couple of times.
You know what? Shout out to the comment. I totally forgot to do this, but now I remember. Everything's all set. Let's have a match tonight.
Well, we are slowly approaching nighttime, everyone, so perhaps the timing will line up for that. But we are indeed all set to jump right in.
Yep, now looks like Coach Tio bans out that Fanny as well as the Lucas. So really looking at Uni, doesn't want him to get an advantage here. And now looks like DX Soul bans out the Fredrin as well as the Chip, which is Am I looking at this right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, Envy is the one that banned the Fred. Okay, yeah, okay. Envy banned Fred. All right.
Yeah, obviously they'll ban the
It's weird
Fredrin.
because I have to look at there to see the bans, not here.
Yeah, sometimes when you look on stage, the teams are actually reversed. So that's something to keep in mind, especially when you guys come by and watch if you're gonna be showing up in person for the rest of the playoffs. But yeah, DX has already been known to be pretty good at utility jungle, so getting rid of the Fredrin is pretty good. They also removed the Baxia from the pool so that they don't have to risk any sort of gambits, and they throw that first pick question over to DX.
Right, I kind of feel like Storm can do well with the Jushin, and it's probably a pretty solid opening here, but looks like they're picking up the Phoveus. This kind of instantly shows their hand though, right? Like, Phoveus is a strong hero, but this does mean that Siska is not going to be using a damage dealer. Although, to be fair, both Baxia and Fredrin's off the table, so probably not a lot of good tanks in the jungle at this point.
The thing is, Phoveus is such a universal hero these days that he honestly can do some damage if the conditions line up for him. And even though there are EXP laners in the pool that are good at countering him, he will still end up contributing to team fights a lot of the time. That's why his win rate is so high.
And I feel like this is also, in a way, shutting down Uni just a little bit, because which assassin doesn't have dashes, right? So I kind of feel like that's the target here, trying to force out a little bit for Uni to use something like a fighter. But we've seen him in this situation before. If there's no other choices, he'll go for that Hanzo. Because I feel like if you want to go for the Lancelot, maybe a little bit tricky going up against this Phoveus. But either ways, good opening coming in from Envy, picking up the Kalia as well as that Granger, which in a sense shuts down a lot of matchups here. But they still pick up the Hayabusa as well as the Kimi. I feel like a Ling is what they're looking for. I don't know if they were going to go for it because of the Phoveus.
Yeah, Phoveus just automatically makes it very difficult to play a lot of the more mobile.
Not impossible.
Not impossible, yes, but more difficult. And so it depends on whether or not you want to play into that in the first place. The EXO have already revealed the Hayabusa and the Kimi, so that indicates that they want to play for a little bit around that mid lane prio. Phoveus should give them a good stance in the EXP lane, and that'll allow them to start contesting objectives pretty early on. You ideally want a mage that can combo well with the Kalea and exert early game pressure, and Farsa definitely fills in those gaps.
So this is an interesting batting phase here, because usually what most teams do is at this point ban out the 1-1. But because they already have the Farsa, a very good answer for the 1-1, I'm just wondering, are they gonna take the risk and just let it go? Because in case you guys don't know, SkyZ got the Savage with the 1-1 twice, 2 days in a row.
Half of the Savages of the whole season come from SkyZ on a single hero in 2 separate games. That's why the EXO felt very comfortable locking in the hero in their subsequent games during the regular season, even when there wasn't any notable picks that it would be used to counter. So that is definitely a possibility, and they have already locked in the Phoveus for themselves, so it's always something that they can consider since they don't have to worry about the 1-1 being counted by that hero.
Legit, the entire draft feels like they're just targeting Uni, because now they're banning out the Hanzo. And the fact that they have the Kimi means that if they want to go cheeky, right? Pick up a fighter, pick up a tank in a jungle. The Kimi can do damage against you. And against Hayabusa, he also wins a lot of matchups. So the only one that's really open right now is that Joy.
Yeah, with Lucas also banned out, Joy going to be one of the more obvious picks coming in here for Uni.
Oh, by the way, 1-1 did get banned.
Yeah, it did get banned. So they were also thinking the same things we were. The Glue also going to be banned out just to give Phoveus a little bit more advantage in that EXP lane. Now MV needs to make a choice. They're still going to be looking for their EXP lane and their jungle.
CC Hylos, right? I feel like Hylos is a good matchup against the Phoveus, and you need a front line because Kalia can't front line, right? She can catch, but not a front line.
Yeah, I think Hylos will be pretty solid here, actually. He gives you that advantage in lane versus the Phoveus. You also deny the potential pick away from DX themselves so that they're able to... I mean, Xeno did play Esmeralda, but I don't feel like this is the right game for it. Yes, it can win lane against Phobius, but it's not particularly good against the other two heroes. Yeah, Hylos makes more sense.
The question is, this should be a Kimi mid, because so far Storm has been using it, but who knows? Maybe the weeks have gone by, and then maybe they can draft a Selena here so that Storm can use it and just ask Sky Z to use the Kimi in the gold, because this also looks like a game that Selena would work well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Selena would be really good to provide vision for Kalea's ambushes or just threaten the feathered airstrike.
And Gatot as well. Gatot is open.
All very solid options. DXS is going to need to complete their draft here. They don't actually know what the jungler is from MV yet, and that's just something they're going to have to accept. Especially with all the bans they've already taken out. They can probably expect that it is going to be either Joy or a fighter. They go for the Harif. It works well since they already have the Phobius for themselves. But also the Khalid.
I kind of feel like this is just Rossi, like, want to get a little bit more comfortable, because he has won games where this Khalid just shuts down the mid lane so much. And against the Kalia and the Farsa, where both are not known to have a lot of HP, I kind of feel like this Khalid can work, especially if, just imagine this, right? Kimi, second skills, stuns both of them up, enhanced basic attack on the Khalid, and then just first skills to death.
There is potentially strong combinations between the Traction Pulse and the Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, that too.
You can time it pretty easily. And I do think it's a good idea now that I really think about it. MV doesn't have that much early game threat, and there's not a lot of heroes that can cancel the Quicksand Guard either, so Rasi could make a lot happen in the first couple of minutes there. But let's find out whether it will go to plan, because Monster Vicious going to be keeping the memories of their previous play in elimination in their minds and making it sure that they will not fall into the same trap once again.
Right now, I'm looking at the lineup here, and it does look like DX Seoul, they have a very aggressive draft. This is a very good draft coming in from them. The only thing that we do have to consider is that if we're talking about the laning phase, the Granger will have a better time going up against the Harif. Until Harif gets, before Harif gets level 4, it's not going to be a good lane for Harif. And then we're looking at the EXP as well. The Hylos does win again against that Phobius. It's only the mid where we can see a potential that DX Seoul can actually win that mid lane. So I kind of feel like the management of the laners here is going to be very crucial in this matchup.
The thing is, we think about the common habits of these teams, though, is that in the early game, they tend to not really go for particularly aggressive rotations. Rasi gonna prove me wrong straight away. Now he has to flicker away.
Yep. And I kind of feel like this is what you want to do, where you want to set the tempo, right? Especially because the Granger naturally has an advantage earlier, so you kind of want to put him in the bad spot. But Nova Escobar understanding that there's a chance that Ruff will get punished, so it just comes in and heal him up.
That is one of the plus benefits of having a Kalea around. Even before having access to that ultimate, just the sheer healing that she's able to provide to her team from her passive is actually kind of ridiculous. At levels 1 and 2, you can get topped up in basically an instant.
Yep. Looking at the bottom lane here, it does look like they're putting, you know, sources down. But Siska is not going to get baited. Still going to be completely fine. And now looks like Storm's still doing quite okay. And Nova Explorer taking quite a lot of damage coming in from this Kimi.
It's something you have to expect. Kimi is going to outpoke almost anyone in the game, especially this early on when no one really has the defensive items to eat it. For now, though, Zeno in a lot of trouble, gonna get ganked by 3. Novak Tubar holding on to the title strike, and Keeman doesn't quite, not gonna commit his ultimate. Forces out the Revitalize, but no kill on the Hylos.
Dude, the fact that Hylos still survived, and it took that much, like, oh, that was... He's a tanky guy, and the EXO, they were... If they committed the ult, maybe they could have gotten the kill. So I hope that Keeman has a better idea of what he wants to do with that Ogi Shadow kill. Maybe try to assassinate, maybe Roundo in this turtle fight.
I'm not sure if Keeman was thinking they could get it without it, but now the turtle being contested, Keeman comes in, Predator Strike Uni, gonna secure the turtle away! Zeno gonna be picked up as first blood though, and now DXO looking for some revenge! Tsunami Slam, gonna pull Rasi backwards, but Nova Escobar is so low! Unfortunately, DXO has run out of gas. That's gonna be all they get.
I would say that's kinda equal because one turtle... Nah, not that equal, because DXO did get a turtle and get the kill. Okay, never mind. Wait,
No,
Monster Vicious
got the turtle.
Okay, that's why I was weirded out, because I believe that he got, okay. I'm colorblind, okay? I was about to say Zeno, he did die, but it was good because that stun prevented Kimin from using the retribution. So a good call from Uni as well as Zeno to make sure that they secure that. So even trade, turtle for a kill, I feel like it's okay. 300 gold, no one's really gonna miss anything here.
So far, the game state still pretty even, as expected. Novak Kobar gonna get caught in the traction pulse, maybe a bit too far. Tsunami Slam cancelled by his death, but Glorious Pathway comes in. Raging Sandstorm, Flicker used by Rasi to escape. Fettered Airstrike threatening Stone, but he's able to survive just one last hit away. It looks like Nova is gonna be the only kill.
Yeah, right now we're looking at DX Seoul. They're being very proactive in the match, which is something that I really like, where even though Monster Vicious historically is a very strong team, but they're not playing scared. If they see an opportunity, they're going to go for it. So I like that DX Seoul, at least for this week, it looks like they have improved in terms of understanding, like, we're in the playoffs too. We're as strong as everyone here.
I think if you've prepared enough, you'll understand that Monster Vicious is not a team you can afford to give initiative over to. This team naturally plays a little slower, loves to play for the mid-game phase, and wants to be the ones initiating big team fights. If you're able to match up to their tempo, you disable a lot of their snowball capability.
I mean, now Zeno taking a lot of damage here.
Kimin looks like he's not gonna Ogi Shadow kill, but the Glorious Pathway has been used, so that's an important ultimate MV does not have.
Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe this is just Coach Theo letting them know that you don't have to kill that high loss. As long as you get a lot from him, the Revitalize, the Glorious Pathway, I feel like that's enough. So maybe this is DX Seoul playing a different game here, where you're not going all in, you're just getting the resources from your opponents and playing around it.
I like it so far. It's good discipline from a very new team. Zeno once again gonna eat some poke, but Ruff is also here to join the fight. This is gonna be a 5v5, and we all know that Monster Vicious loves their 5v5. Tidal Strike going to miss. Here comes the Glorious Pathway used by Zeno. He deals so much damage to Flicker! 4-man knockup into the Raging Sandstorm. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Siska backwards, but the Infernal Pursuit cancels the better airstrike. Siska is doing so much work right now. Ogi Shadow Kill executes Nova in the backline, and Siska will finally fall.
That 3-man knockup was amazing by Siska. He dies, but so what? They give a lot of advantage here because they got a turtle, and more importantly, they showed that Monster Vicious, you can't really go for this team fight. And with that, kind of psychologically, DX Seoul is going to have a better position here in the map.
Yeah, that is very, very good. Siska, he held his ground. Even though he ate most of his HP and damage instantly, the initiation and then the continued follow-up, ready to throw his life away to get the objective, gave DX Seoul another kill on top of that as well. It was on a less important target, the Kalea, but it's still very good because it's allowed them to build up that 2k gold lead now.
As a roamer, hold on. Looks like
unlucky for Kimin, he get caught! Tsunami Slam pulls him into the Fettered Airstrike. That is rough.
Stop it, man.
That was not intentional.
Okay. As long as it's not intentional. Either ways, like, I kind of feel like even if you're able to get Nova Escobar early, I feel like it's good. Especially considering what he's going to build. Because if he dies a lot... Oh! Wait, how did they get Siska?
It's a 3-man gang. They died behind the tier 1. The
fact that they stayed there. They got a kill and then they stayed there.
They're gonna try and burn down Zeno now, but Revitalize doing so much. Raging Sandstorm also not quite enough as Fettered Airstrike zones Stone away. Rasi still alive though, sets up for SkyZ. He pops the Zaman Force, goes in, but Ruff is there. Artillery sieging. Nova will go down. SkyZ needing to back off. Ogi Shadow Kill bounces it literally the most unlucky way possible. So Kimin doesn't find anything more.
How does Zeno not die? Like, he has escaped death so many times. At this point, he should be a gold laner.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you know, he takes a lot of hits and everything, so no, I understand. But the fact that he doesn't die is like, woof.
It goes to show, right? Hylos is one of the tankiest heroes in the game for a reason.
And he can even take the Lord. Hylos, man, like, that's no wonder he's the skin of the season.
Reza's Hylos stole the Lord earlier in the first match of the day, for those of you who didn't know. At the very least, so far, the junglers are actually the ones securing the turtle, so we're not really seeing a repeat of some very interesting stuff at the start of the day.
And now Rasi does find Roundel. Roundel does have to use the wings by wings. But Oh,
conceal, flicker in, they find one, that's Rossi, lifted up with the Tsunami Slam, Siska's in the backline, throw threatening rough, killing spree, going over to the Granger, Feather Airstrike comes out, Zeno gonna be blasted down, Slavan Force coming out as well, Novak's Kobar, gonna be another casualty, it is a 1-for-2 trade.
Oh, this is early, but Kimin now has the Blade of Despair. So he's building a Hunter Strike into a Blade of Despair. So now this is a pretty big power spike by Kimin. So even if someone's alone, they really got to be careful because that damage is very deceiving, especially because people don't usually expect second item Blade of Despair.
Yeah, maybe he really was annoyed that the Oki Shadow kill bounced so unluckily previously, but that is a very important item to have at this stage. It's gonna melt down MV really, really quickly, and I don't even think it's meant to actually secure the kills. I'm pretty sure Kimin's gonna use that as a way to melt them down and let Skyzed and Stone finish him off.
Maybe even higher damage on your Sirkin to actually secure the Lord.
True.
Who knows?
That is definitely a possibility. For now, the first Lord of the game is up. The DX will have the lead, but it's only 1k, and Uni just finished his Holy Crystal as well.
Yep, right now, it looks like the EXO, they are pulling it over. The only question is, what do they really want? Because the EXO, honestly, with the engage that they have, I kind of feel like there's a good argument to be made where they can start the fight.
Here comes the conceal. Kimin gonna pop the Ogi Shadow kill on Uni, drops him to half HP. Electrifying Beats also used, and Glorious Pathway on the opposite side as well. A lot of resources spent, but not really much to show for it on either team.
Yeah, it's only Kimin, right? He's the only one that used the ult. Everyone else still has it. Now Skyzed is gonna be safe. Now even the Feather Airstrike is gone. If the EXO's idea is just to bait out ults, they got it, man. They got it.
And that's exactly what they would hope to achieve here. Uni will have Electrifying Beats back, but the other two are still waiting on their timing. The EXO, unfortunately, not really able to find the angle needed to punish it, though, so I don't think the use of those ultimates is really gonna do much for my MV.
Yep. Yeah, the EXO, they were able to take away a lot of ults, but because they haven't been really all that active, they haven't been punishing that, so Monster Fish is still looking good. Because if you're looking at it, basically everyone has their ult back.
Stone playing a dangerous game here. Those Death Sonatas really starting to hit pretty hard because Ruff is 3-0-1 on this Granger currently. Both teams hovering around the mid-river, not willing to commit to a full-blown Lord fight yet.
The thing that I want, Staffa, is for DXOL to hold onto the Lord and someone goes split push down bottom, because I feel like that's very free, but the problem is who? The best is Hayabusa, but the moment you see the Hayabusa is far away from the Lord, that's going to be Monster Vicious going straight and burst this Lord down, so you want it, but
it's important. Yeah. Oh, Traction Pulse pulls in Novak's Kobar, Tidal Strike, gonna jump away, but that's a good amount of health gone from the Kalea. Feathered Airstrike once again forces the anti-grav thrusters from Stone. And continuing to do poke damage to Rasi. Both teams still playing this pretty slow. Flicker, Tsunami Slam gonna pull Siska forward. Raging Sandstorm misses, puts them in the backline, and that's a mega double kill for Ruff. They've dived too deep. Triple for the Granger. As Skyzed runs right into the Iron Sights. Kimin, though, picks up the shutdown. Somehow, Zeno still survives all that.
With that being said, everyone else from Monster Vision was so low, and that traction pull almost killed Nova Escobar. But it did cancel his recall. But in that trade, Monster Vicious won. And I'm not even talking about the kills, man. Look at the bottom lane. Not only did they get the turret, they even got the Holy Defense. I mean, like, to be fair, only a few seconds the Holy Defense is going to be gone anyways. But still, Monster Vicious, they just played the macro, right? And actually, it's not even Monster Vicious, just DXO not handling their lane.
I feel like DXO disrespected the positioning a little bit there, because Novak's Kovar just flickered forward, drags Siska back, and then the rest of DX just tried to follow in while the artillery from Ruff was just going ham at them. They gave this Granger way too many kills.
Now finally, Rasi is dealing with the bot wave. I feel like the problem with DXO is that, oh, hold on, the engagement track
pulse comes in, Glorious Pathway, Kimin steals the Lord away. DXO now on disengage mode. Siska running away from Zeno, but the Death Sonata finds him. They'll trade EXP for EXP. DXO still looking to do some poke damage. I don't know if they want to keep this going. Yup, looks like they'll finally back it off.
Both EXP laners died and came in. This is what we want to see from junglers, man. Taking away objectives. That was a very good retribution, and I feel like that's really needed because everyone keeps saying that Kimin hasn't been performing for DXO. And now in the playoffs so far, 4-1 and 2, getting that Lord, I feel like he's pretty clutch. The only problem is the XO, they might be tunnel visioning. I hope they fix that throughout the series, because if not, Monster Vicious, if they notice, they can win macro-wise.
Yeah, I agree. I think Monster Vicious has... Oh, Tsunami Slam pulls Rasi back into the Predator Strike, but he flickers out. Tier 2 mid will go down, but Monster Vicious sets up space to melt down the Lord before it hits the inhibitor.
DxO now, almost 3,000 ahead, Stafa. And DxO, if they win game 1, they're in condition, man. They're setting it up. It's basically like getting the pieces of Exodia.
It's very difficult to get all 5 pieces of Exodia, but it is possible. We've already seen it in the series. The EXO right now trying to embody the spirit of Yami Yugi to see if they can get the pieces that they need. And honestly, I am very curious. If the EXO do win game 1, have they fixed the issue of overheating and throwing game 2?
I would say they are quite disciplined in this game. Again, the only problem is they gotta open up the map. Like, you gotta see the map as a whole. You can't allow the minions to be able to push down your turrets. Now conceal play, Rasi looking for a target.
Looks like they will find the entire team of Monster Vicious. Raging Sandstorm connects, forces the flicker out from Nova. Escobar Uni with the electrifying beast doing a lot of damage in the backline, but Summon Force comes out and zones him away. They're gonna pick up a killing spree in the backline. Ruff gonna trade for Siska, and Skyzed finding the joy, locking down Xeno with the Starlium Beam. It's a double kill for the Hari, and 3 members of Monster Vicious fall. They will now have to mount a 2v4 defense. There's only a single minion pushing in. That should be easy enough for Monster Vicious to clear out, and the game should not end just yet.
Monster Vicious, like this is the start of a very bad run, because this probably reminds them of previous season in play-ins. They can't lose this one. But now it looks like they're able to get Roundel to use his wings by wings. Nobody's trying to get a catch here. Not gonna get anyone.
Rasi will just say Raging Sandstorm out of there. They know that they can't end the game just yet without the Lord, but they're setting themselves up real well. They've taken 2 inhibitors. Lord is coming up in 10 seconds. Monster Vicious now going to need to find a good position to turn this around.
I gotta say, Stone played that really well, because he's very quick to realize that he's being targeted by both the Farsa as well as the Joy. So able to get out of that, and the rest of the team collapsing on the Joy, that's really good teamwork coming in from DxO. Something we haven't seen a lot this day.
Yeah, that was a lot of faith and proper reaction to what MV was trying to do, because you're right, Lafell. Uni tried to dive the backline and yet wasn't really able to find much out of it, and in fact even ended up dying to Skyzed. Now the Lord gonna be contested once again. Glorious Pathway comes out. Uni pops the electrifying beads. Keeman is in the backline. Wind of Nature keeps Ruff alive, but not long enough. Killing spree for Skyzed. He trades away for Uni. They find a shutdown, but the damage is done. The EXO gonna be 4-man strong. It is yet another 2v4 defense, but this time they do not have their marksman. Roundel is the only source of DPS. The crystal is wide open. Nova Cobra tries to jump in, but what can a Kalea do in this position? Basically nothing. It's a mega kill for Stove, and DxSoul take game number 1.
The first step to winning this best of 5 is winning game number 1, and now they've set it up. Monster Vicious, they gotta figure out what to really do against DxSoul. And I gotta say, I'm pretty sure Husky is fuming watching that Hari. The fact that he didn't die and he got a kill and got another kill. Oh, what a balanced hero, man. What a balanced hero.
This is actually a really impressive performance by DXS right here, because team fights, 5v5 death balls, are supposed to be Monster Vicious's specialty. These are supposed to be the types of games where they come out on top, and yet DxSoul outmaneuvered them, outplayed them almost every single time.
Oh, almost threw away the chair. But anyways, yeah. This is a big step up coming in from DxSoul. I mean, sure, you can say that Monster Vicious, oh, the Kalea play bad and everything like that, but this is different. DxSoul, they look more composed. They look more professional. Now they're looking like MPL team.
Yeah, and this is already a team that was showing such impressive performance in their first season. They are really showing everyone else up. and demonstrating to the world that MAL does have potential after all.
Dude, Kimin and Siska, like, both these guys are just fighting for the top rookie at this point, and if they win, if they can survive up until the second phase of the playoffs, that's gonna be intense. Like, this is gonna be almost like that Team Huck run. When, was it season 9 or season 10? Season 10, right? They came in from the qualifiers, becoming champions, but now we gotta look at the MVP backstage. It could go to anyone, even Stone. I feel like Stone played really well in that one.
Yeah, I think Stone did really good, but you know who else did really good? Kimin on that Hayabusa. Now, we can't lie, LaFell. I think a lot of us were wondering if Kimin was the weak link for DxSoul because his performance wasn't quite as consistent compared to the rest of the players. But if he's able to continue performing like this, then those concerns can be swept under the rug.
At that point, Kimin showed you how to become a jungler. Go in, win the retribution, let the enemy start the Lord, but you're the one that secures it. That Lord take really set the team up for success. And again, the damage that Kimin was able to do, like, I saw a lot of the shadows went inside of Roundel, and I kind of feel like that's the biggest problem that DxSoul really had, was that Pharsa. If the Pharsa is not there, it becomes easier for honestly the entire team to do whatever they want.
Yeah, there was actually a really good formula that DxSoul was using in a lot of these team fights. They know that their backline is only ever going to be threatened by 2 people. That would be Nova Escobar and Uni.
Yeah.
And Roundel if the Feathered Airstrike is up. So the goal is stop Nova first.
Yeah.
Catch him, stop him from like jumping in. That's one step solved. There's a lot of faith from the rest of the team that Storm as well as SkyZ can handle themselves against Uni, so the rest of the team don't bother trying to play defense. They go for the back flank instead. And because of that, Ruff is not able to consistently do damage.
Yeah, now we're going to look at the itemization here because I want to talk about our MVP just now, Kimin, where I'm not so sure about the order of the items, but I still remember around 8 minutes going to 9 minutes, that is when he had the Blade of Despair. And we did talk about maybe this is just another way to secure the Lord. Because again, the Shurikens does do a lot of damage, especially when you compare it to the Joy, where it's DPS-ish. With the Blade of Despair, the Shuriken feels like a big burst of damage. It makes it easier for you to focus on a big burst to secure the Lord with the Shurikens as well as the Retribution.
Honestly, if Kimin actually decided to go second item BOD specifically to outdamage Uni for the Lord steals, then it is already another level of gameplay. If they're thinking that far ahead, if they're considering such a minute details, then DxSoul is telling us that they are true competitors here. And I'm really seeing it. I'm seeing that energy, that drive.
Yeah. Notice as well that Storm did not use the Sky Piercer for this one, so he's really there just to be the support, right? Getting those crowd control, getting the slow, getting the stuns, getting the pulls, and of course the consistent damage. But his main idea for this one is not to be the finisher. That is Kimin. That is SkyZ. And both of them did a very good job. Monster Vicious though, I gotta say, they were put at a disadvantage because if we look back into the draft, a lot of focus was onto Uni, where even we said the only real good jungler that's up is the Joy. And he did pick up the Joy. So in a way, DxSoul really controlled the draft.
I think they completely manipulated the draft to force out this Joy from Uni because they already had the Phoveus in advance and they do have heroes that are able to handle it somewhat well. I think Storm and SkyZ did a great job of just avoiding the electrifying beats because if either of them got picked off at any point by Uni, it would have been a very difficult fight to turn around again. But the trust in each other, the trust that the other teammates had in them, and the trust that their frontliners would be able to distract the rest so that they can handle the Joy on their own really shows the synergy of this team.
And now we get a look at the damage numbers here. Looking at the numbers, Storm still did a lot of damage, 75,000 damage dealt, and Ruff tried really hard, 72,000 damage dealt. Kimin did pretty okay damage, 50,000, SkyZ 57,000, but look at Uni, man, only 23,000 damage dealt. He's only higher than the EXP laner as well as the roamer, which does show that he wasn't involved in a lot of team fights. He was 0-2 and 7, no kills. Most of it is just assists.
Yeah, I was actually a little worried initially when DxSoul locked in this Khalid roam because it's been very hit or miss, right? This is a hero that you usually need to really disrupt the enemy jungle early to really leave a lasting impact. And while Rasi did try that on the first buff, he didn't really continue doing so. And I was worried that that wouldn't be enough of an effect. But DxO trusted the process. They trusted the draft. This was designed with countering the Joy in mind, and it worked out.
Yep. Really can see that DxO came much prepared for this one. Highlight players here. Kimin is the rich guy, 775 gold per minute. Stone, the carry, 75,000 damage dealt. Zeno took a lot of damage, 138,000 damage. He's the sandbag. And Rasi, the best wingman, with 10 highest assists. I gotta say, DxO played the team fight very well. Monster Vicious, I feel like they should pay attention and start to see the traps in the draft.
Yeah, there are things that they gotta worry about, because I actually feel like Monster Vicious is one of those teams that has a bit of an Achilles heel in that their gameplay style tends to be one-dimensional team fight, and they're very good at it. But what if your opponent figures out a way to adapt? They change the draft according to what they want. They go for flanks that you're not expecting. Not everything will go to plan, even if you feel like you have a good draft. And that needs to be something that you're able to evolve through.
And okay, we got to look at how DxO, the way that they're playing is, I almost want to say, systematic. They know how to go in and out of fights because they try to bait things out, and then they always try to figure out, is it worth it to use everything that we have just to get this kill? And more often than not, the answer is no, because they feel like it's not the right time. This is one of those ways that you play. It doesn't feel like you're scared. It's really about you calculating the risk mid-fight to figure out, what should I do here? And most of the time, I would say they make quite good decisions here.
Really good calls. You just look at the positioning in the highlights of how each member of DxO is handling things, how the fight is being split in half, the timing of entry from the different frontliners, and the belief that they will be able to get what is necessary in the right amount of time. The fact that Uni here is not able to melt down 2 backline cores and ends up being picked off by them is already a really bad sign for MV.
I mean, like, it's very difficult, man, because the Harif just gets a lot of shield, a little bit too much. Even here, look at the Harif. He should have died. Look at how low he is and how long he's been that low. He even got a kill onto Uni.
And part of that is the concealed flank from Rasi and Kimin, right? The moment this Khalid and Hayabusa pop out of thin air, Monster Vicious are in, like, desperation mode. Panic. Okay, we need to survive. We need to get out of here. There's no longer a thought process of finish off the Harif, right?
Again, more stats for that Hayabusa, because before the game started, we did show that the comfort hero for Kimin was the Hayabusa with 10 picks, now 11 picks. And the best hero for Uni is actually that Hayabusa as well, so could be contested for this one.
I think so. I don't think they can really afford to allow it through anymore after what we saw in game number 1. And I think after that game 1, you're right, LaFell. We need to refresh with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great 100+ taste that you've always loved. Because no matter the occasion, sugar-free and calorie-free 100+ 0 is here to keep you replenished so you can get the most out of every moment.
I can't figure it out. How does this have 0 sugar, 0 calorie, and legit it tastes the same? Like, if you took off the label, I'll be fooled. I thought it was just a normal 100+.
I already had mine, and I have 0 100+ now too. So, you know, that's how good it is.
Wait.
I already finished my 100+ earlier. I forgot to get another bottle, actually. So now I'm not refreshed. What's up?
No, just now there was a psst. I tried to replicate it, but I couldn't. But yeah, 100+. Thank you very much. The fact that we can drink this on broadcast, that's amazing. Cheers. Anyways, going back into this game, I feel like the win condition is pretty clear. DxO just needs to make sure that they don't fall into the trap of the draft. And wait, so for MV, don't get caught up with the draft. And for DxO, keep on doing what you're doing, man, because it looks pretty good.
Now, DxO, this is the position I was most curious about. And I think the position most of us are most curious about.
They can 2-0, relax.
Do they drop game 2, right? Do they? That's the thing. They said they were going to break the curse in the last week of MPL. And it didn't happen.
It's been 6 weeks, Tafa. I mean, week 7, play it. Surely there's a difference, right? I mean, the way that they play is different. If they lose this one, I will lose my mind.
I would as well. Because you really gotta fix that. If they're not able to fix that by now, it is a very glaring issue if you continue to overheat off of Ego. Hopefully that doesn't happen. In the meantime, let's check in with MV. We got a quote from Coach Sora, who said, "Against DXS, we're more confident since we've already beaten them. But we still need to be cautious because they have strong chemistry. They have 2 experienced players and 3 rookies whose spirits are burning with passion."
Yep, and they played really well in game number 1. So in game number 2, I feel like try to get Uni on a good hero. And for DXL, I kind of feel like they figured that out. Because as long as they take away that Lucas, and maybe take away the threat of Abaxia, maybe it can do well. Because I'm trying to remember, I feel like, or just ban out the Phobius. Because I feel like the Phobius as well has really disrupted the draft.
I do think so as well. Let's see if Kimin thinks so, right? Because we got a quote from him as well. He said, "Ziska and I have been trying to break into the MPL scene for 4 to 5 years. It's a blessing that we made it to the playoffs in our rookie season. It's a dream come true, and I hope we can put up a good fight."
Well, they have so far. It was a very good first game. 4 to 5 years, man. I've been casting for 4 to 5 years.
Oh yeah, I guess we have.
Yeah.
Really brings into...
I got into MPL first. Not in the same way, but...
Not quite.
Yeah, either ways, yeah. I feel like that's what we got to see. But now we got to talk about the gold laners as well. Both Ruff as well as SkyZ. Got to look at the gold laner rankings here, and it looks like 3,083 average damage per minute for SkyZ, and yeah, he's the lowest, and by far, like, the second lowest is Kuse with 3,659. So Savage is yes, but not the highest contribution of damage.
Interestingly enough, though, they both have the same average GPM, down to the precise digit. Like, what are the chances of that?
And then you have Innocent with 834 average.
We don't talk about it.
Per minute, and 4,000.
He's a different level.
4,028 average damage per minute. As you say, Staffa, that's rough.
That is rough.
That really should be his tagline. Like, whenever he streams, just end it with, "That's rough."
And that's rough. Signing out. Yeah, that kind of thing. I make it rough for my opponents, and they make it rough for me.
Life has been rough. Hey, I have a pet. He goes by rough. You know what? Great guy. Love the dude.
Your pet?
Yeah, because a dog, rough.
Yeah,
but he's Muslim. He probably can't have a dog.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the draft a little bit, cause
once we see it,
let's see, right? Because DXS, they have seemed to have worked on some things. They look more disciplined in game number 1, and the emotional overheat in game number 2 is what always ends up getting them, and they sometimes get a little bit ahead of themselves in the draft as well, just picking up comfort picks because they believe that it's all they need to push them to the finish line.
I like the adjustment here coming in from Monster Vicious, betting out a Fredrin, betting out the Phobius, and even betting out a Kimi. These are all strong picks, but at the same time, this is focus on what DXL has been doing. And DXL as well, betting out a Fanny as well as Lucas, targeting Uni, and now even betting out the Chips. But that first pick, Baxia, already denies a lot of what DXL can do. But in terms of the opener, the Kalia is open. I don't even know if they want to go for that because the Baxia can deny the heal. I wonder.
I feel like Kalia just loses a lot of
maybe Harif first
effectiveness. Harif is okay, but technically also has some difficulty going into the Baxia. Maybe Zusin is okay. It depends on the approach that DXS want going into game number 2.
Haya Harif.
Haya Harif.
Yeah, because
I can see Haya.
Okay, Jushin and Badang. Alright, that's interesting. I guess the Badang can can handle the Baxia a little bit, but he does have to be careful because the Badang is tanky because of that shield. So cutting that by half really slows down his early game. And the reason why I say Harif and Haya, because you kind of don't want to give that over to MV, because Ruff is pretty good on Harif, and Uni has won the most games with the Haya.
Yeah, these are both comfort picks that would be risky to let through. And DXO has elected to go for a safer opening since the Baxia doesn't have a lot of counterplay right now. But I have expressed multiple times throughout this season that I really don't like safe openings on the red side. Revealing Badang and Zusin early on, I feel like gives away a lot of your game plan, and neither of these heroes have a lot of damage prio early.
1-1. If you don't want that Harif in the first place, this is a good place to put up a 1-1, right? You can get free stacks on the Baxia. You can purify out of that Cho. And then you have a pretty good laning phase against the Granger. And if you don't pick it up now, for sure it's gonna get banned out.
I can see where you're coming from. The 1-1 would be pretty solid lock in here, but would they want to lock in a assassin instead? Looks like they will still prioritize the Harif. Should still be pretty strong. I do hope that it goes for a Purify just to deal with that Way of the Dragon.
Now I just wonder, because the Soul is probably thinking where this Baxia is going, because even though you see the Cho, you have no idea whether it's going over to the EXP or the jungle. Because knowing Xeno, it feels like a Xeno hero, right? Putting the Baxia in the EXP, but at the same time, it's in the back of your mind. You know that Uni, even though he is an assassin player, as a professional, he must be willing to use this Baxia in the jungle.
I don't doubt that Uni would be able to play it in the jungle, but you're right, Lapel. It still feels more like a Xeno hero, and I think the Exol agree. That's why they're still going to be banning out assassins. It's a very good place to do so because they are going to have first pick in the second phase. So if they ban out all assassins but one, they could... Ooh.
Export ban. That might be a bluff, because if you're batting out the export, it's kind of telling you that the Baxia is going in the jungle, right?
I mean, yes, but X-Borg would still be really annoying even if you were playing like Baxia EXP. Especially if you intend to pick up another tanky frontliner after this. X-Borg will just make your life very, very difficult. I think it's wise to just eliminate it from the pool.
If you're going to pick up someone tankier after this, your lineup might not have a lot of damage here. It's only the Granger right now, so they might need something like the Farsa. I wonder if they do want to ban out the Farsa. Oh, they ban out the Zaz, so they still want... They want a Hayabusa for sure.
Yes.
Right? Banning out the Zaz, either the Hayabusa or the Ling, but at this point, probably the Hayabusa.
Yeah, this is a setup for Hayabusa, and maybe to bait MV into banning one or the other. If they are going to ban an assassin, it probably makes a bit more sense to ban out the Haya. I think that's a little bit more difficult to deal with overall. And yeah, they agree. They'll get rid of it.
So Lancelot, Ling. You want to be cheeky, I guess. What else? What other? I feel like you don't need a Joy here.
I think Joy will have difficulty here.
I feel like Ling could also potentially have difficulty because the Cho can kick you. Although to be fair, any assassins will get kicked anyways. I almost prefer the Lancelot, but I don't know if he practices on that.
It's hard to say. I feel like Ling is still gonna be one of the safer choices as an assassin that's actually in the meta. And I do feel like the XS should lock in their jungler here. Looks like they don't. They're gonna keep it until the end and lock in Glue instead.
Faramis is still open if they want to pick that up, right? Like maybe they couldn't pick a, like, just what if? They just couldn't decide. And then they just choose to lock in the Glue first, which shows where the Badang is going, by the way. And now they can actually get a Faramis plus a Ling. Honestly, like a Ling, I feel like will do fine against the lineup of DXO.
Actually, I think we're forgetting Suyo.
No, I feel like Suyo is not good against the Harif as well as the Jushin after the Magic Resist nerf.
I mean, for DXS.
Oh, for DXS.
Maybe that's why they're willing to pick Assassin last.
Still want the Joy.
Oh.
The Joy and the Farsa. So the Glue is not going to get punished. Although to be fair, I've played the glue against the Faramis, and I believe it's easier now to play against it.
In the past.
And they do go Ling, which is good because the Farsa is gonna have a tough time against the Ling, against the glue, against the Harif. Looks like Monster Vicious, they're very confident that this Farsa will not be experiencing any trouble at all.
I think when you really look at it, both of these drafts are very balanced. They have good early game, they have good late game, but I do think there's a slight higher condition on DXS because they need items on the Harif and Ling, and the rest of the heroes really don't exert a lot of early damage.
To the point where I wonder if it's going to be a better idea for Stone to actually be picking up that Sky Piercer just to make sure that you don't completely lose out in the early game, right? Because I kind of feel like the glue as well as the Padang, they do okay-ish damage, but they're not finishers.
Definitely not. But they need those finishes. They need heroes that can really lock in and secure these team fights for them. Because DX Seoul is now eager to finally break their 2-1 curse from the regular season. Will they be able to do so? Or will Monster Vicious even it up and bring us to a tie series in the Land of Dawn?
So right now, looking at the movement here, they're starting at the opposite sides of the map. A lot of cheering. I'm actually quite impressed.
I know DX Seoul has like really, really, what's the word?
Vocal?
Really active fans.
Yeah, very active fans.
Yeah. Like their families always come to support them, which is actually really nice to see.
Very nice. Now looking at the setup here, looks like everything is as expected. The Jushin even picking up that Rupture. So yeah, I think DX Seoul, they completely understand that they need a little bit of damage, and they're looking at Storm to be the one with the damage. And you were hoping for that Purify. Yes, SkyZ as well as Storm is on that Purify. Siska is on that Flicker. So far, Siska, hold on, Rossi taking quite a lot of damage. Should be okay.
They actually kill him here. Okay.
No.
He has the regen. He's gonna regen it back up. Uni already showing himself on the bottom side of the map. Also gonna be able to secure this gold crab.
Yep. As I was saying, like Siska before this, I believe he was week 4 and week 5. He tried out the glue, didn't have an amazing game. I want to see if he has improved on that glue mechanics to really make a difference. Because we can see, for example, Cram having much different glue compared to every other EXP laner here in Malaysia.
Oh, Novak's Kopar, he's gonna be able to dash away. Uni looking for Storm, commits the electrifying beats, picks up first blood. Kimin coming in with the Tempest of Blades, but an instant disengage from MV to make sure they don't lose anyone in exchange.
Very different here. This time Uni deciding to go a little bit more aggressive. And to be fair, not a lot of things to stop him, because I feel like he saw Rossi already using the fist break, giving him like a easier time to get onto Jushin. I would say Jushin, before she gets level 4, much easier to deal with than a Kimi.
And that's why MV aimed for that timing, especially right after the fist break was gone, like you pointed out, Lafell. Siska trying to slow down the turtle, takes Storm is here as well. Kimin steals the turtle away, grab on top of Uni. He will go ahead and jump off because Ruff is here to join the fight. Fist crack gonna be used to disengage Rasi, flickers over the wall. Really well done by DX.
I don't know what happened to Kimin, man. He stepped up, right? I mean, like, maybe it's the comments that got to him. People are like, oh, DX Seoul is great, except for that one guy, the guy in the jungle. And then Kimin took that personally and be like, let me show up in play-ins, man.
Because like you mentioned week 4, Siska not having really good performances on the glue. Around the same time, Kimin tried playing the Ling and actually did even worse.
Less damage than the EXP and
yeah. So this is already a big improvement.
Yep, for sure. So right now, Monster Vicious still have a bit of an advantage here, especially by how they're playing. Because Novak, Escobar, and Uni, they're playing much more confidently, and SkyZ has to get away here. It looks like he is going to be safe.
Yeah, he will be able to dash out. Didn't even need to use the Zaman Force, actually, to escape the Feathered Airstrike. So that's a chance for Kimin to come in, steals away a camp with Retri, and just jumps out.
Yep. Looking at DX Seoul, looks like they're trying to figure out how to catch someone mid here, because this guy's ready to catch someone. He just doesn't know who.
Storm gets stunned, Electrifying Beats comes out. I don't think either team wants to fight here just yet. The turtle's gonna be up in 40 seconds, so not much a reason to brawl here.
I guess they were just hoping for someone to make a mistake, someone to overextend. Either ways right now, I believe between both teams. Oh, hold on.
Storm is manning up, walking forward, ult back. Wow.
That's good, because now that the Crimson Beacon is out, I gotta say, DxO should not contest for that turtle, especially because of their draft. They got a Ling, they got a Harif. What's wrong with farming, right? Like, maybe try to see if you can get lucky with the steal, but if I was them, I wouldn't I wouldn't take the risk.
Yeah, they don't have the full commit to it. They have Keyman who can just kind of jump in and see if he can steal it, but otherwise they can try to play the map instead. So based on the rotation, they are calling SkyZ over, so looks like they want to fight for it.
Yep. And even if they do, oh, hold on.
Electrifying beats used quite early. Fizz crack, lockdown Uni. Here comes Keyman. Tempest of Blades comes out. Uni dashes through the turtle pit. He's gonna be safe. Xeno taking a good amount of damage. Grab, gonna pull him backwards as well. Nova Escobar gets locked into the wall. Xeno pops the revitalize. He'll be fine. Now the flicker comes in, waves the dragon on Siska, not in the right direction. Uni secures the turtle. No deaths just yet on the map, but Siska dropping really low. He tries to re-engage Storm as well with the Crimson Beacon, setting up for Keyman for Feathered Airstrike, and Electrifying Beats comes out a second time. Storm goes down, double kill for Uni as he picks up Rasi as well.
This is very bad discipline coming in from DxO because, again, their draft is not about fighting, especially around the turtle. Around Lord, maybe. This is just not the right timing. I feel like DxO, maybe they got a little bit too hyped up after the win in game number 1 and thinking that Monster Vicious ain't even that good. They can take this risk, and I hope that they learn, because keep doing that and Monster Vicious definitely will win game number 2.
Because that's exactly what's been happening the whole time. Keyman gonna be forced to use Tempest of Blades to avoid the 2-man gank up top. Xeno is able to eat so much damage right now. The DxO needs to make sure not to overheat again.
Yep. At least I can say that Keyman did not make a mistake. He did not commit for that turtle fight because he's like, if you guys die, you guys die, right? I gotta take care of my KDA. And being a jungler, especially as a Ling, you have to be a little bit selfish. You have to be comfortable letting your teams die as long as you get the farm.
No, Escobar trying to be annoying. Keyman will still be able to get that purple away. Uni gonna be scouted up top as well. And another gank on SkyZ. Rasi is here to try and stop it, but Feathered Airstrike forces the dash away. SkyZ not having a good time in this lane.
At least it doesn't die, right? Because Rasi is just making sure that he's able to scale up, because losing 2,600 gold honestly is not that big of a deal. And now Retri using for Retri, looks like no one is really going to get anything here. But again, if Monster Vicious doesn't end the game soon enough, definitely DxO will have the advantage.
Yeah, there's a good amount of scaling in the Ling and the Harif, and Keyman will be able to exert pressure through split pushing, which is something Monster Vicious doesn't have quite as much access to. So there is a bit of a timer on them.
3,000 gold lead here for Monster Vicious. Xeno unable to catch Keyman. So far, Keyman has been playing quite well. Oh, it looks like someone got caught. Roundel got caught.
Crack forces a flicker from Roundel, but Keyman not gonna let him escape. But Keyman gonna be using the Tempest of Blades just to get out, making sure he doesn't get kicked. A good disengage after a pickoff. The DxO now in full control over the turtle. Uni looking for a chance to go in. Fist break connected to. Electrifying Beats comes out. Zaman Force as well. But they're not able to find anything. Revitalize also used. Uni still gets the turtle away from the DxO. But they will lose Nova in exchange.
Yeah, Uni can't have him, man. It's like, okay, hold on, new guy. All right, I've been here way longer than you. I gotta win this Retri battles. Ruff is up top, but the conceal comes in. Rasi catches him.
He's in a tough spot now. He tries to flicker away, but Siska is behind the tower waiting for him as well. Now Uni looking for some revenge. He finds Storm all by himself. Rasi is here. He gets the stun. Saves him at the last second. And Uni doesn't find the second dash. He is stuck. It's a shutdown.
Yo, MPL crew, if you guys are hearing this, give Rasi the MVP, man. He's been doing work all game.
Wow! Literally at the last possible second. Storm literally seeing his life flash before his eyes right there.
Yep. Oh, that was good, man. And again, something about Jushin. She can die, but you need to invest much more than usual compared to every other mid laners. Either way, right now, the gold lead went from 3,000 to a measly 400. That's about a 2,000 over gold swing. That's good for DxO.
Yeah, that's after winning a turtle fight and getting a pick off on Uni. That was his first death of the game, and since he was 3-0, he actually did have a bounty that was given over to DxO, so this is really good for them.
Yep. So right now, for DxO, Rossi has been amazing. So I feel like Monster Vicious, they can't really clump up together. Because if you're, you know, 2 people get fist bricked, 3, 4, that might be the end. Because Skyze, he just needs okay, no one's really there. He just needs space. Give him that space, and he will rock your world in a way that you don't want to.
Well, he is the only other player besides Innocent to have a Savage this season, and he's got 2 of his own, so he's definitely more than capable of handling things given the space necessary. The Exol now controlling space around the Lord Pit, not really allowing entry. The Fist Break connects with Uni. Electrifying Beats comes out as well. Rossi is stopping him all by himself. Feather Death Strike though, doing a lot of damage, forcing the Exol back.
Yeah, and now Monster Vicious, they are going to reset the Lord as well. Gives time for Storm as well as Rossi to recover some HP. And now Monster Vicious, they're controlling this. I don't think Kimin should go for it, but if he does, it'll be cool if he gets it.
He's gonna attempt it, but Uni secures the Lord. Tempest Blades comes out. The Exol, do they want to fight this? A 4-man stun from Siska, with the Revitalize from Xeno. Keeps his team topped up, and Nova just cuts them off. Now the Glue left in the lurch, and the rest of the Exol a little bit too far forward. The 2-man Chikundo knockup forces the Flicker out from Stone. Feather Dare Strike as well. Skyz in a 1v1 against Uni, but the Zaman Force allows him to get away.
Yeah, that was a big mistake coming in from Siska, but, you know, it would be cool if it worked out. But again, hindsight, we see that Ruff does have that flicker, able to run away. So Siska just has to keep that in the back of his mind. Like, if you want to catch anyone, honestly, it's probably Xeno. Xeno does not have any way to run away.
Oh my goodness, that is so much damage. Uni just blasted Storm in an instant.
And now Monster Vicious, they get the Goldie back. That was almost 4,000. And now the Lord marching down bot. Looks like Nova Escobar is going to try to pull the Lord, and now the Lord even takes down the Holy Defense.
Another Conceal and Feathered Airstrike, dropping Rossi down to about 60% HP. He's able to hold long enough to deal with the Lord, but the bottom inhibitor will fall.
Came in, says Uni. Did he actually win it? No, he does not win that out, even though he did use the Retribution. We gotta look at the items here, because I do wonder how much items does both Skyz as well as Kimin has.
Oh, he just finished Holy Crystal, Skyz.
All right, so that's good. So he has 3 items. I'm looking far away from the screen. It looks like maybe he has 2 items? I only see the Berserker Fury. I don't know what other items that he has. He has a House Claw.
Yeah, Berserkers, Haas Claws, and then he has 2 Legion Swords.
All right.
Oh, Wave the Dragon. Gonna find Rossi. Kicks him right into the Feathered Airstrike and Death Sonata. So, as Badang down for the count, Monster Vicious really applying pressure now.
Oh, yeah. Kimin should still be okay. He's 1-0-2. Skyz as well. It's actually 1-0-2. So, the Exo just needs a good moment, right? Someone to set it up. Either Rossi, either Siska. So, it's not completely bleak for them. But now Ruff having that BOD. Damn, that's gonna hurt.
And Monster Vicious is now officially in their comfort zone. This is the mid-game 5v5 team fight timing. They've already pushed the Exol back into their base, so they're basically gonna have to be playing Death Ball base defense a lot of the time. Even Kimin's macro capabilities are gonna be severely limited by how much map control DX actually has.
All right, Kimin now has the BOD. Uni flanks from behind.
Electrifying Beast doing a lot of damage, but Stoneman Skyz will get away. Feathered Airstrike also whittling down Siska. The Exol just have to play in their base.
So right now, Siska is going to have a hard time here because both Roundel as well as Uni, both of them have the Wishing Lantern. So now any front line, doesn't matter. Rossi, Siska, like at this point, the Exol, they have to consider that they don't have a front line.
Oh, they're still gonna try and conceal and commit to the Lord. Forces a flicker out from Roundel. Here comes Xeno to stop them. Feathered Airstrike doing a lot of damage to Siska. Rossi gonna get kicked away. Siska flickers forward, gets the stun. They jump on Ruff. They slay him. The kill going over to Kimin. Uni is still in the back line. He picks off Siska, but they also trade Xeno for it. Currently 1 for 2. Still in favor of the Exol. They know where Kimin is though. He doesn't have enough energy. Is the rest of his team able to back him up? No, because Uni is dealing with Skyz in the back. Kimin somehow still able to dash away though.
He's still alive? How? Either ways, we did see that Siska is not going to be having a good time here. At this point, Siska can only play when he has that flicker. flicker in, second skill, and then try to jump onto someone, because if not, you're gonna die, right? Uni as well as Roundel just deals way too much damage. The fact that Kimin survived, I'm shocked.
Yeah, I thought he was dead for sure. So it was a good maneuver to get him out between the members of MV. Still not good for DX though. Monster Vicious able to secure another Lord. The waves all pushing in their favor, and DX in a position where they basically have to play together.
Yep. So right now for Monster Vicious, even though Ruff did die, right, I kind of feel like they're still holding the map pretty strong, especially considering that Ruff didn't have a lot of kills, so it's not that big of a goal swing. And even in terms of Sky Piercer stacks, I feel like it really doesn't matter at this point, because both Roundel as well as Uni is just dealing way too much damage, especially Roundel, because look at the items here. I think he's building up to a Divine Glaive. Divine Glaive with the Glowing Wand, with the Wishing Lantern, there's no front line for DxSoul at this point.
Yeah, you won't be able to survive that no matter how bulky you are. The Feather Airstrike comes out, Siska gonna eat quite a lot of damage. Uni also playing around the flank. Lord gonna make crashing in bottom. Wave the Dragon gonna find Kimin. Forces the Tempest Blades out. He dashes away, but Xeno stops him. Fizzcrack gonna zone the rest out though. Nova actually ends up dying to the tower. Now the Lord gonna be targeted by DxSoul. They've given themselves a little bit of space to breathe since there is no wave pushing in mid.
Yeah, DxSoul so far has been doing quite a good job trying to protect their base. And now you even able to get that flicker away from Roundel. Good attempt by Storm. Even though he didn't get anything, but still, that flicker is going to be huge, at least for the next 2 minutes.
Next 2 minutes are going to be very important timing for both these teams. If Monster Vicious is able to close the game within the next engagement, they don't have to worry about late game scaling. Rossi flickers in, gets one fist crack on a very important target. That is Roundel out for the count. Xeno now going to be abandoned in the front line. He pops and revitalize. He eats so much damage. He's actually still alive. Uni comes back in with the electrifying beast. He gets stuck inside the wall. He gets healed up a little bit more. Grab. Siska now nothing to get out. 3-man Jikundo knockup. Immortality going to be burnt thanks to the Sky Piercer. But DxSoul don't actually lose anyone.
That's a good fight, but nothing is really changing because the Lord is not going to be up anytime soon. If they can get mid, then that's good. At least you get something, because I feel like it's a good thing that they got kills, but really doesn't translate to anything.
Ooh, that was scary. I thought Uni might actually commit to that. SkyZ would have died to like 2 hits, but looks like he doesn't want to risk it.
So now for DxSoul, I believe they already got enough items here, because even looking at Kimin, the only item he is aiming for at this point is probably the Malefic Roar, and then it's going to be full build. So in terms of damage, both Kimin as well as SkyZ has everything at this point. So if they can't make a team fight work at this point, then Monster Vicious, they got the win here. Because DxSoul, they already have what they wanted. They already reached their win condition. Now it's all about execution. It's all about the mechanics.
One big team fight is all Monster Vicious needs to close out this game and bring us to a tied series. They're the ones in control of the Lord right now. DxSoul will notice it, but they might be a little bit late to the party. Siska gonna enter. Conceal comes in from Rossi, but Uni already got the Lord. They'll pick up Xeno, throw him back, but Feathered Airstrike prevents them from re-engaging, and Nova Exobar as well flickers away to avoid the grab pullback. Kimin looking to re-engage, but there's just no real way of entry. Xeno eats so much damage. Rossi tries to go back in. SkyZ actually picks off Roundel. Fizzcrack locked down Nova. It's a double kill for SkyZ. Uni comes in, but you're 1v5. That is a mistake. It's a shutdown. Triple kill for SkyZ. But the minions are in the base. Okay, Rossi will make it back.
Okay, maybe that was the idea? Roundel flying up in that angle?
Wait, they can defend this, right?
Kimin is there, Kimin is there, Kimin is there, Kimin is there, Kimin is there.
Oh, hold the Lord! Hold the Lord!
All right, they can do it.
Oh my goodness.
They can do it. Okay. I was gonna question what was Roundel doing. In hindsight, maybe they just wanted the minions to end the game, so they forced a fight, or at least forced DxSoul to stay around there. The fact that DxSoul was able to finish the fight fast enough and then actually recall to defend base, that was either very lucky or very skilled by DxSoul. But still, at that moment of time, I was like, what was Roundel doing?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well, because he basically just walked into the Synchro Fission and got blasted. but maybe he was just trying to buy some time, because a little bit longer and the minions actually would have ended the game for Monster Vicious. That is pretty bad news though, because DxSoul are really good at coming back from these sort of positions.
Yeah, we're looking at the numbers here in terms of the KDA, gold per minute, as well as damage per minute. It does look like, actually no, except for KDA, Uni is doing quite well. Kimin is doing good in KDA, but everything else, Uni has his number. And speaking of which, at this point, they gotta respect that Harif, man. That damage is not balanced.
They need to try and melt him down as soon as possible. SkyZ cannot be allowed to freely DPS, or Monster Vicious will find themselves in a world of trouble. Up until now, Roundel has been popping Feathered Airstrike off cooldown to zone, but he might need to hold it for SkyZ.
Mm-hmm. And maybe just don't get into a weird position, right?
Yeah.
Cayman still hasn't died yet. SkyZ has died once. I don't know. Is it really worth it for Cayman to go over to Ruff? Because so far, Ruff is not that big of an impact in this game. Maybe Roundel is the one that he really has to focus on, and then you trust everyone else to deal with Uni.
Maybe. It already worked for them in game number 1, so I can definitely see that being a solid way forward. But without his purple buff, Cayman's gonna have a bit of a hard time.
The thing that DxSoul needs, they need some kind of advantage before the Lord spawns. Or they gotta win at this Lord spawn. Because here's the thing, Staffa. Monster Vicious at this point, if they don't want to make a mistake, they don't have to force anything, man. Let the minions do the work. Eventually, DxSoul, they'll tire out.
DxSoul will have to split their resources. Oh, Siska gonna be eating a lot of punishment. Still has immortality though, so he's fine. Feathered Airstrike's actually gone. Is gonna be pulled backwards. Nova holding the flank, but Siska will scout it out. The minions still pushing in favor of Monster Vicious. I don't think DxSoul can stay long.
Yeah, Monster Vicious again, they just stay here. The moment they see the Ling clearing the wave, guess what? They're gonna do something like this one.
Rasi gonna get kicked. Electrifying beats. Fist crack locked down Uni, so he's not actually able to do damage with his ultimate. Another Feathered Airstrike. Adrasi is able to dash away. This is actually not a bad timing now for DxSoul. They're able to regain more ground.
Oh, the minions, a bit nervous. Everyone has to back off, and now Monster Vicious, they get stoned. No, they didn't.
If he's able to Crimson Beacon away, Uni nearly dies. He does. He loses immortality. He pops the Winter Crown, gonna try to switch, but the Tempest Blaze finishes him off. It's a killing spree for Kimin. And all the while, Rasi is defending at home.
Yeah, Siska trying to delay. He's actually able to get Zeno. And now SkyZ, he's just waiting for his ult. He's just waiting for the Zama Force. Nova is trying to run away. It looks like DxSoul, they're juggling this well. How? How are they juggling it this well?
That's what I told you, Lefel. There's something about this team. They somehow hold these situations. The tenacity is on another level. Things are still definitely stacked against them, but MV is starting to make more mistakes.
I don't know, man. Like, DxSoul, they got the tenacity. They got the thrill. They're pretty swift with it. They even have a Master Assassin. And I'm pretty sure there's a Quantum Charge somewhere there.
Probably. Lord gonna be targeted once again. This time all 5 members of DxSoul are around. This could be it. Roundel looking for the flanks. Xeno gonna re-engage. Feathered Airstrike doing good damage. Lord dropping low. Tempest Blaze comes out. Ruff gonna be zoned away. SkyZ kicked as well. But he's inside the pit. He's totally safe. The Lord secured by Kimin. No deaths. But DxSoul got what they were looking for.
Oh. Kimin, he's been practicing on this lane for a while. Not the most aggressive compared to a lot of the junglers that we've seen, but he's being very disciplined. Like, the thing about DxSoul is that they're minimizing as many mistakes as they can. And now Monster Vicious, it's sad to say, but it looks like they're choking a little bit. It's like they're starting to lose ideas. DxSoul is just overwhelming Uni to the point where he can't make a decision for the team.
This is what I talked about with the win condition for MV. They tend to tire out once you get into the late game. Fist crack comes out. Uni uses electrifying beats. He'll be fine. Lord still slowly pushing up bot lane.
Yep. Monster Vicious, they're in trouble. DxSoul, can they finally do it? Can they actually get 2 wins in a row? They've never done that for years at this point.
Pretty much. Monster Vicious need to find SkyZ. They need this Harif gone if they want to stand a chance in a direct team fight.
Rossi is a big problem for Monster Vicious at this point. The only reason Monster Vicious like kind of loses it out, they get baited, man. A lot of skills used before anyone goes for a team fight. And not even just this game, even the previous game.
Lord is crashing in. That bottom inhibitor will not stand for very long, and Keemin is pushing mid as well. Monster Vicious in defense mode. The Feathered Airstrike gets cancelled by Rasi, and a stun goes in. Ruff gonna be locked down. Tempest of Blade chases him down. No death just yet. Rasi's still alive. Hasn't lost Immortality. Revitalize already used by Xeno as well. He gets knocked up.
They're
Pulled
doing
back.
it.
Immortality is down. Burnt. Unstoppable Skyzed. He found Uni. The Exalt have broken through. The curse has been broken! The Exalt take game number 2!
I can't believe it, man. They finally done it. For years, even in the MAL, they can never get 2 wins in a row. The first time they did it is in play-ins. And now, MV, they're in trouble.
They are in big, big trouble. 1 loss away from recreating their Season 14 tragedy. And the Exalt, the ones holding the weapon to their throat. An MAL team who has struggled to cleanly claim even 2 games in a row.
Oh my
now
God.
doing so on their biggest stage ever.
I said before, good game, bro. Good game, bro. That was an amazing game. And yeah, I agree with Mil. That looks like a different team. We gotta check, like, is this still the XO? Because if you guys watched the regular season, they were not this clean. You can say MV made a mistake, sure, whatever, but give credit where credit is due. The XO, they're playing very well.
That was a situation which would be very difficult for most teams to actually claw their way back from.
Yeah.
They had already surrendered so much of an early game lead and were relying on late game heroes that a little bit cleaner play from Monster Vicious should have closed out the game so long ago.
I'm proud because this is a new team. This is rookies, man. I mean,
I know, right?
Rasi is still experienced, sure, but nice. Right now, we got to look at the MVP. It looks like it's Skyzed coming in, the gold laner, and he's saying, it's not me, it's God. God gave me the strength. This guy, a very humble guy, doing work on this Harif.
Is he pointing at God or is he pointing at the sky? You know, because he's Skyzed.
God.
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
Yeah, that's how Muslims do it. Even, who's the MMA guy? You guys know what I'm talking about. The name escapes me, but if you point up, that means, you know.
Understandable.
Allah is one.
But yes, Skyzed played a great game. Only 1 death the entire time, even though there was a lot of pressure being applied by Monster Vicious towards the early and mid game. And by doing so, he was able to make sure that he was consistently a threat. He never fell off. He was always going to be the main DPS that Monster Vicious needed to remove at all costs.
They got their win condition, man. We set it up in the early game. Skyzed needed items. Keemin needed items. And both of them wrecked house. And there's no way that you can get anything against this Harif because, sure, you can reduce his heal. You can reduce his shield. But half of a lot is still a heck of a lot.
Especially if he also grabs an Oracle for himself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the shields are building up even more. Right, and Nova can't really jump on him because he has that Purify, which means that it is all up to Uni. I feel like Uni did a good job this game. He was a consistent threat. He was really the main player that the EXO was having difficulty with, and that's why the game ended up lasting so long. But at a certain point, he realizes, I can't melt them anymore.
Yeah.
And then the game just spirals out of control.
Yeah, that was a good catch stuff. Yeah, the Oracle by Skyzed as well as Rasi, making it so that they're much more durable in the front. Looking at the emblems as well, I'm flabbergasted. Monster Vicious, if history repeats itself, if they lose in the very first game in the play-ins, something about this team, man, changes have to be made.
I mean, I personally predicted that DX Seoul would be the ones to come out on top here, but I predicted a full series, and I was expecting things to be a lot closer. And don't get me wrong, that game was close. It was an impressive showing by both sides, but DX Seoul has really grown. They have improved, and it's not like we had a break between the regular season and the playoffs this time. It literally is a week. It's like week 7, and they look like this.
I like the improvement. I really like it. This is what I was looking for coming into the play-ins, right? MV, they gotta give a challenge over to DX Seoul. And they gotta really understand the win condition that they have with the draft. The Joy has not been working out for 2 games in a row. I still believe that the Joy is an amazing hero, but something about Monster Vicious, they keep getting baited out.
Thing is, the Joy was okay. I feel like Uni did his job, and his damage was really high up there, actually, alongside Roundel. And even though Ruff was doing a lot of damage himself, I feel like he wasn't able to do as much as he'd like. Every single time the fight started, this Granger had to disengage because there was Siska on top of him, there was Keemin on top of him. Rassi is consistently looking for a flank as well. I think Monster Vicious needed to mind their backline a little bit more because there was a bit too much focus towards melting DX Seoul instead.
Keemin is going to be the rich guy. SkyZ to carry 104,000 damage. Dealt Zeno took 232,000 damage, and Storm is the best wingman with 11 highest assists. Now the question is, I think that Harif has to go. It has been a problem game 1. It has been a problem game 2. And I believe even in other regions, the Harif is not a hero that you really let through. I understand the logic here. You have that Granger. You should be winning out the lane. Skyza has evolved, man. He is a gold laner that understands he doesn't have to be all that aggressive. He just needs to farm, get that items, and then pop off late game.
You would think that having a Granger, having a Baxia as well, would help you deal with the Harif somewhat, but DX Seoul knew the game plan. They have a Harif, they have a Ling. The goal is to survive to the late game until you can get that farm in place. They definitely did make some mistakes early. I feel like forcing fights when they weren't really at a peak of strength just yet, but their late game composure more than makes up for it.
This actually the advice that we had in the previous series works better here. Just do nothing. Do nothing, do nothing, do nothing, and then pop off. Right? That's exactly what they did. But they made it look better than the previous series.
It did get risky. It did get close. There were times when the minions were really becoming issues, pushing into the base, nearly ending the game on their own. I think we have to believe that Roundel threw his body to try and delay more time. That's the only explanation.
If he was trying to flank, trying to get a kill, bro, what are you doing? Okay, look at it. Yeah, it looked like he was trying to flank. I don't think he was trying to buy time.
Yeah, looking at it like this.
If you want to flank, don't show your face, man.
And then Uni came in after that, when everything was over and his team was disengaging. There was a bit of disrespect going on. Even if Uni was doing a lot of damage before that, all those small incremental losses added up, and then DX Seoul ends the game with a 10k net worth lead.
So now you got to ban out the Fredrin. Actually, you might be okay letting go of that Fredrin, honestly. Because then Kimi's not the problem. Siska is the problem. And I think ganking the EXP lane might be easier. Because here's the thing. In terms of the bans, I feel like the Phobias has to go. And then at this point, Harif has to go. And then that last slot. Do you want to ban out the Fredrin or the Kimi? Both are a problem. You got to make a decision because this is potentially the final draft that Monster Vicious will have here in MPL MY.
I feel like in their position, you still actually have to ban the Fredrin because it enables DX Seoul to fight MV directly on their own battlefield, and that's something they want to avoid.
Well, we're gonna give as much time as we can to the players because right now we'll be throwing it over to Poji to talk with someone on the stage.
Terima kasih caster kesayangan Malaysia. Dan sekarang bersama saya, Poji, kita akan bercakap mengenai Beyond The Meta. Sedia kita tahu ada pasukan untuk pusingan kelayakan wildcard dan ada juga untuk pasukan negara serantau yang lain yang cuba untuk merebut slot ke MSC EWC. Dan sekarang ni perlu kita tahu berita-berita siapa yang dah layak, siapa yang dah pergi jauh ataupun siapa yang hampir-hampir pasti untuk pergi ke MSC. Dan sekarang ni kita bermula dengan berita daripada Mongolia. Jauh negaranya. Untuk negara yang pertama ni, rakan lama M6 kita kembali iaitu The Mongols berjaya menewaskan IHC dengan skor mata 4-1. Kalau untuk pengetahuan korang, IHC hari tu datang ke Malaysia untuk bootcamp. Tapi sayangnya bootcamp tu macam dah jadi jalan-jalan je. Tak apa, yang penting enjoy dengan Malaysia kan. Tapi tak lupa juga sebab ada Legion Esport dengan satu pemain kesukaan Riz Pew Pew itu pun berjaya layak ke puncak wildcard ni. Sedikit kita tahulah, kita nak dengar lagi Riz cakap macam-macam dengan nama dia ni. Saya pun tak tahu kenapa dia tak guna nama yang panjang. Never mind. Tapi berita seterusnya daripada Turki. Untuk berita daripada Turki ni ada gabungan dua tim besar itu daripada Ul Hefnar dan juga S2G di mana ada pemain yang bernama Tienzi, Rosa dan juga Apex 47 yang bergabung dengan Sigibum dan juga Lunar. Mereka muncul sebagai juara untuk MTC Turki Champion season yang kelima dan seterusnya layak terus untuk pergi ke MSC. Walaupun prestasi kejohanan yang agak lain tu dia tak berapa nak konsisten, perlu juga kita respect kepada mereka sebab mereka dah buatkan yang terbaik. Sebab kalau ikut sejarah, diorang ni pernah tewaskan Onyx Indonesia dekat ESL Snapdragon Pro Series Master 2025 hari tu. Potensi yang agak besar tapi mereka perlu buktikan dekat pentas MSC nanti. Dan tak lupa juga sebab Luna dengan Sigibum ni pernah bersinar bersama-sama dengan SRG masa dekat pentas M6 hari tu. Jadi perlu kita faham, kalau kata pernah bermain dekat MSC, pernah bermain dekat M6, maksudnya mereka bawa pengalaman yang sangat-sangat besar. Dah habis berita pada Mongolia, habis juga berita pada Turki dan sekarang berita daripada negara jiran iaitu Filipina. Dan sedia yang anda tahu semua, kita ada Onyx Filipina yang dah pun book slot untuk ke MSC bila mana kita tahu mereka melalui jalan yang agak sukar bermula dengan Aurora dan juga Twisted Mind di mana 3-2, 3-2 menangnya tipis. Kemudian menang mudah bertemu dengan tim Liquid PH dan sekarang tim Liquid PH perlu bertembung dengan Falcon PH. Kat sini kita perlu pilih salah satu saja. Petang ni akan ada pertembungan siapa yang akan menjadi pilihan seterusnya untuk pergi ke Grand Final untuk Filipina. Tapi saya difahamkan sekarang kita ada klip video istimewa daripada pemain Onyx Filipina. Jom kita tengok apa yang pemain ni nak cakap dekat kita semua.
Hello everyone, King Kong here, jungler of Onyx Philippines. I feel very happy because we're about to represent the Philippines again in another international tournament, and of course it's one of my new achievements, the EWC. I think the second slot will go to Team Falcons because their chemistry is very good and we are best friends. I think the first team to secure the MSC slot in MPL Malaysia is going to be Selangor Red Giants. It's because Innocent and Kram is so good, including Sekis. Very good mechanics. My words for Innocent are good luck and work hard so we can meet again in another international tournament. If not SRG, my words for the other teams are good luck and let's give the fans a very good match.
Berdasarkan daripada prediction dia menjangkakan Falcon yang akan mara untuk ke Grand Final bertemu dengan dorang. Tapi bagi saya, kita tak boleh nak jangka lagi sebab petang ni diorang boleh buktikan. Dan pada masa samanya juga dia ada bercakap tentang negara kita ni lah, MPL MY, yang mana satu akan pergi book slot dulu untuk MSC dan dia cakap Selangor Red Giant. Tak lupa juga sebab dia cakap kita ada player Skies dan juga Innocent. Dia siap cakap sebab diorang ni bagus dan juga sangat berpotensi untuk bertemu lagi sekali dekat MSC. Kita tak boleh nak cakap lagi sebab diorang permainannya esok. Dan sekarang ni saya difahamkan permainan akan bermula tak lama sahaja lagi. Jom kita tengok apa yang berlaku dekat dalam bilik ni. Wow, diorang dekat dalam ni lagi, tak ada dekat atas tu. Kita panggil sekejap, kita nak tanya sikit. Sinilah, sini. Kita panggil Zia, salah satu sub player daripada DS yang belum lagi bermain. Dia macam DJY, bezanya tim dia menang. Sini. Zia, apa khabar?
Sihat, alhamdulillah.
Alright, Zia, kalau boleh nak kongsi sikit lah dengan peminat-peminat yang datang hari ni kan. Boleh tak cerita macam mana korang boleh buat satu kejutan sebab kita tak jangka langsung? Kongsi-kongsi sikit.
Kongsi Maybe sebelum ni maybe ada masalah sikit dengan kom apa semua. Tapi sekarang kita orang dah confident. So tu membuatkan kita orang hari ni lagi better daripada before.
Baik. Any words untuk semua fan dan keluarga yang datang?
Pada fans yang datang hari ni, thank you sangat-sangat untuk tim DX dan MV. So jangan lupa support kita orang sampai akhir. So thank you.
Terima kasih kepada Zia dan terima kasih juga kepada anda semua yang jadi penyokong untuk DS dan juga Monster Vicious hari ini. Dan tanpa kita melengah masa, let's go to berehat.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 Swiss Watch.
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi. Minna! Utsumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo!
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders, dermatologically tested.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
We are at the point where it's 2-0 for DX Seoul. Never happened before, but maybe this is just a DX thing. They will play 3 games no matter what. So in the best of 5, I mean,
best of 5 is perfect for them.
Win 3, they're still moving on. They're like, we play 3 games, bruh. That means they're screwing the best of 7, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, maybe when we get there, we'll see a new evolution of the team, but that means they have to actually make it to the grand finals. For now, that's a thought for another day. Right now, we need to talk about the situation we find ourselves in. An MAL team who has made it to playoffs for the first time ever, their first season ever, is now 1 game away from eliminating Monster Vicious.
Envy cannot overheat because there are a lot of times where we see them making plays for that highlight reels when they really should play with a team, right? Because they even said before during the regular seasons, like, oh, a bit of star syndrome, right? Feeling themselves a little bit more, thinking that they can 1v5. I feel like they need to start respecting DX Seoul and actually fight them as a team.
Yeah, I remember how I pointed out during, after game 1 that DX Seoul feels like the players have a lot of trust in each other to perform their individual responsibilities. Envy is starting to feel a little bit like each player wants to take things into their own hand and are just hoping the rest follow up on them, and there's a big difference in that.
Oh, right now we do have the rookie standings here. It looks like Sheehan is 37 points, ZK 44 points, Error 404, 49 points. Kimin and Siska very tight here, 51 and 50 points. Siska still in the lead at this one.
Yeah, both rookies from DXS have really forged a path for themselves, paved a way forward. And remember, we had a quote from these players. They have been trying to achieve MPL for 4 to 5 years now. And now finally, on the first season, they make it. They are making things happen. This is an incredible story, really.
Yeah, now we have the keys to victory for MV. They gotta respect SkyZ's carry potential, man. Like, don't give him that Harif anymore. Don't get baited. Envy keep wasting skills without any trade, and they got to draft for Uni or Ruff because at this point, you know that they're the carries. Like, let them pop off.
Yeah, these are very smart keys, and I think they were written by a very wise man, and I think they're things that we really have to think about, right? SkyZ has the carry potential. This is a player that is willing to do what is necessary to get himself on the board, even if it means giving up some of that early to mid-game pressure. MV was getting baited out a lot because they wanted to win team fights, but there were situations where they didn't really need to force it. So going into game number 3, backs against the wall, a similar situation to Team Vamos at the start of the day. Can they turn it around?
Yep, started drafting phase here. Looks like MV will be first pick. Betting out. Okay, they're letting go of their...
Who said there are no shortcuts?
I wonder if they will first pick the Harif here, because they ban out the Baxia, they ban out the Kimi, they ban out the Fredrin. They picked the Jushin.
I don't like that.
Neither do I.
This is Harifobious, right?
Yes. Harifovia sounds so good for DX at this point. Like, it has to be a bait. But how is MV baiting here? Like, what is the trade-off? Like, the Hyos can deal with the Fovia, sure. Do you want to try Granger Harif again? DX is taking the time. Okay, so here's the thing. Maybe...
Oh, not Harif Phobias. Kalea Phobias.
Let's see here. I feel like they need to take the Harif away.
They have to.
In the previous game, in game number 2, they picked the Granger when the Harif is still up, and then they didn't even ban the Harif, and then Harif was eventually picked a 5th spot. So, but if MV is not picking up Harif here, I don't know, man. Seems a bit
But it
trolly.
would mean picking Harif into Phobias. I feel like...
Would you rather let Skyzet get Harif again?
Probably not, right? Yeah, okay. They lock it in, and they also steal away the Badang, which... Okay, I guess, but I still don't really like picking Zeus and Badang this early.
Yeah, I'm thinking of gold laners here.
My imaginary world. Your team.
Yeah,
Yep.
there you go, the 1-1.
Yeah, I had a feeling too. After they banned it out in game 2, there was a sinking suspicion in the back of my mind that Skyzed probably wants to play this hero at some point.
Yeah, trying to get that 3rd Savage up in arms. And now they ban out the Hanzo. The OG way to deal with E11 is actually the Feramis. Whenever the crossbow tank is activated, you open up the Feramis ult. And honestly, even the Ghost Burster deal a lot of damage onto 1-1. But that ban right there, the Zask, that showed that they want to use an assassin. I don't know if they want that Joy again. Again, the Joy is good, but doesn't seem like it's enough.
Nah, not here. You would be picking Harif and Joy into Phobias, which I think is a little bit too much. And like you mentioned, it hasn't really worked out so far. It might be the Hayabusa, maybe, since it still hasn't been banned until now. I think Ling is worth a consideration now that we've seen Kevin is capable of playing it. Both junglers have this as a pocket pick.
The problem is just because of that Kalia. Like, it really is just that Kalia. Because even the Hayabusa, you have a channel time before you use your Ogi Shadow kill. That's enough time for Kalia to pick you off. Same with Ling. Like, you can be fast enough that you can avoid this Kalia, but easier said than done.
Easier said than done is correct. You always think, as an assassin player, my hands are fast enough, I can avoid a Kalea. There's no way they can react in time, and yet we have seen it time and time again here in MPL. These are the cream of the crop. They ban Hayabusa.
My worry is just because it's match point. Do you want to take that risk? That's it. Do you want to take that risk? Because at this point, even DxO, they can pick up that Ling, and then what? MV has the Joy, the Suyo. Both honestly doesn't even sound that good at this point.
I think you keep your jungler and pick a mid laner here just to give yourself an opening, right? Because you could go Ling, but if you suddenly get a bunch of tanks on the side of MV, it might be difficult as well. So leaving a flex option open for something like an X-Borg is still a possibility.
The only thing is that I do agree they could get a tank in the jungle. Right, so they do pick up the Eve just in case if they want to pick up a fighter. The problem here, Staffa, is if they pick up a tank or a fighter, they lost.
No damage.
And the 1-1 gets free stacks.
Yep.
I don't care. Barats, Alpha, heck, I don't know, Aulus. Everyone's just going to give stacks over to 1-1. Like, the draft that DxSoul has right now, they already created a box where MV, at this point, I kind of feel like, unless they surprise us, I kind of feel like they got outdrafted.
I'm looking at the remaining assassins. Ling probably is the best option,
Lancelot?
but risky. Lancelot is
risky
possible. Okay, they go Ling, and then they go Gatot. I guess that's okay, but it is actually a similar situation that DXS last game. They are relying on Ling and Harif to scale up.
It's like, hey, you guys got a good draft.
Can I take that?
Yeah, okay, you guys didn't give us the glue. We'll just change it with the Gata and it'll be okay.
Can I copy your homework? Sure,
but don't
just make sure to change it up a little so it's not too obvious.
I can't believe it's gotten to the point where MP is like, that was good. We can use that. What are the choices here?
A good
Lancelot. Honestly, if they want to use a fighter, it's fine. It's not that
X-Borg
bad.
is actually not bad.
Yeah. A lot of heroes are not bad. Now, I kind of feel like they can't go wrong with the last pick here. Suyo? Yeah, I feel like Suyo is still fine.
Suyo's actually great here.
And
there's only one source of magic damage.
Exactly.
Really.
How did DX Soul got so good in drafting?
I don't know.
Week?
What have they been doing? What have they been eating?
Arrow has me talking to Pogbat, so who has Steel talked to? Yeb?
Man, imagine we find out after this that they were talking to Yeb. All right.
Maybe even Wolf. Wolf has been helping up Onyx Philippines and has been looking pretty good.
Well, this is a very, very solid lineup coming out of DX Soul. They have early game pressure, they have late game performance. SkyZ on one of his comfort picks, the hero that secured him 2 Savages this season. Monster Vicious backs against the wall, only one opportunity to deny the fate that plagued them in the previous playoffs. Can they stop the advent of DX Soul as we jump into the land of Dawn?
So one of the keys to victory is actually to draft for the jungle or the gold lane, right? For Uni or Ruff. They got amazing heroes here. Uni's good on that link, and Ruff is good on that on the Harif. They even have a lot of support here. The Badang, the Gatot, and even the Jushin. So they got themselves a pretty good draft. We were talking about the win conditions here. Same as what we said against DX. It's all about execution.
Yeah, I feel like they heard the keys to victory from earlier because they have specifically drafted for Ruff and Uni this time. And everyone else is just a supportive position to get them set up. They are giving up a little bit of early game, but if they're able to get enough items by the time mid-game comes around, they actually can teamfight.
Looking at the situation right now as well, looks like everywhere is pretty team. In terms of the build, nothing really screams out at me so far. I'm just looking at Nova Escobar because he hasn't been performing so well in these previous 2 games. So I want him to be a difference maker for this time, because if he can't do it, I don't know, man. Feels bad.
I do hope so as well. Nova Escobar has always been a very respected roamer here in MPL MY, and I just don't feel like I'm seeing the same sort of plays that he used to be able to create. One good thing though is that there are Purifies on Ruff and Roundel, so Rasi's probably gonna have a bit of difficulty finding targets this game.
Although, personally for me, you only have one, and that's the Ling.
Yeah.
Right? I kind of feel like the moment the Ling drops down, try your very best just to spam your ult and then just grab her, because I feel like Ruff, you can let everyone else deal with it, or just wait for the Purify to go down, because in this game, Rasi, this probably will be a good game for him to actually build. Oh, hold on, Nova's going
for the taunt, gets the fist break in, but the real world manipulation comes out, and Kimin just dashes out of the box. He secures the turtle away. Nova's Kobar dropping real low, first blood going over to Kimin, and Siska's on top of Uni. He just barely dodging Siska! Flickers over the wall to catch him. He'll trade his own life in exchange, but he's more than worth it. He's already set up the double kill for Kimin.
Okay, hold on. Ruff's trying to fight. Storm dealing enough damage. And DX Soul, they're like, hey, guess what? We used that draft before, man. We know how rough it is when the early game is bad. So let's start fighting.
I think that's smart. That's a really, really good idea. And Monster Vicious were a little disjointed, I feel. Novak's Kovar jumped the gun a little bit. Do you forget that Kimin has iframes? He can get out quite easily.
And did you also forget that your draft requires time?
Yes.
Right? You don't want to engage in this fight. Like, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't, right? Just let your jungler farm. That's it. Don't expose him to danger.
I feel like there's a little bit of desperation popping up for Monster Vicious. They know the pressure on them. They know a loss here will cost them a chance to move forward again, stuck in the same position they were last season, and that could be a problem. That could just be a fog clouding their mind.
SkyZ now has the first item here. Very fast. Looks like 3 people down bot, but I don't think they can make anything out of this.
Ruff gonna show himself. Novak Tobar as well. Yep, I don't think anything's gonna happen down here.
Now, looking at how they've been playing DxSoul, 1,600, I feel like it's not enough, right? You want to push that lead a little bit more to the point where I wonder if DxSoul, they can get into a position where they can invade the jungle. Heck, they're thinking about it. Maybe after the second turtle.
Yeah, good job by Uni to just hold on to it to make sure Kimin doesn't get a free snipe. As we already saw from game number 2, even if MV is a little bit behind, they don't actually need to worry that much because their late game scaling is more than enough. But they just gotta make sure that the snowball doesn't grow too big for DX.
Right now, look at Storm. They see Roundel. They're only doing a lot of damage. And now even forcing out the Crimson Beacon.
Novak Skobar not really able to zone out Kimin. Eats 40% of his own HP bar. The DxSoul have a full grasp on the turtle down here, and wow, even the crossbow tank comes out. SkyZ winning out the 1v1 and forcing Ruff backwards. The DxSoul in full control.
And here's the thing, DxSoul, they're winning the gold lane just by the 1v1. The mid overwhelmingly is won by DxSoul. So now Monster Vicious, they got to turtle up somehow against DxSoul, making sure that they don't lose any turrets. I kind of feel like if you can hold on to your tier 2s, you're in good position.
They just can't afford to give up too much map positioning. They need space for Ruff and Uni to farm, and if they can keep it up at this rate, it's actually not too bad. Uni and Kimin both gonna complete their first item at around the same time.
Yep. Oh, looks like Roundel was actually able to pick up the crap there. 2,000 gold ahead right now, DxSoul. I'm looking at the map, and I feel like if they want to gank, probably mid is a good idea, but looking at how forward Zeno is on this Badang, could potentially look for that one as well, because DxSoul, I just don't want it to be too passive, because they have a power spike here. You have the damage coming in from Stone, damage coming in from Kimin. I just don't want them to waste this opportunity.
Yeah, I agree with you. Once you get into the mid-game phase, the DxSoul has a lot of damage actually, and if they're not able to execute on it, MV will actually get enough space to scale up. RWM forces out the Zaman force, but Monster Vish is doing a good job of just avoiding the fight.
Yeah, I feel like both ult timings is fine here because the turtle is going to come up in roughly 30 seconds anyways. By that time, you will have your ult. So it's a good shout, just a bit zoning, and then that's fine. Looking at the junglers here, it looks like Kimin is actually farming out quite well. Level 11 compared to Uni, level 9. And Uni, he wants to at least be on par. Because Kimin right now, he's even taking the minions up top. Now he has the Hunter Strike as well. Uni needs to do a lot to catch up in farming.
Well, as long as MV continues to slow it down, I think it's actually still fine. We have to remember, Kimin is 2-0. Uni did get picked off earlier, so it's somewhat expected that he would be behind in farm. I predict MV should try to avoid contesting turtles and just go for macro play, but Novak Skobar tries to jump in, gets the taunt, Tsunami Slam pulls him backwards, 2-man fist crack in the back line, Zeno doing a great catch, Uni comes in with the Tempest of Blades, Storm secures the turtle, and now Ruff going ham in the Zaman Force, but Kimin picks him up, it's a killing spree, going to the Suyo, and now Zeno gonna be left behind as well, double kill! The DxSoul hit back hard!
Staffa, Monster Vicious, they got DxSoul's draft, but they clearly don't play like DxSoul. Why are they forcing fights around this turtle? What makes you think you have enough damage when you don't even have items, when you're already losing in levels? The decision making here is very poor. Whoever called for that fight does not understand the state of the game that they're in. Just because they're rookies doesn't mean they can't play. You can't disrespect them like that.
It's really difficult to understand why they made that choice. I literally said, don't fight, go for a split push. I feel like Uni could have gotten a free tower up top. SkyZ's gonna get a free crossbow, doesn't even need it. Novak Skobar picked off again.
Monster Vicious, they gotta slow down. Like, just looking on the screen, feeling a little bit of tilt here, Staffa. Maybe the pressure, right, of possibly losing in the first day, 2 seasons in a row is eating at them. They gotta slow it down. They gotta turtle up. Farm. It's lame. I understand. It's not as cool as picking fights, but you gotta do that.
I 100% agree. That's what I was most worried about for MV as well in this position. And it feels like that's exactly what's happening. And this is a team that likes to fight. This is a team that usually wins games off of team fighting. They want to fight. The two-man taunt is pretty good. SkyZ gonna need to dash away. AOG gonna miss, but here comes Uni. Gets grabbed with the Tsunami Slam. Killing spree to SkyZ. And in an instant, the flow of the fight reverses completely. Unstoppable for Kimin. RWM with the knockout into the Dino Strike. They are running them down. They are shredding them. They do not exist. DXL have annihilated Monster Vicious.
And that's a big wipeout when the Lord is so close to you. You get top turret. Now you get Lord. It looks like you might even get the tier 2 up top. This is... I'm sorry, Staffa, but that looks like game.
I think we are witnessing the death throes. If we were concerned about Monster Vicious, those concerns are no longer founded because they are not going to be here for much longer. The EXO continuing the pressure, pulling Novak Skovar back, sets up the crossbow tank. Xeno comes in with the fist break, but it's way too late. Unstoppable for SkyZ. Monster Vicious are falling apart.
Stop it. You're already down. What's wrong with farming, man? Look at the items here. Uni only has 2. Ruff doesn't have a Holy Crystal. Why do you fight without a Holy Crystal?
Rasi goes in, gets taunted into the tower. He will end up falling, but they're able to get the mid tier 2. I think that is worth trading a life away.
Dude, oh. I don't know how Monster Vicious can come back from this one. Because the DXL, almost 10,000 ahead. SkyZ hasn't died. Storm, 0-1 and 12. This is looking very scary for Monster Vicious.
The EXO are looking so good right now. The RWM sets up for the Lord, but MV is able to clear it in exchange for the Holy Defense. Looks like MV will finally get a chance to breathe a little bit, but at this point, the gravity of the situation must be hitting. They know that the chances of them moving on to the next stage are dwindling.
Yep. I can't believe it, man. Like, this is good. Monster Vicious. Seriously, wait for Ruff to get Holy Crystal. And then that's your win condition.
Here comes another Conceal. Rasi not going to be able to find a target this time. Lantern going to pick him back up. AOG gets a knock-up into the fist break. He's able to dash away though, and now Nova going to be dragged in with the crossbow of tanks. SkyZ going crazy! Monster kill, double kill for the 1-1! And it just keeps getting worse.
Dude, like, 11,000 gold. I've not seen DXL have this big of a lead, Staffa, and it's against Monster Vicious. How have they been training for this week? What have they been eating?
This is a rookie squad revitalized. This is a lineup with a dream, with a passion, with a drive, with a goal that is sitting right before their eyes, and no one is going to stop them from reaching it.
Hold out. Like, there's still hope. Get the Holy Crystal. You need to win a fight so that you can get out of your base so that Uni can farm. Uni already made a mistake dying early. As a Ling, you just need to farm, man. Like, look at how Kimin played in the previous game. So, Monster Vicious, it's unfortunate. They're losing on fundamentals. Like, it's mechanics, right? With the hero, you should know their win condition. You should know their timing, when they're strong, when they're weak. Do you need items? Do you need levels? Do you need a setup? You should know these things, and they're playing against it, man. Like, it's not DXL winning at this point, it's Monster Vicious losing.
I'm pretty sure their psychological state is already in tatters. The pressure of this series, of this situation has been too much for them, and DXL winning out that early game may have been the last nail in the coffin. The only thing MV can hope for now is that DXL somehow overheats again, somehow throws kills into their cores, because that is the only way they can bring this back.
Well, at least Uni gets 2 turrets, so that's something. Now Kimin fights against Uni. Uni should be able to win this one. He already has the items.
Tempest of Blaze not really doing enough. It just has to use it to run away. Kimin's done his job. Now the Lord gonna be pushing in. MV needs to hold this. This is literally their MPL lives on the line right now. Mid inhibitor will fall, top inhibitor quick to follow. The damage from Keemin is notable, forces the revitalize out before the fight even starts. Rassi's just looking for a target, but he dashes backwards. RWM comes out, Zeno looks for the engage, gets a nice fist crack, but where's the follow-up? There's no damage. Ruff literally doesn't do anything. It's a legendary streak for Keemin. AOG comes in, Winter Crown allows Siska to survive. It's a double kill for the Suyo. The EXO are doing it. They're finding the way forward. This MAL team has beaten the odds, defeated the curse, and proved everyone wrong. They will move on to the upper bracket semifinals.
The first ever sweep for DX Seoul happens here in the play-ins. They wanted this for weeks. They wanted this for years. And they got it here on the big stage. And now, DX Seoul, top 4.
Top 4 in their first ever MPL Malaysia season. You are witnessing history in the making, ladies and gentlemen. We knew this team had potential. The love and support from their fans and family have brought them this far. Now it's up to them to decide how far they can go.
Not gonna lie, knowing their story, can't help but feel proud, man. They have developed into true MPL players. But tomorrow is gonna be a bigger test, man. They gotta go up against Homeboys. I hope it's a good match.
And what an incredible series. Let's just let Rose handle the rest up on stage.
Perjalanan Monster Vicious di MPL Malaysia musim ke-15 akan terhenti di sini. However, Stadium Juara, please give Monster Vicious a round of applause. And of course, sebelum kita tamatkan sesi ini, I akan bagi peluang kepada Monster Vicious untuk kata-kata terakhir di atas pentas.
Untuk fans-fans MV, kita orang just nak minta maaf lah. Tak mampu, orang kata, bagi performance yang cukup bagus lah. Still sama macam selepas, hari first, kita orang terkeluar. And yeah, sorry lah.
We hope to see you guys come back stronger in the next season. And with that, Rose nak bagi peluang kepada Monster Vicious untuk membagi final bomb mereka di atas pentas. In 3, 2, 1. Stadium Juara once again. This is Monster Vicious. Thank you very much. I really hope to see you guys come back stronger next season. And untuk pertama kali di musim ini, pasukan finally yang dapat clean sweep the rookie team of the season. Give it up for DX Seoul. Guys, big congratulations. Let's start with that, okay? Really, really big congratulations. I think I want to talk to Storm first. Storm, how did you guys manage to get a 3-0 today? What happened? What happened?
I think because it's best of 5 already, not best of 3, no more curse.
But in the video, Keemin said maybe 3-1, maybe 3-2, we don't know. How did you guys wake up on the right side of the bed today? Did you guys eat good breakfast? What's going on?
I think we really want to win against MV because for me personally, I really wanted to win against MV. And yeah, we really want to meet Homeboys also. That's why we gave our all this match.
Ooh, giving your all this match, that's a bit dangerous because you mentioned that you want to meet Homeboys. And as of today, as of right now, Homeboys is sitting very, very comfortably at the upper bracket. And tomorrow afternoon, you guys will be meeting Homeboys. Based on your performance today and, you know, having a week to train after the regular season, how well do you guys think you will do tomorrow? In your opinion, huh?
I think we just play normal as long as we don't overconfident from the 3-0 here and we treat Homeboys with respect and we'll do our best.
Itu dia, jangan overconfident. Jangan overconfident. Humble. Now, mungkin Rose nak cakap dengan Siska. Wow! Now, Siska, Woi, nanti jatuh. Esok tak boleh main tau, Rasi. Betul? Betul. Okay, now Siska, kita ada macam top 5 rookie of the season lah kan? And Siska dan juga Kimin is topping that leaderboard. And Siska has been doing very, very well. Ramai orang puji permainan Siska. Adakah ini satu benda yang pressure untuk awak ataupun you guna ni untuk motivate yourself further?
Motivate untuk diri saya sendiri je.
You tak rasa takut ke bila macam top rookie, ramai orang pandang awak, ramai orang pay attention to your playstyles?
Takut lah. Saya pun rasa macam tahu lah. Tapi takut lah.
Dia tak tahu tapi dia takut. Tak apa, kita faham. Hari ni memang happy ya? Hari ni memang happy. Esok boleh lagi ke maintain momentum ini?
Rasanya boleh. Kita pun dah ada momentum kan. Kita revenge balik kat Homeboys tu.
Wow, nak dapat revenge. Nak membalas dendam atas kekalahan di EXO di regular season. Alright guys, kita dah nampak perlawanan yang sangat-sangat, I can say, wow. 3 berbalas kosong, the first clean sweep daripada side di EXO. Tapi I nak tanya audience, siapakah MVP anda? You know what? Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada siapa ni? Jing 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 jing. Kimin. Makin lama makin banyak fans Kimin. Hari ni banyak fans. Ini semua family ke kawan?
Ni family tu budak taman.
Oi, budak taman pun ada banner sendiri. Memang lain macam. I rasa custom pun yang dah cast beberapa season pun tak ada banner lagi. Memang hebatlah awak ni. Okay, now Kimin, Rose nak tanya, okay. Now, sebelum menentang Monster Vicious, you memang cakap lah, which is what I asked Tom also. You memang cakap, mungkin 3-1, mungkin 3-2. Apa yang jadi in this past week that buat korang perform kau-kau hari ni? Coach marah ke? Tak apa, dia cakap Melayu je, dia tak faham pun.
Saya rasa mood playoff kot yang buatkan kita orang perform. So dekat regular macam biasa-biasa je kan.
So you tak boleh main best of 3 lah?
Tak ada.
Tak boleh. Best of 5 boleh?
Best of 5 boleh.
Best of 7 macam mana?
Boleh juga.
Kalau masuk grand final mungkin lah kan?
InsyaAllah.
Boleh?
Boleh.
4-0?
5-0.
Hey! Bukan. Bukan. Okay, untuk perlawanan esok pula, you dah ready ke?
Dah ready lah.
Dah ready. Sure?
Sure.
Untuk membalas dendam kepada Homeboys?
Sure, 100% betul tak?
100% ready?
100%? Tomorrow? Okay, dah pun.
Macam tak sure je. Okay, since dorang tak sure, awak je yang yakin. Is there anything yang nak cakap kepada Homeboys?
Untuk Homeboys,
I bukan Homeboys, jangan tengok I. Tengok kamera.
Pada Homeboys, jangan underestimate saya lah dengan saya punya team.
Dia je jangan underestimate. Okay, tu je. Jangan underestimate Kimin. Dan juga team juga. Betul. Dia tengok I macam jawapan dekat muka I, tapi tak apa. Okay, SkyZ. Oish. 2 Savage untuk regular season. Mungkin kita akan nampak Savage lagi esok. Tapi MelQT is considered one of the best local rising gold laner right now. Awak pula tengah rising juga sebagai rookie. Dah ready ke untuk meet MelQT esok?
Apa tadi?
Dah ready ke nak meet MelQT esok?
Memang ready lah. Sebab saya tak takut siapa-siapa.
Tak takut siapa-siapa. So kalau jumpa Innocent, sebab kalau menang esok, siapa menang first match akan jumpa korang lah kan? So
Saya respect semua team.
Respect semua team, tapi tak takut. I see. Since kita tahu MelQT ni orang yang agak kelakar, fun, playful. Cakap sikit dengan dia.
Untuk Mel, nak cakap apa-apa
Dekat MelQT.
Untuk Mel, good luck esok. Buat yang terbaik. Sebab dulu satu team kan. So kita tengok esok siapa lagi better.
Okay, ini adalah, I rasa semua match esok memang sangat-sangat exciting. So thank you very much. Now Coach, I see that Coach is full smiles today. Finally, I don't have to go on like, Coach, why 2-1 again? Finally 3-0. Now Coach, you mentioned previously that you weren't fully satisfied with the performance of your team. After today's 3-0 win, how is that like? Are you satisfied or no, still need to 3-0 tomorrow?
Already satisfied, but we still need to force tomorrow against Homeboys because even we won 3-0 against MV, we still need to force on the next match against Homeboys because our goal is to reach EWC.
Wow. DX Seoul final goal untuk musim ini adalah mendapatkan 1 tiket untuk wakil Malaysia di MSC. Okay, maybe... Oh, Rasi belum pegang mic. Rasi, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir ke Stadium Juara and of course support you guys? Tengok ramai ni.
Apa Siska nak cakap? Siska nak cakap?
Tak, Rasi.
Oh, aku ah? Untuk fans DX, kalau ada, because for family DX, thank you for coming. And MV, thank you for coming also. Sorry, we beat MV. Just thank you. See you Homeboys.
Wow, see you Homeboys. Alright guys, once again, berikan tepukan kepada DX Seoul. Congratulations boys, we will see you guys tomorrow. And with that, Mari, let's show it to the casters to analyze what happened in this clean sweep play-ins game. And with that, casters, back to you guys.
Dude, a 3-0. And I even saw one post on Facebook. They were like, you know what? Kimin is a very good actor. During the regular season, he was not like this. Now he's showing his true self. If that was the plan, bro, that commitment, 6 weeks, meh. And then jumping in and looking hella strong, man.
Man was playing with Rock Lee's weights on the entire regular season. And now he's taken them off. 3 different assassin heroes in 3 different games. And somehow the score is just getting better with each game. Ending with a 980 GPM and a 10-0 result on the Suyo. Kimin has a message for the world.
You know what's funny? Suyo, he could not use the Suyo for the most of the regular season. Why did they make this 1 week feel like a month? How much progression did he have? Now he's more optimal on that Hayabusa, more optimal on that Ling, more optimal on the Tsuyo. Did they go into a hyperbolic time chamber or something?
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, has there been a time skip? Did we miss something? The character designs are still the same. But this has been an incredible showing from DX Seoul. Again, we have to hammer it home. This is their first season in MPL. Yes, like Rasi and Storm have experience, SkyZ has a little bit, but Kimin and Siska are brand new and they look like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, if we're looking at the items here, this is the new way for you to play the Suyo. Just go full damage because there's no real use for you to be defensive now that the changes for the, for the magic resist is gone, right? Makes it much tougher to play. So I'm still flabbergasted. Like that was good. That was good. I'm excited for them to go up against Homeboys now.
Yeah, I actually am starting to wonder, will this be a closer match than we expected?
Yeah.
Right? I am so excited for tomorrow. We're gonna have such great games. We have such a solid top 4. And my heart does go out to Monster Vicious. Ending in the exact same position as last season is never a good feeling, but it was clear that their psyche was not in a good place anymore for that game 3, and they were making really, really fundamental mistakes.
Yeah, I feel like if they go back and they rewatch their games, I think they will be able to understand themselves like, yeah, guys, we should not have done that. Like, I would say the engage is mostly on Zeno. At one point, the entire team has to make a decision, like, if he made a mistake, let him die. Like the rest of us, we gotta keep on going on. We gotta keep on farming.
I feel like MV in the end was a bit too dependent on playing this style of 5v5 team fighting or 100% relying on all this zone controls type of gameplay, because once it doesn't work, you see how difficult it is for them to actually adapt and do something different. You would think that this is the lineup they lost to in Game 2, basically. They should have learned what was the win condition for this draft. And they didn't. They kept trying to force fights when they really didn't need to.
And I feel like it's just something that you gotta learn, right? But unfortunately, it's for next season. You have a long time, though. You have a long time. Next season might start in September. So there's like what, 4 months? Or 3 months, around 3 months, right? Around 3 months of preparation, make a decision. Because in a previous interview, we've heard that, I believe it was from a coach. I believe it was from Haru, where he basically said that some of the players are already like one step inside of a different organization, right? Other teams are looking at the players, so they got to rebuild, man. Honestly, this season, a lot of teams got to rebuild.
It's unfortunate because MV has remained such a constant with this lineup for so long.
Top 4, there's no MV, there's no Vamos, there's no Todak. This is a new era, man.
It is a new era, and I am so excited for it. SRGOG is still up there as the king, of course, but a new version of the homeboys, Aero Esports, suddenly rising through the ashes, and DX Seoul, the most unexpected dark horse of the tournament. Remember, they started the season losing 1 game to Ocean Black.
They're the only teams
yes.
to give Ocean Black a point. To be fair, they were rivals in MEL. So Ocean Black might know how to deal with DX Seoul. So maybe other teams need to start calling Jangs.
Yeah.
And be like, hey, how do you
beat him?
How do you beat DX? Give us some pointers here.
I think even Ocean Black will not recognize this team anymore. The amount of growth that DX Seoul has been through since week 1 of Season 15 is phenomenal. Every single player here has found a brand new energy, a brand new level of evolution, and even the weakest links at the end of the regular season are now reinvigorated and eager to vie for an MSC slot.
The growth DX Seoul showed is going to be tested further tomorrow against Homeboys. Speaking of which, SRGOG, they'll be fighting against Aero Esports as well. Tomorrow we have 3 best of 5 Staffa. Like, that would be such an amazing day. Unfortunately, people will be watching MPL PH, but anyway, whatever, right? We have 3 games, right? In the breaks, you guys can come here.
Yeah. And if you guys find it interesting, choose to stick around because we are seeing some big surprises already. At the end of tomorrow, we will actually know our first MSC representative. So that's also a really exciting thing to see. And when we look at the highlights, it is very clear why this was such a one-sided win for DX Seoul. Games 1 and 2 were actually fairly close, you know. It took some effort for DX Seoul to actually close things out. But in this one, Monster Vicious had just lost themselves.
Yep, we're going to be looking at the brackets here, Staffa. We have to talk about the teams that got eliminated in our top 4 here. We started with 10. We started today with 6. And now we're ending it with 4. Unfortunately, Vamos, as well as MV, got eliminated. Unfortunately, MV didn't score a single point. Vamos got 1, and that was a very difficult one for them to get. Tomorrow, SRGOG will be going up against Aero, and then Homeboys will be going up against DX Seoul. And then the winners of both matches will play again for the final best of 5 of the day. And whoever wins that one goes to MSC.
I have to say, LaFell, this is unprecedented. Aero and DXS both have rookies. 2 rookies on each team playing their debut season in MPL, and now they are all in the top 4 of one of the most competitive seasons of MPL Malaysia. A new era is truly dawning upon us, and tomorrow we will get to see it continue. Because like you've already pointed out, LaFell, we're gonna see SRGOG up against Aero Esports for the first match of the day, followed up by Homeboys versus DXS. And then the day will close off with the upper bracket finals, where one team will lock in their tickets for MSC.
If you want to make it a statement, SRGOG has to make it one-sided against Aero. And if Homeboys is able to make it one-sided against DX Seoul, that will just split the top 4 in half. Like, there's a clear upper and lower bracket as well. So I really want to see how the top 2 teams, SRGOG and Homeboys, play for tomorrow, because they should be able to see a lot coming in from today. Between the DX Souls and Aero, I kind of feel like Aero needs to prepare a little bit more, because being completely transparent here, Aero looked like they were struggling against Vamos.
Aero Esports had a little bit of difficulty up against Team Vamos, who clearly weren't in their best state either. So up against the strongest team MPL MY has ever known. They don't have a lot of time to think about how they're gonna approach it. I'm actually really excited for Homeboys versus DXS. I think there's a chance it could be close.
There is a chance that it could be close, and I'm also wondering if there's something new that Arcadia is cooking up, because going up against Homeboys, it was an entirely different draft. What if he has something special cooked up for Arrow as well?
He could. You never know with Coach Arcadia and Azora Becky and the players of SRG OG. They can always pull something random out that no one is expecting. But I really love the way that this day closed out. Rookie dominance. Another veteran MPL team eliminated in day 1. I mean, we gotta hear what you guys are thinking about the playoffs, right? Please scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen right now to give us your feedback, what you think about the games, about MPL, about everything, so that we can learn from it and improve.
We want to know you better so that we can actually be better. Because again, I kind of feel like there's still a lot of room for growth. But that's it for us today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for another day of the playoffs. But now we're going to throw it over to the mic check. And again, tomorrow, 3 best of 5s.
Sini. Just kalian first.
Join me, Zed.
Join.
Kali ulti, min.
Wait. No.
Join. Join, no dash. Join.
Nice.
Grenke no one.
Nice one.
No one, Grenke. No one.
Santai.
Do you try to burst Lord now?
Let's go, guys.
Granger.
Granger, man.
Nice one, Siska.
Sini. Nice one, Granger. Granger.
One. 15 Zed. Nice one, Zed. Lihat aku.
Menang.
No.
Aku. Rata nggak sih?
Rata.
Stop.
Oke, aman.
Boleh tahu nggak?
Lock tower.
Udah tahu. Yang boleh tahu guys. Nice one. Fokus lagi. Masih.
Nice. Reset.
Chop flick. Team fight. Just team fight.
Careful, Joy. I play with Haris.
Just out. Let's go, Zed. Play with Zed.
Ganti.
No. Person of fly, min.
I can touch Joy.
Base.
Joy. No dash.
Okay.
I recall, guys.
Mi.
Kiri. I can support ya.
Lo.
Lord only, retreat.
Nice. Out. Outbang.
Lord spawn already.
Kick.
Sabar sedikit. Santai, guys. Tower. Back siya, Zed. See?
Okay, tawa lang. Okay.
Belum.
Back siya dulu. Joy mati.
Colong kick.
Nice.
Nice.
Setting. Ayo dealing.
Nice.
Go. No tiaret.
Lagi.
No dash harin.
No borif.
Objektif.
Bantu.
Ada Lord.
Santai.
Sorry.
Aman.
Go. Cancel Lord. Badang.
Santai. Aku ulti badang.
Gatot ulti.
Ganti.
Still a winter. Harit nomor ulti. And the ball. Hero.
Alhamdulillah. Let's go, guys. Alhamdulillah, guys.
Nice try, guys.
Nice try.
Nice try, Cok.